Sitting on the airplane listening to the roaring sound by his ears, Yingjie felt somewhat dazed. Below him stretched an endless ocean where fish occasionally surfaced and seabirds flew low in the sky. Yingjie stared blankly at the ocean, realizing that he had somehow traversed into a parallel world. In his past life, although Yingjie endured the grueling 996 work schedule as a corporate drone, at least he never worried about food and shelter, and his family life was relatively content. Yet in this world, he found himself an orphan being raised by his uncle's family, with his aunt treating him unkindly. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to secure a spot in this contest. He was now participating in a wilderness survival competition and was currently flying toward the contest site. The competition arena consisted of several islets in the sea. From afar, each island was lush with trees and encircled by water resembled a green pearl. I don't need to be first or second as long as I last 10 days. Just 10 days. Yingjie silently vowed to himself. The survival contest offered a generous reward. Every participant who could survive on the islets for just 1 day would receive 100 yuan. Surviving 10 days would bring an additional reward of 100 yuan. Yingjie thought to himself that enduring for 10 days meant earning a total of 1 million, so that he would no longer have to live at the mercy of others. He realized he could easily live on his own without having to ask his stingy uncle and aunt for money. "Little brother, don't be nervous, your legs are already shaking," a man sitting nearby teased, and Yingjie, understanding it was all in jest, took no offense. The man added, "Little brother, you don't seem too old. Are you still in school?" Yingjie fell silent. Indeed, he was still in school, having just graduated from high school. It was now late July, and he had only learned in mid-July that he had been admitted to an ordinary undergraduate college, which came with a tuition fee of a few thousand yuan. For an undergraduate college, the combined tuition and accommodation fee of just over 5,000 yuan was rather modest, but Yingjie found himself utterly unable to come up with that sum. Unwilling to ask his relatives for help, he had been working since the college entrance examination ended, yet before his wages even arrived, he was selected to participate in the contest. On the airplane, one person began speaking, and soon everyone started chatting animatedly. Some complained that the odds of being selected were extremely low. Only 100 were chosen out of 50 million people, a probability even slimmer than winning the lottery. Others grumbled about the overly strict rules. Each participant was allowed to take only one item besides their clothes, pants, and shoes, clearly designed to ensure a short survival span. Some even complained about the contest's high risks, noting that if one died, the responsibility would fall solely on oneself. Yingjie, however, said nothing. Indeed, the odds of being selected were slim, yet on this plane, everyone had been chosen. Moreover, earning 100 yuan a day for survival in the wilderness was an income rarely found elsewhere. Those glamorous urban white-collar workers might not even earn 100 yuan in a month. Under such circumstances, rather than complaining, one should think about how to survive a little longer. That extra longevity would bring additional rewards. Yet not everyone was complaining. Some were busy debating the contest's mechanism. This contest was sponsored by the Wang family of the capital, who bore all the expenses while also securing exclusive live streaming rights. Indeed, the contest was to be broadcast live throughout. Once everyone landed safely on the islets, the staff would deploy 2 intelligent aerial drones to follow their every move. The footage would be transmitted via satellite to a live streaming platform, and each of the 100 participants had created an account, ensuring that viewers would flock to their channels. Donations received in the live stream would also count toward the participants' earnings. Thus, not only could one earn 100 yuan for surviving a day, but excellent streaming could bring in a substantial sum. It was worth noting that some affluent viewers might donate lavishly without much thought, casually spending over 100,000 yuan. Beyond money, the top finishers would also gain immense fame. The contest was broadcast nationwide, and the viewership was expected to exceed that of popular variety shows. In time, the fame of the top finishers might surpass that of any celebrity or actor. Not only fame, but the rewards for the top finishers were extraordinarily generous. First place would receive 100 million yuan plus a villa in Jingdu, second place 50 million yuan and a villa in Jingdu. Third place would earn 10 million yuan along with a villa in Jingdu. This contest was the gateway to wealth and reaching the pinnacle of life. While everyone discussed among themselves, Yingjie was deep in thought, and soon the plane began its descent over the islets. Upon reaching directly above the island, a flight attendant announced, "Contestants, please be prepared. We have arrived at our destination. Listen for your number and descend through the exit." Contestant No. 18, please prepare to descend. Yingjie was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to be called first. He thought the order would be sequential, but instead the selection was random, making him the very first to land. The uncle who had just joked with Yingjie patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Don't be afraid, little brother. Once you land on the island, you'll get 10,000 yuan. Hurry up and start collecting it." At that, Yingjie laughed as well. Soon, under the guidance of a safety officer and clutching his belongings, he descended onto the desolate island via the descent slide. Meanwhile, on the competition's live streaming platform, both the official stream and Yingjie's stream lit up simultaneously. Good morning, dear viewers. I am your host, Bing Bing. In the coming days, I will be your sole presenter for this survival competition, witnessing the journey of 100 contestants alongside you, she announced. In the official live stream, host Bing Bing greeted everyone with a charming smile. Instantly, the chat erupted with exclamations, "Whoa! It's really Bing Bing. My beloved Bing Bing is here. Am never leaving again. Absolutely in love. The warmth of her smile brightens my mood for weeks. Bing Bing's smile is simply enchanting. If only I could marry her. Hey, have some decency. Bing Bing is mine." Nonsense, she's clearly mine. Host Bing Bing glanced at the chat, smiled subtly, and then turned to introduce a few people by her side. Beside her stood 3 other guests. One of them, like her, was a host, the well-known Xiao Sa, who once remarked, "Peking University is not bad." The other 2 were wilderness survival experts invited by the Wang family. With a smile, Bing Bing said, "Since the competition has not officially begun, let me introduce these 3 guests." Xiao Sa needs no introduction, as everyone is already familiar with him. In the live stream, Xiao Sa offered a slight smile to the camera, making his numerous female fans blush and flutter. Then Bing Bing turned her gaze toward the person beside her. "This is our renowned wilderness survival expert Yingjie. Yang Laosher once competed alongside the world-famous survival master Bai Yi, securing commendable results," she announced. After the introduction, the camera shifted to a close-up of Yingjie, who modestly waved his hand in feigned humility. "They are merely minor achievements. In that global survival competition, I managed only to secure 5th place. Nothing worth mentioning," he remarked. Though his words were wrapped in modesty, his tone brimmed with ostentation, which left the live stream audience feeling repulsed. "Such facile remarks," they commented. "These kinds of people are downright disgusting. Yes, such affected posturing is revolting. If you want to boast, then do so. Don't put on a facade of humility. People like that are the worst. Pretentious and oblivious to his own ugliness." Yingjie noticed the comments, and his expression darkened slightly. Being a wilderness survival expert and not a media host, he found himself at a loss for how to respond, his face turning noticeably grim. However, Bing Bing did not give him a chance to speak nor allow further complaints. Instead, she swiftly changed the topic and introduced another guest. "This gentleman is named Chen Zhan, a former Special Forces soldier. Due to confidentiality, I won't reveal too much about him," she stated. "However, Mr. Chen has frequently ventured into the wilderness, from the Antarctic to the Arctic, traversing every corner of the world. Isn't that so, Mr. Chen?" Bing Bing asked with a smile. Bing Bing smiled as she spoke. The title of Special Forces immediately caught everyone's attention. Viewers noticed that Chen Zhan exuded a mysterious aura reminiscent of a crouching tiger, an appearance that was truly intimidating. Yet compared to the survival expert Yingjie, Chen Zhan was markedly more modest. He smiled and said, "I have merely been on assignments. I apologize that confidentiality prevents me from sharing too much." After speaking before the flood of praise in the chat could begin, he pointed at a small illuminated section on the live stream's big screen and said, "Someone has successfully descended. Oh, let's now observe this contestant's performance." Subsequently, backstage staff switched the screen to the competition arena in the wilderness, where the first contestant to descend was Yingjie. "Hey, why is this contestant standing still?" Upon seeing the scene on the arena screen, Bing Bing paused and inquired. On the screen, Yingjie stood with his head bowed in silent daze. "What's wrong with him?" Xiao Sa asked curiously. The wilderness expert Yingjie, still irate over the earlier incident, glanced at the screen and scoffed. "Ha, he's clearly frozen in fear. There are too many such people who think they're capable, yet once in the wild they become paralyzed." After scrutinizing Yingjie's expression, Yingjie's inner irritation grew. It was as if this man bore a personal grudge against him. Yet upon reflection, Yingjie realized that he did not actually know Yingjie, though an inexplicable aversion welled up within him. His appearance seemed oddly familiar, as if there were an ancient enmity from a past life. But could that really be? How could a person have a past life? After uttering this, both Bing Bing and Xiao Sa frowned slightly. After all, this was the official live stream watched by the entire nation. Xiao Sa hastily shifted the topic by introducing the island's situation. Yet again, the chat exploded with comments. Although it might be possible, his expression still feels off-putting. One from the upstairs comments: "Some people are repulsive in every gesture. After all, we're all beginners in wilderness survival. It's natural to feel lost in the wild. Even as an expert, you needn't resort to mockery. Hey, hurry up and move. Prove your worth with action and show that expert a lesson." At this moment on the island, Yingjie was not, although he was not an expert in wilderness survival, he had supplemented his knowledge considerably before arriving. He had a rough idea of what to do first upon entering the wild. His moment of stupor was purely due to a voice he heard after landing on the island. Ding's strongest survival system bound. A system. It was a system. As a representative of the new generation, Yingjie was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. He was quite familiar with the notion of systems which served as personal enhancements, enabling one to grow powerful at any time and place. Thus, during this period of bewilderment, Yingjie was keenly observing the functionalities of the system. After a brief pause of half a minute following the successful binding, the system continued. Strongest survival system activating. Strongest survival system activated successfully. Instantly, a screen appeared before him, displaying a string of data. Identity host. Special ability none. The screen flickered momentarily before vanishing, and then Yingjie heard the system's voice again. Ding activation successful. Reward granted 1 wilderness survival package. Next, the system inquired, would you like to open the package? At this moment, Yingjie finally stirred, wanting to express his excitement with a lively hula dance, but he quickly remembered the drone hovering above, broadcasting his every move nationwide. He suppressed his excitement and muttered softly, open the package. Ding package opened successfully. You have obtained 1 primary body enhancement potion and the special ability fire by friction. Immediately, a small bottle roughly the size of an eye drop container manifested in Yingjie's hand, accompanied by a flood of knowledge rushing into his mind. The diminutive bottle was indeed the body enhancement potion. The memories flooding in were entirely related to the technique of creating fire by friction. Gaining this ability surely meant more than just learning how to start a fire. It encompassed the entire operational procedure. Although Yingjie had crammed for the technique before, however, these memories equipped him with the operational knowledge needed to master the skill in no time. Yet mastering this skill was not the most thrilling aspect. The most remarkable part was that the system had also gifted him a body enhancement potion. Interpreted literally, the potion was intended to enhance his physical capabilities, making him stronger and faster. Cautiously glancing at the drone, Yingjie took a few steps forward and discreetly consumed the potion. Instantly, a wave of warmth coursed through him, his muscles tensed, and became more solid, noticeably enhancing his strength without any overt bulging. Before he could revel in his newfound power, he suddenly noticed an animal ahead, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. A wild boar. At that moment, the official livestream interface remained focused on Yingjie's feed. The competition had just begun and no other livestream had captured the audience's attention, so they were all discussing why Yingjie was standing there in a daze right after disembarking from the plane. Yingjie commented that he was so scared he didn't know what to do. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yingjie smiled and began to move clearly in a relaxed mood, not resembling someone who had been frightened. Thus, the comments began to mock Yingjie, accusing him of underestimating Yingjie. However, the audience's amusement was short-lived as they suddenly exclaimed in unison, what the heck? The drone had an exceptionally high resolution, allowing viewers to see the surrounding scenery clearly, even spotting insects on the blades of grass. Therefore, when Yingjie noticed the wild boar, the audience did too. Yingjie, who had been irritated by the audience's comments, perked up again upon witnessing this situation. It's a wild boar. He's done for. If he encounters a wild boar, he's absolutely finished. The rescue team won't make it in time. As soon as he finished, Bing frowned, her delicate brows knitting in concern. She thought to herself, what kind of survival expert was this? His emotional intelligence was quite lacking. In her earpiece, the director's voice came through, don't mind him. I changed the topic and asked why wild boars are dangerous. The official livestream had a plan, not simply broadcasting haphazardly. Thus, Bing turned and asked, why are wild boars really that formidable? Aren't pigs generally heavy and clumsy animals? Humph. What do you know? Yingjie scoffed. In the wild, there's a saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. It indicates how formidable wild boars are. Once you encounter them, there's basically no escaping. Beside him, Chunjun, a retired Special Forces soldier, frowned as well. He's not wrong. In the wild boars are indeed quite formidable. This young man is in trouble. The audience in the livestream room erupted once more. I can't believe that disgusting so-called expert insulted my Bing. Hey, you typod. It's expert, not brick. Who cares about typos? Just look at him. Does he seem like an expert? He's clearly just a mutt. Absolutely, just a mutt who can only throw shade at others, and he dares to insult my Bing. Most of the people were mocking Yingjie, however a portion of them felt that Yingjie was indeed in danger. To be fair, that young man is really in trouble. My family lives in the mountains, and I've seen wild boars go berserk. They are impossible to stop. Exactly. No matter what, he's bound to be eliminated. Look, that wild boar has already set its sights on him. Alas, I hope he survives. If he were a bit smarter, he wouldn't race the wild boar. He should quickly find a tree to climb. Maybe he can wait for rescue. After a moment of scrolling comments, Chunjun spoke up. In contrast, Yingjie displayed an unmistakable smirk upon seeing Yingjie encounter the wild boar, as if he reveled in the danger others faced. But Yingjie wore a serious expression, genuinely concerned for Yingjie. The running speed of a wild boar is incredibly fast. Normally, they can reach speeds of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, while the fastest human can only manage over 40 kilometers per hour. He paused before adding, and that 40+ kilometers per hour is the record set by the world's sprinting champion Bolt. Ordinary people simply cannot match that. After Yingjie's informative commentary, Bing Bing and teacher Xiaosa also looked troubled, realizing that they had just landed on the island and already encountered such a significant danger. It seemed that this prize was not so easily won. Yingjie stared at the livestream screen, laughing when he saw the wild boar spring into action. Oops, it's over. He's been spotted. If that young man doesn't run now, he'll be in real trouble. As soon as he said this, Bing Bing and the others frowned at him, unable to suppress their disgust at Yingjie, who as a survival expert spoke such vile words. However, deep down they all thought that Yingjie was finished. The wild boar had locked onto him, rising to attack, and Yingjie had no formidable weapon in hand. A shovel against a wild boar. Forget it. He was destined to be the first eliminated, possibly even in danger of losing his life. The organizers had already dispatched a team in a helicopter for rescue, but it remained uncertain if they would arrive in time. In the wilderness, Yingjie weighed his entrenching tool in his hand, feeling a wave of anxiety. He had read numerous wilderness survival books before coming, which had detailed the potentially dangerous animals he might encounter. Wild boars were indeed the most perilous. There were three main reasons for this danger. First, wild boars are very common in the wilderness. They run fast and possess great stamina, making them impossible to outrun. Second, their skin is very thick, making them resistant to ordinary weapons. Even some homemade firearms by hunters cannot kill them outright. Third, and most troublesome, once they encounter a human, they will relentlessly pursue that person until they either gore or kill them. Now, with only an entrenching tool in hand, Yingjie realized he could not inflict direct harm on the wild boar, so he had to escape instead of facing it head-on. Seeing the wild boar charging towards him, Yingjie hesitated no longer and turned to run. However, after just a few steps, he tripped over a vine on the ground and fell face first into the dirt, sending his tool flying. He quickly got up, glanced back, and sensibly chose not to retrieve his entrenching tool, but continued to flee. In the livestream, Yingjie began to mock again. Look at that, he even dropped his own weapon. What will he use to defend himself if the wild boar comes after him? Yet Yingjie failed to consider that even with an entrenching tool, a regular person would struggle to fend off a wild boar in the wilderness. If Yingjie had gone back to retrieve it, he might have delayed himself and fallen victim to the boar's attack. Despite the tense atmosphere in the livestream, no one had the energy to criticize Yingjie anymore. Everyone was fixated on watching Yingjie being chased by the wild boar. But as they watched, everyone suddenly froze. Weren't wild boars supposed to run very fast? Faster than the sprinting champion Bolt? Yet why could it not catch up to this young man? Not only could it not keep pace, but it was also being left far behind. After running for over 2 minutes, the wild boar was already a distant figure, barely visible. In the wilderness, Yingjie was somewhat surprised that the wild boar was not as fast as he had thought. But upon reflection, he realized it wasn't that the wild boar was slow, rather his own speed was exceptionally fast enough to leave the boar far behind. Suddenly, he recalled the body-enhancing potion he had consumed earlier. It must be the effect of the body-enhancing potion. After drinking it, he hadn't noticed any significant changes, just a tingling sensation on his body. He had assumed it was not very potent. But now he realized that the potion's effects were likely mild, which explained the lack of overt changes. Mentally summoning the system, Yingjie saw a screen appear before him, visible only to him, displaying his physical data. At that moment it showed. Name Yingjie. Identity host. Age 18. Strength 20 points. Agility 20 points. Special ability Fire by Friction. The reason why Fire by Friction was considered a special ability was not the focus here. What mattered was that both his strength and agility had doubled to 20. This beginner's body enhancement potion is truly powerful. Yingjie couldn't help but exclaim. He roughly estimated that his previous physical condition was comparable to that of an average adult male. Although he had just turned 18, he exercised regularly, so his physical strength was not weak. This meant that the strength and agility of an ordinary person were likely around 10 points. Perhaps boxers and athletes were stronger, but they probably wouldn't exceed that by much. After the enhancement, however, he was directly twice as strong as an ordinary person, with both speed and strength elevated to double that of the average individual. After running for about 2 minutes, the wild boar was left far behind, unable to keep up. Yingjie paused to catch his breath. Instantly, the comments section of the official livestream exploded. Huh, he got away. Just a moment ago that young expert said he was done for, but look, he escaped without a hitch. Exactly. Look at Yingjie's sour face. Oh, why isn't he talking now? Why isn't he cursing him to die quickly? What a shame. He claims to be an expert in wilderness survival. Could this expert be a fraud? Does he really know how to survive in the wild? In the live stream, Yingjie's expression darkened as he read the comments, his eyes filled with rage. It was infuriating. Humph. He snorted, but said nothing more. In contrast to his demeanor, the expressions of the other three were much more pleasant. Bing Bing and Teacher Xiao Sa both. Even Teacher Xiao Sa, who was known for her strong sense of justice, managed to take a jab at Yingjie. With a grin, she remarked, some people may be experts in certain areas, but in terms of character, they seem to be lacking. This statement immediately garnered applause from the audience in the live stream. Ha ha, no wonder Teacher Xiao Sa is so sharp-tongued, I love it. Not much character, ha ha ha. Look at Yingjie's face, it's turning the color of liver. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, on the island, Yingjie suddenly turned his gaze towards the camera. He had already understood that this competition was not only about winning a prize, showcasing himself in front of the camera was equally important. If he remained silent, his live stream would attract no viewers, and even if there were some, they were unlikely to send gifts. A silent streamer would surely bore the audience to death. For Yingjie, who needed to earn money and attract the support of patrons, it was essential to make his live stream engaging. Looking at the drone camera, he smiled and said, I'm truly sorry, I encountered danger right after landing and didn't have the chance to share my feelings about the competition with everyone. If he were an ordinary high school graduate, he might not know what to say at this moment, given their limited social experience. However, Yingjie had already endured several years of being a corporate drone in his previous life. Though he hadn't risen to any leadership position, he was quite familiar with how to communicate in various situations. At this moment, it was important to familiarize the audience with himself. Only by doing so could they feel a sense of connection while watching his stream, which would make the experience more enjoyable. In today's world, isn't enjoyment the ultimate goal? Who would work hard all day, then come home just to read incomprehensible English newspapers? Such things were only good for pretending to. Speaking directly to the drone, my name is Yingjie, a typical rural boy just turned 18. I didn't come to this competition to become a star or win top prizes. I just hope to survive for 10 days on this island. With the money earned, I can pay for my tuition. I'm an orphan and have always lived with my uncle who is. Before signing up, I was working on a construction site enduring the scorching sun and working tirelessly for over 10 hours a day, yet earning very little. I thought I would have to struggle for more than 2 months just to scrape. One day's stay on the island is worth 2 months of work for me. At this point, Yingjie beamed at the drone camera, showcasing a genuine smile. Setting aside his hardships for a moment, he believed his situation was indeed dire. While others might find themselves improving after a transition, his life had clearly taken a downer upon arrival here. Yet he was genuinely happy. He knew he could endure on this deserted island and would undoubtedly earn that 10,000 yuan. And with a system in place, there was no need to worry about future problems. You all don't need to worry about me, though I've faced plenty of hardships working at the construction site. I can definitely adapt. As he spoke, Yingjie raised his fist towards the camera, his eyes filled with determination. His words, this self-introduction, was neither particularly eloquent nor filled with grandiose rhetoric. However, the audience felt an undeniable thrill in their hearts, believing that this young man was genuinely inspiring. In fact, Yingjie did not utter any words of encouragement, nor did he express how hard he had worked or how difficult his journey had been. He simply recounted his experiences in a straightforward manner. Yet it was this very narrative, combined with his final smile and indomitable gaze, that stirred everyone's emotions. This in turn implied that his path had been fraught with challenges. Oh, I'm in love with this boy. This is truly inspiring. Coming from a poor family and unable to afford tuition, he chooses to work on a construction site to earn money. Far better than those who just lament online. Exactly. It's so motivational. Back when I was in college, I also struggled with tuition and living expenses. I worked as a waiter while studying. Nowadays, some people cry online when they're broke, seeking sympathy, never considering to put in the effort themselves. Keep it up, young man. I may not have much. Returning after half a lifetime, still an uncle, here's a spaceship for you. Returning after half a lifetime, still an uncle, here's a spaceship for you. Returning after half a lifetime, still an uncle, here's a spaceship for you. The barrage of comments suddenly lit up. This live streaming platform also allowed for monetary gifts, where the amounts after deducting service fees went entirely to the participants. There were 6 types of gifts available. Bicycle worth 1 yuan. Motorcycle worth 6 yuan. Car worth 66 yuan. Airplane worth 666 yuan. Rocket worth 6,666 yuan. Spaceship worth 100,000 yuan. The uncle who donated was generous, contributing a total of 3. Such a magnanimous boss. Rich man, let's be friends. Uncle, I'm also struggling to pay for college. Can you spare a spot for me? I'd appreciate any tips. Come on, it's not a big deal. The live stream was buzzing with excitement, but Yingjie in the wilderness was completely unaware. After all, he was focused on surviving in the wild, and checking the comments on his phone or computer would be rather impractical. Thus, after his introduction, he had no idea if anyone had been listening or how many were watching him. He thought to himself that surely there must be a few thousand people tuning in, as such a popular event would undoubtedly attract viewers, even if his performance was lackluster. In reality, Yingjie had no idea he was the first contestant to land, and after his harrowing encounter with the wild boar, he was being watched not by a few thousand, but by hundreds of thousands. The generous uncle was unique, but many viewers had sent in bicycle gifts, as even a 1 yuan gift was affordable for many. In that brief moment, Yingjie's live stream had already garnered tens of thousands in revenue. It was a good thing he remained oblivious, otherwise he would surely wish to abandon his survival quest in favor of returning home to relax with his newfound wealth. Yet at this moment on the island, Yingjie's intentions remained pure. While observing his surroundings, he spoke to the drone camera. I've landed quite close to the coast, which is fortunate, because I can catch fish to eat. However, my tools are missing and I must retrieve them. When I fled earlier, I lost my entrenching tool. I didn't dare pick it up at the time, fearing the wild boar might charge at me. After all, I could retrieve the entrenching tool later, as wild boars don't eat that sort of thing, but if I couldn't escape, I would be in serious trouble. Holding an entrenching tool wouldn't help in a fight. Yingjie clarified that he hadn't been entirely panicked when encountering the wild boar. He had his own reasoning. Though he had stumbled in a clumsy fashion, he was not without a plan. The audience laughed heartily, understanding that regardless of how chaotic it seemed, he had managed to escape from the wild boar. At that moment, Yingjie felt no special fear toward the wild boar. Initially, he had been terrified, not realizing his physical capabilities had been enhanced, which had prompted his desperate flight. Now understanding his speed, he felt less apprehensive. Even if he couldn't fight, he could at least run away. As long as he could escape after provoking one, it didn't count as real danger. Thus, Yingjie retraced his steps toward the direction of the wild boar, hoping to find his entrenching tool and possibly hunt the wild boar. Wild boar meat is generally tougher than domestic pork, as they are animals that thrive in the wilderness. After walking back for several minutes, Yingjie finally realized how far he had run during those 2 minutes. He had been walking for 5 or 6 minutes now, and still had not reached his original position. However, he had discovered traces of the wild boar he had encountered earlier. The overturned grass and the marks on the ground indicated that the boar had chased him for part of the way before stopping and heading in another direction. Instead of following the boar directly, Yingjie chose to retrieve his entrenching tool first. The entrenching tool was indeed a versatile weapon, it could serve both as a shovel and a knife, and the serrated edge allowed it to function as a saw as well. On the plane, he had noticed that many people had brought entrenching tools with them. After all, the competition rules stipulated that aside from clothing and shoes, only one tool could be brought along, and it could not be a high-tech gadget. Thus, most participants opted for the trusty entrenching tool. As he remained vigilant of his surroundings while retracing his steps, it took him over 10 minutes to find his entrenching tool again, which he happily retrieved. Initially, he had little confidence in his survival skills and had merely hoped to endure for 10 days to earn the reward of 1 million. But now with the system, his mindset had shifted dramatically. Why couldn't he aim for first place? Having merely bound himself to a basic package, he had already received a beginner's strength-enhancing potion and the ability to create fire by friction. Who knows what other abilities might come his way? Surely the system would grant him rewards under certain conditions. With this thought in mind, Yingjie glanced at the system's screen and discovered that it featured a sign-in function. The sign-in function stated that for every 7 days of consecutive sign-ins, he could receive a package containing random items or skills. He quickly checked in for the day. After having encountered the wild boar upon landing, he had not taken the time to explore what else the system offered. Now that he carefully reviewed it, he confirmed he hadn't overlooked anything, which put him at ease. It appeared that the next reward from the system would be available in 7 days, at which point he would receive a package. With the strength and agility of 2 ordinary people, surviving until then seemed far from impossible. Armed with his entrenching tool, Yingjie resumed tracking the wild boar's trail while hacking at the vines along the way. The vines could be woven into rope, which would prove useful when he confronted the wild boar, as its thick hide would make it difficult to kill with just the entrenching tool. If he couldn't achieve a swift kill, he had to prepare for a potential attack from the boar. With some rope, he could set a trap to confine the wild boar. After spending considerable time observing the tracks, he noted that the signs were still quite clear on the grassy ground. However, after advancing a bit further, the grass vanished, replaced entirely by rocky terrain. After searching the area for nearly half an hour, Yingjie finally spotted the wild boar again. At that moment it lay behind a large tree, seemingly asleep. It was still morning, the weather not overly hot, yet the boar did not appear to be foraging for food. It seemed to have eaten its fill and was now resting. Yingjie glanced at the sun overhead. It was summer, and he was situated in the southern region of the northern hemisphere, where the midday heat could escalate to 40 degrees Celsius, definitely stifling. Thus he needed to catch the wild boar now and find a cool spot to process the meat before noon, when roaming about carelessly could risk heat stroke. After pondering for a moment, Yingjie spoke softly to the aerial camera above him. Dear viewers, get ready for an exhilarating action sequence. I am about to take down this wild boar. At that moment, the official livestream switched to Yingjie's channel. Earlier, Bingbing and the others had cycled through everyone's streams, allowing Yingjie and Chunjian to comment on the participants' landing spots. The conclusion was that Yingjie had landed in the most dangerous area because of the wild boar. Nevertheless, Yingjie was also currently performing the best, as he had successfully evaded the boar's pursuit. Now as the livestream returned focus to Yingjie, they caught his rallying cry. I am about to take down this wild boar. Yingjie suddenly scoffed. Huh? What is he talking about? Can he even catch a wild boar? Chunjian, however, did not rush to dismiss Yingjie's statement. He closely examined the entrenching tool in Yingjie's hands and surveyed the surrounding environment. After deliberating, Chunjian remarked, actually, there are ways to catch a wild boar. What methods? Bingbing asked, intrigued. Before Chunjian could elaborate, Yingjie interjected with another scoff. No matter what method he claims to have, there's no way this guy can catch a wild boar. Chunjian is a special forces soldier. Even he has difficulty, and we who often survive in the wild might struggle too. How could a high school student manage this? If he manages to catch that boar today, I'll eat my desk. Yingjie declared without a second thought. The others were taken aback, and Xiao Sa nearly blurted out, could you think before you speak? But before he could, the director's voice came through the earpiece. Xiao Sa, ignore what he says, and continue chatting with the audience. Thus Xiao Sa swiftly changed the subject, beginning to suspect that Yingjie's comments were scripted by the director. This kind of conflict would certainly make the live stream more engaging. As Yingjie's voice faded, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted once more. Wow, is he actually going to eat the table? With a table that big, Yang the expert must be in for a real mess. Haha, I can't wait to see Yang the expert get slapped in the face. I've traveled back from 3 days later, and let me tell you, Yang the expert was in for a rough time. He took a couple of bites of the table and ended up with a severe case. They rushed him to the hospital, and after a whole day and night of rescue efforts, they still couldn't save him. Ha, brilliant. At that moment in the official live stream room, Bingbing and teacher Xiao Sa exchanged bewildered glances, then looked back at Yingjie speechless. Having both navigated the entertainment industry, they possessed a fair degree of emotional intelligence, yet watching Yingjie felt akin to observing a clown in action. Xiao Sa mused that even if the director wanted Yingjie to play the villain, he needn't utter such ridiculous words. It was nothing short of inviting mockery. However, with hundreds of thousands of viewers watching, they refrained from contradicting him, opting instead to chuckle and continue observing Yingjie's livestream. There Yingjie was tirelessly weaving vines with his hands. While an ordinary person might struggle to figure out how to turn vines into ropes, after all, few in this day and age had any use for such ropes. Yingjie was different. Born into a rural family, he had learned many skills from his grandfather during his childhood. Not only could he make ropes, but he could also weave baskets and containers using bamboo strips or thorns, showcasing a remarkable array of talents. A wild boar lay peacefully sleeping beneath a tree. One could tell that this boar led a rather comfortable life, likely without any natural enemies nearby, which made it unusually complacent. Yingjie stood just a few dozen meters away, and even after standing there for over 10 minutes, the boar remained oblivious to his presence. Finally, he had fashioned several sturdy ropes from the vines. While they may not have looked particularly appealing, they were sufficiently functional. Yingjie took a few careful steps closer to the boar. The position it lay in was particularly advantageous for him, as a small slope ahead blocked its escape route. If the boar attempted to flee, it would encounter significant obstacles. Moving quietly, he encircled the boar with the vine rope, creating a makeshift net, then cautiously maneuvered to its rear. Remarkably, although the boar appeared to be in a deep slumber, it woke as soon as Yingjie was within 3 to 4 meters of it. The boar grunted, immediately attempting to charge at Yingjie. However, by this time Yingjie had already enhanced his physical abilities, and the boar, still disoriented, stood no chance against him. He swiftly dodged aside and swung his entrenching tool, striking forcefully against the boar's back. The boar had tough skin, but Yingjie was strong as well. The blow opened a wound, and blood flowed instantly. Yet Yingjie winced in pain. He had struck with too much force, and his hand felt as though it had been jolted. The injured boar, realizing Yingjie was no easy target, turned to flee. Animals have a natural, but Yingjie had already set traps around, and as the boar bolted, it crashed directly into the vine net he had woven. The vine net wasn't particularly sturdy. Had it been made of nylon rope, Yingjie would have been confident the boar wouldn't escape. However, with vines, that was not guaranteed. Even so, if the boar managed to break free, it would have to expend time and energy to do so. The more it struggled, the tighter the binds would become. The boar weighed at least 150 kilograms and was quite powerful, but within half a minute the net was torn apart. Yingjie hurriedly grabbed another thicker vine from the ground, which was particularly sturdy and had a slip knot at one end. Seizing the opportunity while the boar was still recovering, he lunged and expertly slipped the knot around the boar's neck. With a swift yank, the boar stumbled and fell to the ground. The slip knot tightened. The more the boar struggled with the knot around its neck, the more it fought the tighter. At this moment, the official livestream room was once again filled with excitement. Yingjie had swiftly taken down a wild boar, completing the task in just over 10 minutes. Consequently, the livestream remained focused on his image. The comments flooded in with some praising Yingjie's prowess, while a greater number turned their attention to Yingjie. Young expert, time for a table. Yes, young expert, it's table time. Someone call an ambulance for young expert. We need to rush him to recovery. What ambulance? Just look at young expert. He must be used to eating tables by now. He can digest it. As he read through these remarks, Yingjie's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Feeling embarrassed, he muttered, "I need to use the restroom," before scurrying off. Laughter erupted across the screen, leaving only a string of ha 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 in the wake of his departure. However, after mocking Yingjie, the audience's focus shifted back to Yingjie. He's in trouble. The wounds on his hands could easily become infected, someone observed. Earlier, when Yingjie had inspected his injuries, everyone had seen the damage: a severe laceration on his thumb and a bloodied palm scraped by vines. Sustaining injuries in the wilderness is perilous, especially in hot weather. While minor wounds can be manageable, serious ones can easily become inflamed, leading to severe infections, a death sentence in the wild. Although this was a competition and Yingjie could call for help, doing so would mean forfeiting the match, resulting in immediate disqualification. The viewers, too, did not wish to see him eliminated in such a manner, yet there was little they could do. Yingjie examined his injuries closely. They weren't particularly severe. The most significant damage was to his thumb, which could be treated with some antiseptic and bandaging if he were at home. Even without treatment, many minor cuts often heal on their own thanks to the body's natural ability to recover. However, in the wilderness, where he needed his hands for various tasks, keeping the wound clean was crucial. Moreover, with the high temperatures, bacteria would likely thrive and infection could indeed become a real threat. After some contemplation, Yingjie decided to prioritize handling the wild boar. Even if his wound did become infected, it wouldn't inflame immediately. At least a couple of days would pass. For now, his more pressing concern was filling his stomach. If he were to be disqualified in 2 days, he would accept it, but earning 20,000 yuan was still a decent outcome. Furthermore, not eating properly could hinder his recovery from the injury. He picked up the vine rope from the ground and carefully tied it around the wild boar, hoisting it up into a tree. While the boar weighed around 300 pounds, Yingjie's strength had been enhanced by the system, allowing him to lift it. Now he needed to find a stream or river to properly handle the boar. Carrying it around would be too exhausting. Hanging it from the tree would keep it safe from insects and other passing carnivores. After completing this task, a comment suddenly appeared in Yingjie's livestream. "Fei Wu, no wonder he could kill the wild boar. This isn't an ordinary kid." "Xiaoran, huh? What do you mean? By Shishi, what's so extraordinary? He looks pretty ordinary, even a bit skinny." Confusion spread among viewers, and Fei Wu continued. "Open your eyes and take a closer look. Can an ordinary person lift a wild boar into a tree so easily? That boar looks like it weighs over 300 pounds. Upon hearing this, viewers quickly recognized the anomaly. "Pa Dui Gu, whoa, you're right. How does he have such strength? By Dong, surely you do. Is this the strength a normal kid should have? How Nanya, 300 pounds. That's nearly double my weight. Scary." Yet in the wilderness, Yingjie remained oblivious to the impact of his actions. Not only were people amazed, but some even sent him gifts, netting him several thousand yuan in the process. Unquestionably, having an audience had its perks. Yingjie, however, treated this as just another ordinary task, his expression unchanged as he departed in search of a water source. In truth, there were numerous methods for finding water in the wild, but at that moment Yingjie could not recall any. He had crammed wilderness survival knowledge on the plain, but learning did not equate to knowing. Having knowledge didn't guarantee proficiency in application. While everyone can learn formulas from a math book, not everyone can apply those formulas to solve problems. Even those who master problem-solving techniques may not achieve perfect scores. The island was lush with trees, and during the flight Yingjie had observed the landscape resembling a green pearl covered in foliage. However, upon landing, he found the trees less dense than he had imagined, with ample gaps between branches that did not twist and intertwine as he had seen in certain mountainous regions. As he walked, he reflected on the methods he had learned for locating water sources, examining plant density, observing animal tracks. Just as he pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of flowing water ahead, a continuous splashing. Taking a few steps forward and crossing a thicket, he spotted a small stream. Wow, what luck! Yingjie chuckled. Yingjie initially thought he would have to exert some effort, but unexpectedly, after walking only 200 or 300 meters, he found water. As he focused his gaze, he discovered a small stream, its water shallow, yet remarkably clear, seemingly sourced from a mountain spring. The island still had several hills. Although they were not towering mountains reaching thousands of meters, even ordinary hills could produce springs. Kneeling beside the stream, Yingjie examined the water closely. It was indeed clear, suggesting it was not contaminated. However, he couldn't guarantee its purity. Who knew if there were dead animals upstream? Moreover, bacteria and parasitic eggs could be lurking within, invisible to the naked eye. After contemplating for a moment, he dipped a finger into the water and tasted it. There was no saltiness. It was fresh water suitable for drinking. Hesitating briefly, Yingjie carefully cleaned the mud off his hands, trying to avoid his wounds. When he killed the wild boar earlier, his hands had gotten quite dirty, and neglecting to clean them could easily hinder the healing of his palms. Yet using this stream water for washing was not entirely ideal. The stream was also somewhat dirty and could not clean effectively. Nevertheless, it was the only option he had at the moment. After washing his hands, he inspected his wounds. The abrasions had stopped bleeding, but the gash at the base of his thumb was still oozing a clear fluid. Perhaps it would scab over soon. Throughout his life, Yingjie had sustained numerous injuries, but having both hands covered in wounds was indeed rare. He couldn't help but wonder if there would be complications. After resting by the stream for a while, Yingjie felt thirsty again. Since arriving on the island, he had sweated profusely and was now somewhat dehydrated. Although he was next to a stream, water in the wilderness was not safe to drink directly. While it appeared crystal clear, there was still a possibility of parasitic eggs lurking within. Drinking such eggs could lead to serious trouble. The most suitable method would be to boil the water. Yingjie possessed the skill of fire making through friction, but at that moment, he found nothing to use for boiling water, making this method impractical. Then he recalled a survival technique often employed by his mentor, filtering water through the surrounding sand. There was a layer of shallow sand near the stream, so Yingjie dug a small pit in the ground, gathering the sand into a circular barrier around the pit, while leaving the center empty. As the stream water flowed past, it began to seep slowly into the circle formed by the sand. After some time, a shallow pool of water collected within. Even though the water wasn't entirely purified, it was the best he could manage at the moment, as it would at least eliminate parasitic eggs. Observing the still somewhat murky water, Yingjie took a deep breath and bent down to drink several large gulps. There it was, the essence of Drudge. After quenching his thirst, he sighed with relief. The water continued to seep into the sand pit, and after drinking, he waited a moment before using some of it to wash the mud off his hands. Still can't avoid getting my wounds dirty, he exclaimed with a hint of frustration. Standing up, he headed back toward the spot where he had killed the wild boar. It was already nearing noon, and he needed to process the boar quickly to ensure he would have something to eat later. As he walked along the way, Yingjie snapped branches to mark his path. However, it was only a distance of 200 or 300 meters, and within a few minutes he arrived back at the site where he had dispatched the wild boar. There he noticed quite a few insects and ants gathered around the bloodstains on the ground. Fortunately, the boar hanging from the tree showed no signs of infestation. Yingjie immediately felt that his decision to hang the boar had been astute. He approached, lowered the boar, and began to drag it toward the riverbank using a vine rope. Without the body-enhancing potion, he might not have been able to move the boar at all, but at this moment he was able to muster enough strength to pull it along. Fortunately, the stream was not too far away. Upon reaching the stream's edge, Yingjie clapped his hands, feigning nonchalance, but in reality, he was quite exhausted, nearly blacking out, and had to rest there for a moment before recovering. Easy peasy, he said to the aerial camera hovering above. Instantly, the comments exploded. Goodness, what am I seeing? The streamer is dragging a several hundred-pound wild boar for over 10 minutes. Really? How is he not tired? Dragging something along the ground isn't that tiring, is it? That may be true, but try dragging a several hundred-pound pig without wheels. Am I the only one who thinks the streamer is actually exhausted? He was panting just standing there. Haha, I also think he was too tired to speak earlier, otherwise why would he pause before saying easy peasy? A heated discussion erupted among viewers, each debating the authenticity of Yingjie's claim of ease. Li Yingjie squatted by the stream once again to wash his hands. He had a nagging feeling that his hands might become infected. In this sweltering weather lacking medication and needing to work continuously, he feared the outcome would not be favorable. Perhaps after making a fire he could use some ash to apply to his wounds and see if it would help. After resting by the creek, for a while Li Yingjie began to process the wild boar. The skin of the wild boar was remarkably tough, but this did not imply that the meat was equally tough. It was still just ordinary pork. Li Yingjie placed the wild boar in front of the creek and, wielding his entrenching tool, struck a notch into the boar's hide. He then peeled the skin away, following the incision he had made. The piece of hide was so robust that even the entrenching tool struggled to cut through it, yet Li Yingjie felt it served little purpose. The hide had some hair, but it was not long enough to provide warmth. It could perhaps be fashioned into a leather jacket or boots, which would surely offer him enhanced protection, but Li Yingjie didn't possess the skills for such crafting. Moreover, there was no real necessity for him to increase his defenses. After all, when facing wild beasts, direct confrontation was not advisable. The priority remained the wild boar meat. He needed to fill his stomach first. Li Yingjie searched the surroundings for some dry twigs and grass, and then he fashioned a smooth wooden stick with his entrenching tool, preparing to start a fire by friction. He had chosen the entrenching tool knowing he would need to create fire on this island, for it lacked flint or those peculiar little knives and ear scoops typically associated with such tasks. The pointed end of the entrenching tool was clearly not designed for firemaking. Thus, he had to resort to drilling for fire. For an inexperienced individual, this method would often yield frustration. After a prolonged effort of drilling, one would find that no flame would ignite. Although the wood would heat up, the heat was insufficient to sustain a blaze. Drilling for fire required a relentless motion against the wood until it became hot enough to ignite small shavings, which would then begin to smoke. At this point, one had to continuously blow on the embers to encourage the shavings to burn more vigorously, gradually igniting the surrounding dry grass. Once the grass caught fire, it could extinguish easily, necessitating the careful addition of dry twigs rather than damp branches. Only when the flames grew stronger could larger pieces of wood be added, marking the firemaking process as a success. Typically, this process could take nearly an hour. For those without relevant experience, it was particularly arduous. Rubbing the wooden stick could cause severe discomfort, even resulting in blisters. When the shavings began to smoke, leaning forward to blow on them would produce thick smoke, causing tears to stream from one's eyes. A careless cough could easily scatter the sparks. For beginners, the most effective method to drill for fire involved carving a V-shaped groove into a board and then rubbing another stick back and forth within it to generate heat through friction. However, as Li Yingjie examined the wood before him, a different method surged to his mind: the technique for drilling round wood. He felt a stirring intuition, convinced that this approach would yield fire. He picked up 2 pieces of wood and began to experiment. Having worked on a construction site for some time, his hands bore numerous calluses, making the drilling process manageable. However, many areas of his hands were raw and bleeding, particularly his thumbs, which made the endeavor quite challenging. Rubbing the stick did not cause unbearable pain, yet it was far from comfortable. The wounds on his thumbs would throb painfully upon contact. Nevertheless, endowed with the system's fire drilling skill, Li Yingjie understood precisely how much force to apply and how to maneuver to avoid the smoke. It was a familiar and proficient application. After more than half an hour, a fire finally ignited. Li Yingjie collected a considerable amount of firewood, and once the flames were roaring, he turned his attention to the boar meat. He began by severing one of the boar's legs. The meat was thick and robust, unlike that of domesticated pigs, which are often confined and sedentary. Wild boars, in contrast, are accustomed to running, resulting in far more muscular legs. After cutting it off, he held a large piece of bright red meat. He positioned it over. After finishing his meal, Li Yingjie did not take a break, but instead moved all the wild boar meat to a shady spot under the trees. He continued to process it there, as the weather was exceedingly hot, and leaving the meat exposed would inevitably lead to decay and a foul smell. Li Yingjie considered 3 methods for preserving the meat. The first was to cure it using salt or other ingredients to make it last longer. The second involved smoking the meat, which also extended its shelf life. The third option was to sundry the meat. However, all 3 methods were somewhat cumbersome. The first required salt, while the latter 2 demanded considerable time. Thus, Li Yingjie decided to combine the second and third methods. Decomposition of meat essentially results from the action of bacteria and microorganisms, which cause spoilage within the meat. During the curing and smoking processes, moisture is removed from the meat, or it becomes sufficiently salty to inhibit bacterial growth. Similarly, sundrying serves the same purpose by eliminating moisture, making it inhospitable for bacteria. The processes of smoking or drying meat are fundamentally about removing water content. All living things require moisture to survive. Even the most resilient microorganisms cannot thrive without it. Therefore, these methods significantly delay spoilage. Given the current situation, smoking and sundrying were indeed very convenient options. The sun here was scorching, and by cutting the boar meat into thin slices and placing them in a spot with strong sunlight, while simultaneously smoking them, he could transform them into dried meat within a single afternoon. After that, the meat should remain good for at least 10 to 15 days, alleviating any concerns about food during that period. This would allow Yingjie to focus on constructing his shelter and awaiting the next package from the system without worry. Taking advantage of the midday heat when strenuous activity was unwise, Yingjie settled under the trees and began cutting the wild boar meat with a spade. Once sliced, he arranged the pieces by the fire near the stream where they could bask in the sun, thus enhancing both the drying and smoking effects. This process took considerable time. After finishing with the wild boar meat, Yingjie burned some charcoal on the fire and gathered thorny branches to weave a rather unsightly large basket. Gradually, the midday heat began to dissipate. During lunchtime, the hosts and experts in the official livestream took breaks to eat, leaving no one to host the broadcast. Viewers were merely left to watch in their respective streams. In the afternoon, the hosts returned to work. Bingbing cheerfully greeted everyone. "Good afternoon, dear viewers. I'm delighted to see you all again," she said, then opened her personal livestream interface to check on the participant status. Upon accessing the main interface, it was immediately apparent that one participant's status had turned gray, indicating a withdrawal. Bingbing gasped in surprise. "Oh my, someone has already forfeited. It's only been half a day, and someone couldn't hold on any longer." Her voice conveyed astonishment. Although the participants had felt somewhat lost in the wilderness that morning, they hadn't encountered any significant dangers, with only Yingjie facing a wild boar, which he ultimately managed to kill. In fact, the island chosen by the organizers was relatively calm, with only a few dangerous animals present. Out of 100 contestants spending the morning, despite this, someone had given up in such a seemingly safe environment. Instantly, the comments section erupted in mockery. Maybe they're a city dweller spoiled from childhood, unable to endure even half a day. As soon as this remark was made, the chat exploded. "Hey, think before you speak. Not all city folks are spoiled. Do they feed on your rice? People online can be so ignorant. Don't you use your brain? Just spouting nonsense about city dwellers." Bingbing noticed these discussions in the comments. Concerned about potential heated emotions leading to inappropriate remarks, she quickly redirected the topic. Turning to Chunjian, she asked, "Teacher Chun, is survival in the wilderness really that challenging? Why have some people forfeited before even completing a day?" Chunjian nodded and explained, "Actually, survival in the wilderness is an entirely different concept from a leisure trip. It is incredibly arduous. When you go on vacation, you have food and drink, and there's little chance of encountering serious dangers. If you feel like it, you can always return. Your spirits are quite relaxed. Survival, however, is a different story. Imagine being in the wilderness without food or water. You are parched, but find only brackish water that you cannot drink. Under such circumstances, would you be able to endure?" As Chunjian articulated this, the viewers began to If one were in the wilderness, both thirsty and hungry, with danger lurking around, it would indeed be impossible to persist. However, as soon as Chunjian finished, differing opinions emerged in the comments. "That's not right, Teacher Chin. I saw one person thriving in the wilderness, even enjoying roasted pig trotters." The official live broadcast switched to Yingjie's stream, bringing back the scene from his lunch, leaving everyone astonished. Was this even a person? While others struggled for survival, foraging for wild strawberries no larger than a fingernail and laboriously fishing, this individual was devouring roasted pig's trotters. Not only was he eating roasted trotters, but halfway through he claimed they weren't very tasty and tossed them aside. Is this reasonable? Teacher Xiao Sa stared at the scene, momentarily bewildered. Previously, they had witnessed Yingjie killing a wild boar, but at that time, they had merely thought it was a stroke of luck. Moreover, even if he could kill a wild boar, how could he drag such a heavy animal to the creek for processing? And his method was so skillful. Could it be that there's a creek right next to him? A wild boar weighs at least 200 to 300 pounds. Can he really drag something that heavy over a long distance? Bingbing asked, puzzled. They rewound the footage from Yingjie's stream, and to their astonishment, he indeed dragged the boar all the way to the creek, which was not far from where the animal had fallen, yet still a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Instantly, the officials in the broadcast were taken aback. Especially Yingjie, whose face darkened like charcoal. He had been the most vocal in mocking Yingjie, and now seeing him thrive was a resounding slap in the face. At that moment, Yingjie was lounging under a tree holding a newly woven basket made from thorny branches, quite sturdy. He raised the basket in front of the camera. "Everyone look. Following the steps I just outlined, a basket made from thorny branches like this is quite strong and can easily hold dozens of pounds." As he spoke, Yingjie gave the basket a hearty shake, proving its durability. He continued, Don't laugh, everyone. The only flaw of this basket is that it isn't perfectly round. I have no tools here. If you have tools to assist, you can weave one that looks much better. Upon closer inspection, the basket, while described as circular, resembled more of a polygon with numerous sides. Initially, the audience didn't think much of it, but as soon as he mentioned not to laugh, laughter erupted from them. Photographer Ma Du Ha. It's not just not round, it barely has any shape at all. Beginner master, learning a lot here. Donating a bicycle to the streamer, this dollar counts as tuition. Fake are all fake. Can you really learn to weave a basket for $1? Let me tell you, if you can't weave, don't try. The comments were buzzing with lively energy. But at that moment, Yingjie in the official stream spotted another oversight. He feigned surprise and said, "Hey, this young man has wounds on his hands." Both of them looked quite serious. The others focused on Yingjie, who was showcasing the thorny basket. Indeed, there were noticeable wounds at the base of his palms, and they appeared rather severe. Besides the wounds, there were abrasions on his palms as well. Yingjie immediately adjusted his expression, pretending to evaluate. He might get eliminated if the wilderness is hot and wounds can easily become infected. Moreover, since these injuries are on his hands, he needs to work without any way to bandage them. In a couple of days, he could suffer an infection. Bingbing frowned slightly, showing concern. Teacher Xiao Sa promptly asked Yingjie, "Teacher Chen, are his wounds really that serious?" He didn't ask Yingjie, clearly deeming his comments unreliable, and bypassed him entirely. However, Yingjie scrutinized Yingjie's hand wounds, nodding gravely. "It's quite serious. If it weren't on his hands, keeping the wounds clean would suffice, but since they are on his hands, it's difficult to avoid contact with other things, making infection very likely." The atmosphere turned tense, while only Yingjie's eyes sparkled with a hint of satisfaction, seemingly reveling in Yingjie's misfortunes. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Yingjie remained oblivious to their discussions. He knew his wounds might get infected, but that was likely a few days away. For now, he needed to focus on survival and making his stream more entertaining, hoping to increase his earnings. At this moment, Yingjie was also taking a gamble. The wound on his hand was hard to treat, and he could only wait to see if it would worsen. If he had already established a shelter and stored food, he could stay indoors until his injury healed before resuming work. But having just landed with nothing at hand, he could hardly afford to worry about his injury. He finished weaving the thorny basket and placed it in a cool spot to dry, allowing it to lose moisture gradually and become sturdier. Then he returned to the small water pool, where he had fetched water earlier, carefully washing his palms, cleaning away any dirt that had gotten into the wounds, and ensuring they remained dry. Stepping into the sunlight, he added some wood to the fire and set aside the prepared charcoal. The jerky was both being smoked and dried. The blood on it had mostly dried up by now, and under these conditions, storing it for 2 days shouldn't pose any significant issues, allowing for gradual drying later. Next, he needed to find a suitable location to build a shelter. In the live stream of Yingjie, it appeared that no major events were unfolding for the moment, so Bingbing and the others switched the screen to another competitor's stream. The conditions of the other participants seemed far worse than Yingjie's. He was not the only one injured. Several others bore wounds on their hands and legs, struggling to walk with a noticeable limp. Moreover, their living conditions were not as favorable as his. Some had managed to locate a few small and sour wild fruit trees, while others had caught insects, contemplating whether to follow Bear Grylls' example and eat them. Very few had any meat to eat. In particular, no one had accomplished what Yingjie had done, drying the meat of a wild boar into jerky. Among the participants, the one with the best conditions had landed near a small river and had caught a large fish, which he was now cooking over a fire. Those in worse situations had found caves, preparing to endure a day of hunger within their confines. After all, among the renowned wilderness survivalists, there was notorious for often going hungry, yet he had proven to everyone that one could still excel as a wilderness survival expert, even while starving. Of course, the key was to survive for a day in the wild, as completing that would yield a reward of 10,000 yuan. Many participants thought that even if they were not skilled at wilderness survival, they could endure hunger for a couple of days. 10,000 for a day. What harm could it do to suffer hunger? As the live stream switched back and forth, it finally settled on the competitor who was cooking fish. This young man wore a gray windbreaker, his buzz cut, suggesting he had just emerged from a rough environment, and his complexion was somewhat alarming. In one hand, he held a multifunctional knife, while the other hand raised a wooden stick with a fish skewered on it, roasting it over the fire. The flames were small, occasionally shrouded in smoke from damp twigs, which minimized the fishy odor. After all, in the wilderness, one had no seasonings, and even the most skilled chef would struggle to showcase their talents here. Watching this young man cook, Yingjie unexpectedly exclaimed, "Impressive. He managed to get a fire going so quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the comments section erupted. "What's the big deal about starting a fire? That guy Yingjie in the 18th stream has already finished his meal and is now looking for a place to take a nap. Yingjie is really something. He was just belittling them in the 18th stream, and now he's here praising this one. Could someone explain what happened in the 18th stream? Immediately someone replied, that young man in the 18th stream encountered a wild boar after landing. Yang the expert said he would surely be killed by it, but the guy ended up killing the boar instead. Yang felt offended and has been slandering him ever since. Is that so? What a disgrace. Others chimed in with jests, speaking of which that guy killed a wild boar and Yang got mad. Could it be that the boar was a relative of his? Possibly. A wayward child lost in the wilderness. Ha ha ha, you two have such sharp tongues. Yingjie, watching the barrage of comments, felt his blood pressure rise. However, to be fair, this buzzcut youth was indeed remarkable. At least among the competitors, he was one of the few who had managed to start a fire promptly. Moreover, his demeanor exuded calmness, as if he had everything under control. Shunjian observed him for a moment and concluded this might be someone who has survived in the wild for a long time. After watching the young man stream for a while, the group switched to another competitor's livestream. The official livestream served this purpose well, offering commentary on their excellent maneuvers and also seeking out the most interesting streams. Soon they found themselves in a girl's livestream. This time the selection was entirely random with no restrictions on gender, though due to the nature of the competition, more men had signed up. The ratio was approximately 6-4. Ultimately, there were 59 male participants and 41 females, closely matching the registration ratio. Thus, there were indeed a fair number of women in the competition. At that moment, the contestant in this livestream was a girl. She appeared to be in her 20s, perhaps still a student, and wore glasses that added a scholarly air to her demeanor. However, what she was doing sent chills down everyone's spine. She was killing a rabbit. Her chosen tool was a multifunctional knife equipped with a blade sword and serrated edge, while the handle could also function as a hammer, extremely convenient to hold. She had caught the rabbit using a homemade trap and was now skinning it. After a moment, she looked up at the camera. Dear audience, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a biology major, and I often kill rabbits, chickens, mice, and frogs. By the way, as a girl who looks like this, would any of you dare to marry me? The audience in the livestream room stared at the girl on the screen, their minds racing with various thoughts. However, upon seeing the knife in her hand and the blood staining her fingers, all those thoughts quickly retracted. Would anyone dare to marry her? In the event of a quarrel, would she strike with 14 precise blows, skillfully avoiding vital points? Though she was a biology major rather than a medical student, one could never be too certain of her capabilities. The way she skillfully dispatched a rabbit was truly terrifying. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the girl was exceedingly beautiful. Her long dark hair was tied back into a high ponytail, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. The round glasses perched on her nose accentuated her charming features, while her straight nose and perpetually smiling lips framed a figure with perfect proportions. Even in a tactical jacket, her physique was clearly defined. If she weren't busy skinning a bloody rabbit, one could imagine the chaos that might ensue. Yet, even so, comments continued to flood the screen. I've decided, I'm divorcing Bing Bing tomorrow. From now on, I will only marry her. Front row, step aside. Let me wake him up. Does the person above have diabetes? We mustn't let this guy taste any sweetness. How many times has he drunk like this? If only there was a peanut, it wouldn't be this way. After some commotion, the audience collectively noticed something intriguing. Doesn't she resemble that guy from room 18 a bit? Where's the resemblance? I think that guy's eyebrows and eyes are quite different from hers. I'm not talking about appearance, I mean they both know how to kill animals and skin them. One hunts wild boar, the other rabbits. It's true. Thus, a portion of the viewers began to switch back and forth between the two live streams, searching for their highlights. While the discussions in the comments were lively, the contestants in the wilderness remained oblivious, lacking phones or computers to see any of it. However, this did not hinder the girl from interacting with her audience. Dear viewers, let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Xiaoying, a second-year biology student at a university in the Magic City, just turned 20. Now let me explain how to process this rabbit's entrails. As she introduced herself, a flurry of comments erupted. Unlike most streamers who address their audience as friends or family, Lin Xiaoying repeatedly referred to them as dog viewers. Yet despite this lack of respect, viewers remained captivated by her stream. She was not merely a pretty face. Many new viewers soon realized that this girl was not only beautiful, but also remarkably intelligent. She explained that after learning about the competition, she had begun studying wilderness survival skills and quickly mastered several techniques for building traps. Upon arriving on the island, she successfully captured a rabbit using these methods. Not only did she learn to set traps, but she also acquired the skill of friction fire. After preparing the rabbit, she began demonstrating the technique of making fire while teaching, and soon a fire blazed brightly. Then she started roasting the rabbit, sharing tips on how to achieve a crispy exterior while keeping the meat tender. Truly a multifaceted talent. Among the contestants in this place, there were others who had mastered various skills such as friction fire, yet none could convey it as vividly and engagingly as Lin Xiaoying, leading viewers to comment, "I've learned it." In the distance, Yingjie had dozed off on a tree branch and was just waking up. The midday heat was too intense for strenuous labor, as it could lead to heat stroke. Moreover, after dragging a wild boar to the stream that morning, he had exerted considerable energy, making his current fatigue inevitable. Although he had consumed a body-enhancing potion, doubling his strength, it did not mean he was immune to exhaustion. Yingjie also wished to explain the technique of friction fire to the others. Having gained this special ability as a reward from the system, he was quite familiar with the process. Additionally, in his previous life as a corporate worker, he had developed notable teaching skills. If he were to explain friction fire, the others would surely learn. Unfortunately, his hand was injured, making it unwise to attempt friction fire, as it could worsen his wound. Glancing at his hand, he noticed that the injury showed no signs of healing, filling him with concern. If this continued, there was a significant risk of infection. He pondered whether there were any medicinal herbs nearby. If he could find some, perhaps he could treat the wound and improve his condition significantly. Yingjie searched around him. In the wilderness, there were few herbs capable of reducing inflammation, and even if there were, he hardly recognized them. The only plant he knew was called Baimaoa, which could stop bleeding and heal wounds, but despite his search, he found none nearby. After a thorough search, he realized there was nothing here to treat the wound on his hand. Upon inspecting the injury, he discovered it was not particularly serious, showing no signs of infection or decay, so he decided to disregard it for the time being. He gathered the jerky drying nearby and placed it in a makeshift basket he had woven. A wild boar weighed nearly 300 pounds, but after skinning and gutting it, only about 200 pounds remained. Once sliced into pieces and the bones removed, he was left with just over 100 pounds of meat. Now, after drying in the sun, the remaining jerky amounted to merely a few dozen pounds. With the jerky secured in the basket, Yingjie spoke to the camera. "The food issue is resolved. With this basket of jerky, I won't go hungry for quite a while. Now it's time to find a suitable place to build a shelter." He examined the small creek, closely surrounded by gravel and sandy soil, finding it a good location for constructing a shelter. However, this spot was in the middle stretch of the creek, which wasn't particularly ideal. Thus, Yingjie addressed the camera again. "Let's head upstream to find a more suitable place for our shelter." With that, he shouldered the basket of meat and walked upstream against the flow of the creek. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Lin Xiaoying, the cheerful girl had finished her rabbit meat and washed her hands in the creek. She also spoke to the camera. "Hey viewers, I've had my fill, and now it's time to find a place to build a shelter. This creek area seems nice, but we need to head upstream." After saying this, she too began walking upstream along the creek. At that moment, the audience in the live stream noticed an intriguing coincidence. One viewer became particularly active in the chat. "Hey, the guy from room 18 had just said he was going upstream to find a place for a shelter, and now this girl is going there too. Yet do you see how similar the environments look as they both walk along the creek? I can't believe it. Are they going to run into each other? Please no. Xiaoying is going to be my future wife. How can she meet another man in the wilderness? Someone's been drinking too much. Eat some vegetables, don't just drink." As a few viewers commented, many went back and forth between Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying's streams, astonished to discover they were indeed by the same creek. The chat became lively, speculating on what might happen if the two met. Logically, this was a competition. Everyone in the wilderness was a rival. Even if they encountered one another, competition was likely. However, some astute viewers quickly realized that aside from the top 3 who needed to compete, the rest were primarily there for the daily reward of 10,000 yuan. In this case, if the two met, they could easily cooperate. Surviving another day meant an additional 10,000 yuan reward. Why not? Yet despite the chatter and speculation, neither of the two individuals in the wilderness was aware of the discussions unfolding online. Unseen by them, they made their choices based on their own experiences and memories, seeking out a location suitable for building a shelter. Carrying a basket full of meat, Yingjie walked steadily along the stream. Occasionally, viewers passing by in the comments expressed their astonishment. "What's going on here? This young man is so affluent with a basket brimming with meat." Consequently, most of these spectators decided to stay. At this moment, over 1 million viewers were tuned into Yingjie's live stream, placing him among the top 10 of all participants. Interestingly, while contestants in other streams were explaining things or engaging in entertaining activities, Yingjie remained silent, simply trudging along with his basket of meat. If anyone claimed they weren't drawn by his basket, it would be hard to believe. After nearly an hour, Yingjie finally arrived at a dry open area. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that it was several dozen meters away from the stream, elevated with the ground littered with small stones. What a perfect spot! Yingjie couldn't help but exclaim. He then set down the basket, took out the meat, and laid it on the sun-heated ground to continue drying. At this point, the meat had yet to fully turn into jerky. Much of its moisture had evaporated, making it less prone to spoilage, but it still required more drying time. After arranging the meat, Yingjie began to gather materials from the surrounding area, preparing to build a shelter. Before the competition, he had learned some basic shelter building techniques online, which were just sufficient for his needs now. He first picked some sturdy branches. It was his first attempt at constructing a shelter, and he couldn't make it particularly robust, especially with dusk approaching, leaving him little time. He could only manage a simple structure with the branches. Nearby, he found a pile of thicker twigs which he drove into the ground to support a small space. It wasn't very cramped. If squeezed, the shelter could comfortably accommodate 2 people. Yingjie planned to store the jerky inside, so he made it slightly larger. He constructed a framework with the thicker branches, ensuring it was sturdy. Aesthetics mattered little compared to stability. While assembling, Yingjie explained to his viewers the types of branches he was using, how he was anchoring them in the soil, and the technique for bending the branches. After nearly an hour, he finally completed the frame. "Everyone take a look. Oh, I can sit on this framework without it collapsing," Yingjie confidently stated. As he sat down, the frame swayed a bit, but successfully supported his weight. Once the frame is built, the rest is quite straightforward. He continued using thinner branches to enclose the structure. He then covered it with a layer of leaves and added several larger branches on top for stability. If only he had plastic sheeting, the shelter would have been absolutely perfect, but the conditions did not allow for that. Fortunately, there were large leaves nearby. After spending about 10 minutes gathering them, he covered the structure, and a simple shelter was completed. Considering the cost-effectiveness, it took less than 2 hours to build, providing warmth and protection from some dangers, making it a high-value endeavor. However, in terms of comfort, this shelter could only be crawled into for sleeping, and lying directly on the ground was far from ideal. After inspecting it several times, Yingjie concluded that this would only serve as a temporary residence. In the future, he would need to construct a wooden cabin for a more comfortable and secure living situation. Just as he was contemplating his future plans, the sky suddenly darkened. The day was strangely dark. Although Yingjie had no watch or any means to check the time, he sensed something was amiss. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, and now it had suddenly turned ominous. In a hurry, he made his way to an open area and looked up at the sky. A vast expanse of dark clouds was drifting in from the distance. Moments later, the wind picked up. Yingjie quickly grasped a basket and rushed to collect the dried meat he had laid out on the ground, racing against time. The wind howled fiercely, threatening to uproot trees. A small portion of the meat was whisked away by the gusts, but Yingjie had no time to retrieve it. He hurriedly gathered the remaining pieces into his basket and hurriedly placed it in the makeshift shelter he had just constructed. Before the rain began to fall, he quickly weighed down the shelter with several heavy branches to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Then he dove into the safety of the shelter. In less than half a minute, the torrential rain began to pour outside. The downpour came suddenly, leaving no time for the 100 contestants to react. Among them, only a few had successfully built their shelters. As the rain fell, not only did their flames extinguish, but many were drenched to the bone. Inside his shelter, Yingjie lay quietly, listening to the sound of the rain outside, feeling a sense of comfort deep within. This, he thought, was the essence of joy in the human experience. While a storm raged outside, he had a warm refuge to retreat to. The opposite of joy, however, was equally clear. It was the scenario where one found themselves in a downpour with no shelter at all. Lost in these thoughts, a sudden scream pierced the air nearby, jolting Yingjie upright from the ground. "That sounds like someone is in distress," he muttered to himself. The rain continued to pour heavily, drowning out all other sounds. Water flowed across the ground incessantly, but due to the elevated position of his shelter, none of it had entered. Instead, it flowed toward a nearby stream. Yingjie raised his head, ears straining to hear beyond the rain. Amidst the downpour, he discerned no other unusual sounds apart from that initial scream. Under different circumstances, he might have dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but on this deserted island, the scream was not only strange, but somewhat terrifying. After listening intently for 5 or 6 minutes, he began to think he had imagined it. Just as he was about to give up, another scream echoed through the rain. His ears perked up, and he concentrated to discern the sound. It was indeed a human voice, a girl's voice, and it didn't seem too far away. The rain masked the sound, making it less clear. In an instant, a thought surged through Yingjie's mind. Could it be that a contestant nearby was in danger? The rain fell heavily, as though buckets were being poured down, and the storm on the island was markedly different from that on the mainland. After a moment's contemplation, Yingjie resolved that he could not stand by idly. If someone was indeed hurt in the downpour, he could not simply ignore their cries. He addressed the low-flying drone overhead. "Everyone, I've heard screams in the rain. Oh, someone might be in danger, and I must go help her." With that, he removed his rain jacket, leaving only a short-sleeved shirt beneath. Given the torrential downpour, wearing the jacket outside would only make it difficult to dry later. Tightening his shoelaces, Yingjie sprinted into the deluge. Before the heavy rain began to fall, Lin Xiaoying roasted a rabbit and, feeling satisfied, set off in search of a suitable place to build a shelter. As she walked, she introduced various topics to her audience in the live stream, discussing edible wild vegetables and plants that repel mosquitoes. She spoke of dangerous animals and even shared stories about the pets she raised at home, as well as the potted plants flourishing on her dormitory balcony. The viewers in her live stream felt as though they weren't merely watching a survival show in the wilderness, but rather engaging in a conversation with a charming young woman. Though due to the competition format, this enchanting girl could not see their comments or interact with them directly, her narratives were captivating and amusing. Who wouldn't enjoy listening to an interesting girl? After a long day at work, who would want to engage in a heated argument with a group of online trolls? It was far more pleasant to indulge in something visually delightful. Lin Xiaoying followed the stream upstream, seeking a location to construct her shelter. She continued to explain to her viewers, "There are quite a few trees here, but many areas are unsuitable for building a shelter, especially near the stream where the humidity is heavy. It's crucial to select a spot with higher ground to avoid being afflicted by the dampness. Moreover, if it rains, it won't become waterlogged." Just as she mentioned the rain, the sky suddenly darkened. Lin Xiaoying instinctively halted, searching for an unobstructed view of the sky, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "No way," she exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. It was almost as if her words had conjured the very storm she had just described. The viewers in her live stream noticed the change as well. Not just her channel, but everyone's stream turned dim, signaling that rain was beginning to fall across the entire island. However, since they were in different locations, the onset of the rain varied. Some had already felt the drops minutes ago, while others were still experiencing only a slight gloom. In Lin Xiaoying's live stream, the viewers flooded the comments with urgent messages: "Run. Find shelter. Quick, seek a place to stay dry. The rain is heavy, don't get soaked." Yet Lin Xiaoying remained unaware of these frantic pleas. Staring at the downpour, she felt tears welling up. She had diligently studied survival tactics before coming to the wilderness: how to start a fire, how to construct a shelter, but had completely neglected to learn about the local climate. With the sky darkening so suddenly, a torrential downpour seemed imminent. Getting drenched could easily lead to a cold, and on a deserted island, that would spell disaster. Panic surged through her as she hurried forward, desperate to find refuge from the rain. On her first day on the island, falling ill from the rain would surely mean the end of her journey. However, the rain fell much faster than she had anticipated. Before she could move far, the heavens opened, unleashing a deluge. As the rain poured down, Lin Xiaoying felt a surge of panic. She was about to get soaked. What was she to do? She needed to run. But misfortune compounded. After only a few steps, she slipped and fell. With a sharp crack, her wrist disc. On such a deserted island, a place devoid of human presence, a survival competition unfolds. In truth, if she were to fall here, no one would care, would they? The contestants on the island are all rivals, or would they truly come to her aid if they encountered her? Helping a competitor would only serve to harm oneself. Moreover, could there really be another person here? The island is so vast, and there are only 100 participants in total. Encountering another individual seems almost impossible. Lin Xiaoying had already descended into despair. She understood that given her current predicament, the organizers would surely initiate a rescue operation. However, with such heavy rain, it must be difficult for helicopters to fly smoothly. Not to mention, finding her in this downpour would be an arduous task. She lifted her gaze to the drone above, which was flying remarkably low, swaying amidst the torrential rain. Yet the drone's quality was quite impressive. Despite the downpour, it managed to remain airborne, showcasing excellent waterproof capabilities. On Lin Xiaoying's face, rain mixed with tears, making it uncertain whether she was crying or simply drenched by the rain cascading down her cheeks. In the live stream, the audience was heartbroken. In such heavy rain, a beautiful girl had been soaked to the bone. To make matters worse, her wrist was dislocated, her bones misaligned, and she was clearly in excruciating pain. She had also twisted her ankle and could hardly stand. Viewers wished they could rush into the wilderness and rescue the girl themselves, but at that moment no one could do anything. "Hold on. I've contacted the organizers, and they said they are launching a rescue. Stay strong, young lady. Help is on the way. Keep going. You will be saved soon. Don't give up." Messages of encouragement flooded the screen, and many young women watching the live stream shed tears, feeling immense sympathy. Yet Lin Xiaoying could not see any of this. She felt abandoned by the world, surrounded only by the relentless sound of pouring rain, with no other noise piercing through the downpour. What terrified her even more was the sudden rise of the nearby stream. After the torrential downpour began, it seemed as if all nearby waters were rushing into the creek. The stream, which had been just over a meter wide, was now 4 to 5 meters across. Furthermore, the water depth had increased from several centimeters to more than half a meter. The rain was relentless, and it wouldn't be long before this small creek transformed into a raging river, threatening to submerge her position. The thought made Lin Xiaoying's face go pale. If it were merely rain, though her wrist and ankle ached painfully, she could still grit her teeth and endure. But if the current were to sweep her away, her life could be in jeopardy. She had to escape this place. Lin Xiaoying struggled to crawl forward. However, the ground had turned slippery from the rain, and she found herself unable to muster strength in one hand and one foot, leaving her stuck in place despite her efforts. Behind her, the creek had become a river, the waters surging ever more violently, now only 3 or 4 meters away from her. Occasionally, she felt the water lapping at her feet. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoying stopped. Perhaps this was her fate. The wilderness should never be underestimated. When she arrived, she had signed a contract with the organizers acknowledging that life and death were her own responsibility. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, but now she realized that danger lurked in every corner of nature. This time, she truly felt the might of the natural world. Yet the price she might pay could be her life. The swift current was now inescapable. She choked back tears, turning to face the rushing water that threatened to consume her, giving up. "Dad, Mom, I am an unfilial daughter, unable to." Suddenly, a figure leaped into the rushing waters, desperately swimming toward her like a divine being from her childhood dreams. The heavy rain blurred her vision, making it difficult to discern his features, but she could vaguely see that he was a young boy. His hands were strong as he lifted her onto his back and swiftly carried her away from that place. Behind them, there was a thunderous crash as a tree dislodged by the rain fell precisely where she had just been lying. But it did not harm her in the slightest. She had been saved. A few minutes earlier, Yingjie heard a blood-curdling scream nearby and rushed out of his shelter in alarm. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that the small stream outside his refuge had transformed into a river. However, it was not deep enough to flood his shelter. The location he had chosen was elevated, impervious to such a downpour unless it rained incessantly for 3 days and nights. Though his own safety was assured, Yingjie was deeply concerned about the source of the scream, which had come from right by the stream. If someone was indeed injured there, they could very well be swept away by the current. With urgency, he dashed toward the sound. The torrential rain obscured the ground beneath him, causing him to stumble multiple times and leaving him with several bruises. He reached the edge of the stream, searching frantically, but saw no one at first. Doubt crept in. Perhaps he had merely imagined the cry. Yet he pondered that if someone truly was in need, he might be their last hope. Determined, he pressed on. Unable to find anyone, he speculated that they might be on the opposite bank. He crossed the stream and continued searching on the other side. The rain fell relentlessly, severely impairing his visibility, and after several more minutes, he noticed the water rising ever higher. It occurred to him that perhaps the person had already been swept away. Just as he was about to head downstream to look, he turned and spotted a low spot across the bank where a girl lay prone. Behind her, a tree trembled precariously, its roots eroded by the rushing water on the verge of collapsing. For a brief moment, Yingjie hesitated. Should he save her? If he did, the falling tree could crush him. He had only just acquired the system. His future held great promise. Was it worth risking his life here? But the hesitation lasted but a heartbeat before he gritted his teeth and charged forward. It was not in his nature to abandon someone in peril. However, once he plunged into the water, the fierce current nearly swept him away. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced by a strengthening potion, endowing him with formidable physical abilities. With a powerful kick against the stream bed, he propelled himself out of the water and reached the girl. Without uttering a word or pausing for thought, he hoisted her onto his back and turned to flee. Just a few meters away, the massive tree crashed down behind him. Its canopy struck the ground, sending a spray of mud that struck Yingjie's calf, causing a sharp pain and surely leaving another bruise. But it didn't matter. He had succeeded. He had saved the girl. Glancing back at her, he found her looking at him. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rain. "What? I can't hear you over the rain." Yingjie called out, scanning ahead to where a few trees seemed to be shielding them from the downpour, and hurried toward that refuge. "Are you all right?" he asked, but then he noticed her dislocated wrist. The bone protruded several centimeters, a painful sight. Yingjie hurriedly took hold of her arm, feeling around the joint. It was merely dislocated. Thankfully, the bone was intact, and he exhaled in relief. However, her wrist needed to be reset quickly or swelling would set in. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He looked forward and exclaimed, "What is that?" Startled by his expression, the girl turned her head to look. Seizing the moment, Yingjie gripped her wrist, and with a swift motion he applied pressure. Crack! It was back in place. Upon hearing Yingjie's surprised voice, Lin Xiaoying hurriedly turned around, unaware that this was precisely Yingjie's strategy. If he had directly informed her that he intended to reset her dislocated wrist, she would certainly focus intently on the area around her wrist and feel an overwhelming amount of pain. However, if there was another distraction, the pain in that fleeting moment would not be as severe. By allowing her mind to wander elsewhere, she wouldn't be fully concentrated on her injury, thus dulling the sensation of pain. In that instant, Yingjie expertly manipulated Lin Xiaoying's dislocated wrist back into place. "Move it around a bit, and see if you can use it," he suggested. In truth, one could determine whether a bone was fractured by this very method. If the bone were broken, movement would be impossible and strength would fail, but if the bone remained intact, one would still have the ability to move it. Lin Xiaoying flexed her wrist. Although it hurt tremendously, it was indeed movable, and she sensed that the situation wasn't too severe. "Thank you. My name is Lin Xiaoying. What is your name, my savior?" she exclaimed gratefully, her voice still a bit choked. "Oh, no need for that. Just call me Yingjie," he replied, looking at the girl before him. Strangely compelled, he reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, but the rain quickly tousled it again. Lin Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. She thought to herself, how could he be so bold as to touch her hair? Yet why did she feel a flicker of happiness at this gesture? Her heart raced. How wonderful it would be if he could touch her face again. She longed to be carried by him once more. There was such a sense of security in wrapping her arms around his neck. No. What was she thinking? Her face suddenly flushed. However, under the heavy rain, her blush was hardly noticeable. "You," she stammered, unsure of what to say, yet suddenly felt that her wrist and ankle were not hurting as much. A peculiar feeling filled her heart. Was this what they called happiness? Before Lin Xiaoying could articulate her thoughts, Yingjie spoke again. "Can you walk?" "We can't stay here, the rain is too cold." Lin Xiaoying agreed. She too felt the cold rain was relentless, and lingering too long would surely lead to a cold. However, when she attempted to stand, she remembered her sprained ankle and how painful it still was to move. Yingjie examined her ankle. There were no fractures. It appeared to be a simple sprain, slightly swollen, but nothing more serious. "Then I'll carry you back," he declared, lifting her onto his back. The rain continued to pour heavily. Even while sheltered under a tree, it felt as though they were beneath a relentless showerhead, water cascading upon them without cease. As Yingjie carried Lin Xiaoying, he couldn't help but marvel at his own enhanced strength. Otherwise, navigating through such weather while carrying a girl would indeed be a daunting task. Reflecting on this, he turned to Lin Xiaoying and said, "You really have it rough. Your wrist is injured, your ankle is sprained, and you almost got swept away just moments ago." Thinking back to the earlier events nearly brought Lin Xiaoying to tears again. But upon deeper reflection, she realized how fortunate she truly was. After all, she had been saved by someone. Resting on Yingjie's back, she murmured almost in response to his words, "Actually, I'm very lucky." As Lin Xiaoying walked, she began to marvel inwardly. "This man, his strength is extraordinary. Carrying me through this downpour, he moves with such agility." Lin Xiaoying couldn't help but reflect on her weight. As the saying goes, if one weighs less than 100, they are either short or average. At nearly 170 centimeters tall, and certainly not short, her weight was over 110 jin. It was still raining heavily, and the ground was slick and treacherous. Yet this man managed to carry her with such ease. "Are you tired?" Lin Xiaoying suddenly asked loudly, leaning closer to Yingjie's ear. Yingjie felt a gust of warm air brush against his ear. His face flushed, and he hurriedly replied, "Not tired, just don't move around too much, it's easy to fall." "Okay." Lin Xiaoying quickly stilled herself. Their movements through the curtain of rain were not due to Yingjie's eagerness to return to the shelter, but rather because the rain had intensified and the stream nearby was swelling dangerously. It wouldn't have been so bad if the water were still, but the current was ferocious. Attempting to wade through would be perilous, especially with a girl on his back. Yingjie walked along the creek, searching for a place where the water flowed less violently. Finally, he found a spot with a calmer current. He turned to Lin Xiaoying and said, "Hold on tight, I'm going to wade across." Lin Xiaoying nodded, eagerly tightening her grip around his neck. Yingjie felt a sudden weight pressing down on him from behind, blood rushing downward, nearly causing him to stumble. He steadied himself, examined the flowing water carefully, and once he confirmed it was safe, he leaped into the stream. His body swayed precariously, almost losing balance, but he managed to find his footing on the riverbed. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward. Splash! Mud splattered around him, but he successfully made it across. He then carried Lin Xiaoying back to the shelter he had constructed. The location was elevated not too close to the creek, which had risen several times, but hadn't flooded their spot. Moreover, the shelter was sturdy. Despite the torrential rain, it remained intact with little water seeping inside. Yingjie couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Our shelter is impressive. He set Lin Xiaoying down and instructed her, take off your clothes. The sound of rain was still quite loud, and Lin Xiaoying couldn't hear what Yingjie was saying. She hurried into the shelter Yingjie had built, instantly feeling a wave of warmth envelop her. Outside, the rain had been chilly, and the weather was cool, leaving her drenched and shivering, her hands and feet nearly numb with cold. Despite the warmth inside, the sudden downpour still made her feel uncomfortable. However, once she was in the shelter shielded from the rain, the heat radiating from her body quickly warmed the small space. She looked outside and saw Yingjie sitting there, quickly urging him, you should come in. It's freezing out here. Hurry and get out of the rain. Yingjie was taken aback. This. Now it was his turn to stammer. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, it's too small in there, we can't both lie down. Lin Xiaoying immediately shifted to the side. There's still space. Come on in and we can fit. Hurry. There was something slightly awkward in her tone that Yingjie couldn't shake off. Is that really appropriate? He replied, feeling a mix of shyness and desire to join her inside. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying's personality shone through. Frowning, she reached out with her uninjured hand and pulled Yingjie, saying, stop talking nonsense. Get in here. What's appropriate or not? It's more appropriate to be soaked in the rain, right? With that, Yingjie stepped into the shelter. He had made it a bit larger to accommodate the basket of meat he initially placed there, not expecting it would perfectly fit both him and Lin Xiaoying now. They lay side by side, and soon the warmth enveloped them both. After a while, they both felt a bit overheated. What kind of situation was this? Two people who had just met, barely acquaintances, were crowded together in a small shelter so close to one another. Lin Xiaoying suddenly realized that as a campus beauty, lying in a shelter with a boy in the wilderness would surely drive the boys at school crazy if they found out. On the other hand, Yingjie felt that participating in this competition was truly worth it. Inside the shelter, they felt much warmer. After a brief, awkward silence, Lin Xiaoying broke the ice. So what's your name? I forgot. When they first met, Yingjie had mentioned his name, but Lin Xiaoying hadn't remembered it. Now he quickly introduced himself again, providing a more detailed account. I'm a high school student, just turned 18, and I haven't started college yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying immediately exclaimed, you're only 18. You truly are still a kid. Yingjie was left momentarily speechless. Was 18 still considered a child? The adult world was indeed quite complicated. He asked, and you? How old are you? After realizing that asking a girl's age could be seen as rude, he quickly added, you're in your teens, right? He mentally congratulated himself for his quick thinking. Lin Xiaoying chuckled at his awkwardness. Haha, you're funny. I'm 20 in my second year of college. Really? Yingjie was intrigued. So she was a college student. He hurriedly inquired, which university do you attend? Modi University. Cough, cough. As soon as Lin Xiaoying finished speaking, Yingjie exaggeratedly coughed twice. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? She asked, curious. No. Senior, nice to meet you. Yingjie thought to himself how fortuitous it was to encounter a future senior while participating in a competition. Lin Xiaoying asked him what was wrong, and he replied, well, I applied to Modi University, and I've already been accepted. This coincidence surprised Lin Xiaoying as well. Out of millions of applicants nationwide, only 100 were selected, and among those there was a junior who would eventually become her junior. Lin Xiaoying immediately laughed. Haha, that's great, junior. When school starts, reach out to me if you have any questions, and I'll help you. At that moment, neither of them had any thoughts of surviving in the wilderness for long. After chatting for over 10 minutes in the cramped shelter, the torrential rain outside finally ceased. The weather on the island changed rapidly. Our rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, that downpour had left the participants in dire straits. Once the rain stopped, the organizers' helicopters began to arrive for rescue. Many had considered giving up during the rain, but the downpour had been too heavy for the helicopters to reach them, so most stayed put. With the rain having ceased, they felt emboldened and decided not to give up after all. As the rain subsided, the live stream also became active again. Earlier, the heavy rain had obscured the aerial camera's view, and although it was still barely visible, the clarity had drastically diminished, leaving viewers with blurry visuals. It was similar to Lin Xiaoying's live stream. When she fell by the creek, the audience could still make out their surroundings somewhat. But when Yingjie approached, the aerial camera followed their movements, leaving everyone unable to see clearly. They only knew that someone had saved Lin Xiaoying, which brought them a sigh of relief. At that moment, the live stream's image became clear, revealing a man and a woman crawling out of a low shelter. The viewers were taken aback. Instantly, someone sent a crying emoji. Oh no. I can't believe it, my girlfriend is sharing a shelter with someone else. Can I still reconcile with Bing Bing? Is there anyone who still needs to pee? Step aside, I'm coming. My yellow. Let me try, my flavor is stronger. Some viewers were engaged in serious discussions. To be fair, I really couldn't see what happened behind them. How did they end up in the same shelter? Let's listen to their conversation. It seems the boy rescued the girl and brought her back to his shelter. Due to the heavy rain at the back, the aerial camera had captured little clarity, so no one had seen how Yingjie had brought Lin Xiaoying over. However, judging by their current state, they appeared significantly better than others in the live streams. Most were drenched, their noses running, shivering from the cold. Although Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying looked a bit disheveled, their hair wet, they at least didn't seem as miserable. Yingjie glanced up at the sky and noticed the dark clouds drifting away to another part of the horizon, signaling the rain had stopped. However, even after the clouds passed, the sky didn't brighten much. The sun was setting, leaving only a sliver of light. He looked at Lin Xiaoying and then at himself. While it wasn't too cold in the shelter, their clothes were still damp. We need to start a fire quickly to dry our clothes, and with night approaching, it will be dangerous without warmth. The rain has stopped, but life must go on. Lin Xiaoying moved her wrist, still feeling a sharp pain. She flexed her ankle and found that the ache had lessened significantly. It seemed her sprain was not too severe, and after a brief rest, she felt much better. However, surveying her surroundings, she noticed that everything, the grass and branches alike, had been soaked by the heavy rain. Curiously, she asked, "Everything around here is wet. How are we going to start a fire?" Starting a fire by friction was already a challenging task, and without dry twigs nearby, it seemed nearly impossible. Yingjie responded with a mysterious smile before retreating into the shelter. When he emerged again, he pulled out a wicker basket from the depths of the shelter and placed it before Lin Xiaoying, exclaiming, "Look." Lin Xiaoying glanced down, and her eyes widened in astonishment. This. She was so surprised she stuttered, eliciting a wave of laughter from the viewers in the live stream. At that moment, both Yingjie's and Lin Xiaoying's streams showed nearly identical scenes. Everyone could see that the basket contained half a basket of jerky and half a basket of charcoal. Since the basket had been placed deep within the shelter and covered with a thick layer of leaves, the contents remained completely dry. Lin Xiaoying gazed at the jerky and charcoal in the basket. The charcoal was understandable, as long as they could ignite a fire. Burning some charcoal would be quite easy. But what about the jerky? She picked up a piece and sniffed at the rich aroma, confirming it was indeed real meat. How did you manage this? She was both curious and impressed, her eyes nearly forming hearts as she looked at Yingjie with admiration. Yingjie chuckled, tidying up the ground as he shared the story of how he had hunted a wild boar. Lin Xiaoying listened in rapt attention, her heart racing as she realized how extraordinary he was. He had managed to take down a wild boar. Thinking back to how he had carried her through the torrential rain and still managed to run, she couldn't help but wonder if he was some sort of martial arts master. Before she could ask, Yingjie finished clearing the ground and used a spade to dig an area suitable for lighting a fire. He then entered the shelter once more. Before the rain, he had gathered a pile of dry twigs nearby, which he had also placed in the shelter to prevent them from getting wet. In addition, there were some dry grasses as well. With everything laid out, they were now ready to start a fire. Looking at the abundance of materials, Lin Xiaoying felt an overwhelming admiration for Yingjie and nearly wanted to kiss him in her excitement. She couldn't help but praise him. "You're incredible. You thought of everything. Have you lived in the wilderness before?" Yingjie humbly replied, "It's just some small preparations. I built the shelter early, or else I wouldn't have had time to gather these supplies." But no matter how he explained, Lin Xiaoying continued to gaze at him with awe. Yingjie smiled and noticed the multifunctional knife on Lin Xiaoying's belt. He borrowed it, sharpened a piece of wood, and arranged the charcoal and dry grass, preparing to start a fire by friction. Lin Xiaoying, watching eagerly from the side, asked, "Can you really start a fire by friction? Do you want me to teach you? I'm excellent at it." She laughed as she spoke, clearly delighted. "Is that so? What a coincidence, I'm also quite skilled at it. Let me show you if I'm doing it right." Yingjie replied with a grin, taking the sharpened wood and getting to work. Lin Xiaoying was initially laughing at him, but upon seeing his hands, her laughter abruptly ceased. "What happened to your hand?" Lin Xiaoying grasped Yingjie's hand firmly, examining it closely and giving it a gentle squeeze. Both of his hands bore wounds. While they weren't particularly deep, the skin was cracked at the base of his thumb with a slightly larger surface area. In normal circumstances, a visit to a nearby clinic for some antiseptic and a bandage would have sufficed, and he would have been almost healed within a week. However, now, perhaps due to the recent rain, the wounds appeared pale and ghastly. As she held his hand, her heart ached. "Stop fiddling with it. You'll only aggravate the wound and make recovery more difficult." She snatched the wooden stick from him, determined to prevent Yingjie from attempting to start a fire any longer. Yingjie chuckled helplessly. Without a fire, we might not make it through the night. Lin Xiaoying paused in silence, then shook her head. That won't do. I'll handle it. Pushing him aside, she took the stick for herself, only to wince in pain as she tried to use it. Though she could manipulate the stick, she lacked the strength necessary to create a spark. It seemed impossible to ignite the fire. Tears streamed down her cheeks. What are you crying for? Yingjie hurriedly wiped her tears away, chuckling as he ruffled her hair. You can get it started in half an hour. Lin Xiaoying shook her head resolutely. Your hand is injured. You shouldn't be doing this. It's just a minor wound. It's nothing serious. No. Lin Xiaoying stubbornly shook her head again. Yingjie sighed. Why are you so obstinate? Pouting, Lin Xiaoying blinked up at him, hiding the stick behind her as she refused to hand it over. Hey. Yingjie couldn't help but smile at her antics. After a moment of thought, he added, if we don't start a fire, we won't survive the night. My hand, even if it gets inflamed, will take days to become serious. Which one do you think is more important? Yingjie showcased the typical analytical manner of a science student attempting to reason with her. Coincidentally, Lin Xiaoying was also a girl with a scientific mindset, her personality far removed from the typical affectations of others. She too enjoyed logical discussions. His words managed to persuade her. All right, fine, here you go. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaoying handed the stick over. Then she added, it won't get infected. I've learned about some herbal remedies from my grandfather. I can find something to treat your wounds tomorrow. Yingjie's face brightened with joy, and he couldn't help but laugh with delight. Great. Huh. I thought I'd have to give up in just a few days. Huh. Lin Xiaoying pouted slightly. The reason I didn't let you continue is that I was... Her tone conveyed both a hint of affection and concern. Yingjie chuckled. Silly girl. What was this supposed to mean? He began recounting a story from his past. When he was in the 3rd year of junior high, his family was harvesting wheat. The wheat was laid out along the roadside to dry when dark clouds suddenly loomed, threatening rain. His uncle hurried him to gather the wheat, fearing it would be ruined. The wheat they had painstakingly grown over a season was vital for their farming family. If it got wet and sprouted, it would lose its value, and all their hard work would be for naught. In their frantic rush, Yingjie accidentally stuck. The pain was so intense he nearly collapsed, yet he persevered. In comparison, the pain he felt now was nothing. After all, it was merely a small wound. If it weren't for the hot weather and the fear of infection, Yingjie wouldn't have given it a second thought. In the live broadcast room, the audience reacted differently to the story recounted by Yingjie. Some were deeply moved, perceiving it as a tale of a poor child's rise against the odds. Others reminisced about their own childhood hardships, feeling a profound connection. A few, however, felt a pang of sympathy and generously rewarded Yingjie with numerous gifts. Moments later, messages flooded the screen. Returning from half a lifetime, still an uncle gifting a spaceship. Returning from half a lifetime, still an uncle gifting a spaceship. Returning from half a lifetime, still an uncle gifting a spaceship. 3 gifts appeared in rapid succession, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The generous donor remarked, "You're doing great, kid. I have nothing else but money to support you." The crowd was left speechless. What kind of extravagant person was this? A single spaceship cost 10,000 yuan and 3 amounted to 30,000. While most viewers typically rewarded with a bicycle or a motorcycle, those in better circumstances might gift an automobile or an airplane. A bicycle was merely 1 yuan and a motorcycle cost 6 yuan, affordable for the average person. However, an automobile required 66 yuan and an airplane cost 666 yuan, sums not typically offered by ordinary office workers. To gift 3 spaceships in one go indicated a level of wealth reserved for tycoons. Moreover, this individual, known as returning from half a lifetime, still an uncle, had not gifted just once. Earlier that morning, when Yingjie first arrived on the island, he had already donated 3 spaceships, and now before the day was even over, he had given 3 more. That totaled a staggering 60,000 yuan in one day. The audience erupted in excitement. But while they were in a frenzy, Yingjie remained unaware that the donations he received that day nearly equaled his entire reward for a month of survival in the wild. At that moment, he was still elated by what Lin Xiaoying had just said. She mentioned her knowledge of herbal medicine and her ability to... It would be a tremendous loss to exit the contest due to an infected wound. Having just awakened his system, which was particularly suited for survival in the wilderness, he could not afford to abandon the advantages he had gained so early on. But now, Yingjie could already envision himself claiming the first prize. The winner would receive 100 million yuan plus a villa in Kyoto. How much money is that? A new 100 yuan bill weighs approximately 1.15 grams, so 100 million yuan would amount to 1 million bills weighing around 115.0 grams, or over 2,000 pounds. Surely he would need a pickup truck to transport it. And there would be a villa. He could then bring Lin Xiaoying home as his wife, naming their son Li Jiahao and their daughter. Cough, cough. While lost in this daydream, he heard Lin Xiaoying clear her throat and looked at him with a peculiar expression. Li Yingjie's face flushed instantly. What was he thinking? After being single for so long, his mind could concoct an entire world. It was one thing to fantasize about winning first prize, but to plan out names for children upon meeting a beautiful girl was pushing it. I was just thinking about how we're going to make it into the top 3, and I'm a bit excited. Li Yingjie quickly explained, sharing only a fragment of his imagination. Lin Xiaoying shot him a glare, scolding. What are you daydreaming about? We're still far from the top 3. Not too far now. Li Yingjie didn't disclose anything about his system. Instead, he set aside his distractions, lowered his head, and began to drill wood to start a fire. Lin Xiaoying's method of creating fire by friction was a recent skill she had acquired. Although she could produce flames, she was not particularly adept at it. On the other hand, Li Yingjie possessed this skill as a gift from the system, granting him a master-level proficiency right from the start. Even with wounds on his hands, he was able to successfully generate fire. In just over 10 minutes, a flame flickered to life. Thanks to the charcoal, the fire quickly blazed. Li Yingjie added dry wood stored in the shelter and placed some wet branches on top to dry them out, intending to burn them later. Soon the surrounding area warmed up. The flames provided not only warmth but also light, while warding off nearby wild beasts. Their damp clothes could dry by the fire as well. I'll step aside for a moment, you can dry your clothes. Li Yingjie said, pressing a button on a controller on his wrist, temporarily shutting off the drone. This controller also served as the signal target for the drone, with each contestant equipped with one. It resembled a watch but lacked any timekeeping functions. Its sole purpose was to help locate the drone and allow rescuers to find the contestants. With a simple press of a button, the recording could be halted, ensuring the participants' privacy during wardrobe changes or bathroom breaks. After all, the wilderness livestream was focused on survival, not on airing anything inappropriate. In fact, all live footage had a slight delay reviewed by staff before being broadcast to prevent any misconduct. With the drones turned off, Li Yingjie wandered a few dozen meters away, glancing at his system status, which indicated he had double the physical attributes of others. Suddenly, he burst into a silly grin, reveling in the fact that he had the system. If he wasn't first, who could be? Meanwhile, by the fire, Lin Xiaoying took off her clothes one by one, placing them on the flames to dry. She also dried her hair and dressed in. When it was time for sleep, the two of them awkwardly fumbled around for a moment once more. The shelter was limited in size, and sharing it meant they had to squeeze in closely together. Li Yingjie said, "You sleep inside, I'll just rest on the tree beside it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying stopped her reluctance and directly pulled him inside. "Enough with the nonsense, listen to me, and go to sleep." Though her words were brisk and decisive, her cheeks flushed with warmth. However, in the darkness of the night, Li Yingjie couldn't see her clearly. They lay tightly pressed against each other in the shelter. Initially, both felt a bit awkward, but as sleepiness overtook them, other thoughts faded away. They were tired, especially Lin Xiaoying. The entire day had been a stark contrast to her life in the city, compounded by the danger they faced in the heavy rain. Before long, she had succumbed to slumber. Li Yingjie also quickly fell asleep, though not very soundly. He awoke several times during the night to add wood to the fire, drifting in and out of sleep. Just as the first light of dawn began to filter through, he crawled out of the shelter. Restlessness had settled in. Sitting at the entrance, he poked at the fire while quietly observing Lin Xiaoying. There was an inexplicable sense of freedom about her. Her demeanor and speech reminded him of a neighboring older sister, yet she occasionally revealed a naive expression. Her beauty and figure were beyond question, perfectly aligning with Li Yingjie's aesthetic preferences. Had they not met in this wilderness, they would likely have never crossed paths in their regular lives. Two individuals once like parallel lines had now intersected in such a miraculous way. And they had even shared a bed. Li Yingjie suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He quickly shook his head, scolding himself for such thoughts. The girl was so beautiful, but whether she could even take a liking to him was uncertain. As dawn approached, he decided to plan for the day ahead. Surviving in the wilderness necessitated careful planning. Without a clear mind, the challenges of survival would multiply significantly. After pondering, he raised his head and greeted the drone overhead. "Good morning, audience. It's about 5 o'clock now. Have you hardworking folks started your day yet?" A few scattered comments appeared on the screen. "Keep it up, workers. Go for it, workers." However, Li Yingjie couldn't see them. After finishing his greeting, he added more wood to the fire and began to wander around. He had already explored the area while constructing the shelter yesterday and had gained some understanding of the environment. Now he was on the lookout for suitable large trees to quickly build a wooden cabin. The current shelter was cramped and uncomfortable, but more importantly, it lacked safety. If wild boars or other beasts appeared, they could be caught sleeping there, leading to dire consequences. Such dangers needed to be anticipated. However, with injuries still on his hands, it wasn't the right time for such work. He planned to wait until Lin Xiaoying woke up and could help him find some herbs to bandage his wounds before gradually preparing for the day. Thus, the day's plan was set. Eat breakfast, purify water for drinking, and bury some wood around the shelter to create a simple fence. Then he would accompany Lin Xiaoying to gather herbs and dress his wounds. During the particularly hot midday, they would rest in the shade of a tree and perhaps weave a basket. With that basket of wild boar jerky, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. Indeed, starting out with some hardships would lead to an easier time later on. He just wondered if Lin Xiaoying's ankle still hurt. He might have to carry her himself. When Lin Xiaoying returned to the shelter, she was still fast asleep. Yingjie glanced at her and exclaimed, "Lazy pig, the sun's up, it's time to get out of bed." In reality, it was probably not even 6 o'clock yet. However, in the wilderness, one cannot afford to sleep in, especially at a time like this. Delaying preparations could lead to elimination. Lin Xiaoying rubbed her eyes, turning over in a daze. "Do we have class this early?" She mumbled, clearly unaware of her surroundings. Yingjie chuckled, "Senior, there's a boy in the girls' dormitory. If you don't get up, he'll see you." Lin Xiaoying's eyes flew open in shock. "I dreamed I was still in class at school." After some light-hearted banter, Lin Xiaoying went to the stream to wash her face, while Yingjie stayed by the shelter to stoke the fire and continue roasting pork. It seemed they would be eating pork for several days, and they had no pots for now. They could only consider that in the future when conditions improved. As the meat sizzled, Lin Xiaoying asked, "Junior, what should we do next?" Yingjie, pleased by the term junior, which indicated familiarity without being overly intimate, glanced around. Most of the water on the ground had evaporated overnight. This island dried quickly even after rain. "First, we should build a fence around the shelter, then look for herbs." He outlined his rough plan. Once they finished eating, they got to work. Yingjie's tool was a military shovel, which proved quite useful for digging and cutting branches. Although Lin Xiaoying's ankle no longer hurt much, her wrist still couldn't bear much strain. Yingjie had initially suggested she rest by the shelter, but she insisted on helping gather branches. Seeing this stubborn girl, Yingjie couldn't help but smile. It was admirable to see someone caring so much. If it were anyone else, they might relish the opportunity to rest, preferring to avoid work. By the time the sun was high in the sky, they had gathered enough branches. Yingjie dug a circle of holes about 2 meters from the shelter and buried the branches there, leaving only a half-meter gap for entry and exit. Just then, the official live stream began, and several participants logged in to check on their streams. Upon opening the platform, they noticed that over 20 streams were blacked out, indicating that more than 20 contestants had given up. Everyone sighed in resignation. They all knew that if it hadn't been for the heavy rain, such a high number of withdrawals would have been unlikely. When they finally stumbled upon Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying's live stream, they were momentarily taken aback. Bingbing curiously asked, "What are they doing?" At that moment, Yingjie was busy burying branches. The branches were at least as thick as an adult's wrist and over 1.5 meters long. Yingjie had encircled the shelter, leaving only a half-meter wide gap for entry and exit. Yingjie sneered, glancing at the scene. What a futile effort. A fence like this would break with a single charge from a wild boar, and the gaps between the branches are so wide that snakes and other small creatures could easily crawl through. It's useless. Yingjie harbored a deep resentment towards Yingjie. Every single one of his remarks had been countered, leaving him frustrated. Especially now, encountering a beautiful girl in the wilderness only intensified his irritation. However, just after he finished speaking, Yingjie addressed the audience in the live stream, directly countering Yingjie's criticism. Yingjie said to Lin Xiaoying, "This fence is quite useful for the time being. They'll go fetch some soil and mix it with mud to seal the gaps between these branches. With this, insects and small animals won't be able to get in. Moreover, there are surely not many wild boars on this island. We'll use this setup for a few days, and then we can directly build a small wooden cabin upon our return." In the official live stream, viewers continued to mock Yingjie, which seemed to have become a norm. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Yingjie glanced at the sun overhead and felt they could venture out once more. Thus, the two set off to search for the herbs that Lin Xiaoying had mentioned. Lin Xiaoying noted that after arriving on the island, she had observed these herbs, although she hadn't initially paid them much mind. It turned out that the herbs were indeed present on the island. After a morning of searching, they managed to find 2 types, but to achieve the desired effect, they still needed to locate 4 more. As the afternoon heat bore down, they took shelter beneath the trees surrounding their makeshift refuge, resting, while Yingjie crafted a basket, intending to use it for other items later. He fashioned straps from vines for the basket, and together, in the afternoon, they set out again to search for the remaining herbs, and finally, before nightfall, found the 2 needed types. Upon returning to their shelter, Yingjie curiously asked while examining the pile of herbs, "Can these really treat wound inflammation?" Among the herbs, he only recognized mint, the others were entirely unfamiliar to him. Lin Xiaoying smiled and instructed him to crush all the herbs and mix them thoroughly. Apply this to the wound, and after some time it should heal. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoying found 2 leaves, wrapped the herbs within them, and secured them onto Yingjie's wounds with grass strands. Instantly, a soothing coolness spread from the injury, providing him with relief. Looking at the peculiar herbs, he felt a surge of gratitude. He had been worried about the potential inflammation of his wound and was prepared to forfeit, but now hope for healing had unexpectedly arisen. That night, they continued to huddle together in their small shelter. However, today the surroundings were secured, and lying within the refuge, both felt an overwhelming sense of safety. With the high branches and the gaps sealed with mud, common small animals could not intrude. The only entrance was lit by a fire, which further deterred any intruders. Next to the shelter lay a pile of mint, deliberately gathered in abundance that day. Placing the mint there would repel mosquitoes, making their sleep much more comfortable. After a long night of labor, fatigue set in. Lin Xiaoying almost instantly fell asleep upon lying down, while Yingjie found it difficult to drift off. He accessed his system. Shortly after arriving on the deserted island, he had acquired a system, a sign-in system with the ability to receive a random gift pack containing items or skills every 7 days. Having signed in the previous day, Yingjie clicked on today's sign-in. It appeared that if he could hold out for 5 more days, he would receive the next sign-in reward. In 5 days, his wound should be considerably better. He pondered what the next reward might be. If it granted him a skill for building a shelter, constructing a wooden cabin would become much less troublesome. Early the next morning, Yingjie awoke to a sudden realization of the foul odor emanating from his own body. After 2 days without a bath, the sweat accumulated from their wilderness journey, coupled with the absence of fans or air conditioning during the night, had rendered him quite smelly. The rain from the previous night had masked the odor somewhat, but it was unmistakably pungent now. Stealing a glance at Lin Xiaoying, who was still asleep, Yingjie leaned in to catch a whiff of her. Goodness, what a travesty! The once fragrant and soft girl had succumbed to the same unpleasant scent. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a plan to find a place to wash. Surveying the surroundings, he recalled the small stream adjacent to their shelter. However, the area was plagued by mosquitoes, making it a perilous choice for bathing. Even clothed one would be susceptible to their bites, and the thought of bathing there was enough to deter him. While one person could wash while the other kept the mosquitoes at bay, he feared that suggesting such an idea to Lin Xiaoying would elicit a retort of "What nonsense are you thinking?" Then inspiration struck as he noticed the surrounding vines. A brilliant idea formed in his mind. "I can create a cage to shield us, ensuring safety from the mosquitoes." With renewed vigor, Yingjie grabbed a shovel and began cutting several wooden poles over 2 meters long along with some evenly thick vines. He secured the poles into the ground and skillfully wove the vines around them. Before long, he had constructed a cage-like structure. Inspecting the gaps between the vines, he blocked the larger openings with thorny reeds, leaving behind only small openings. Just then, Lin Xiaoying stirred awake. "Hey, did you build a cage to catch birds?" she asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the structure resembling a large bird cage. Yingjie, busy sealing the top of the cage, chuckled at her question. For the past few days, he had intended to focus on recuperating and had no plans for additional endeavors. The pork they had was sufficient for their needs. "We have pork to eat, so no bird catching is necessary. This is a bathing area," he replied. Lin Xiaoying's eyes brightened, and she dashed to the cage. A bathing area? Upon waking that morning, she had also detected her own odor and contemplated a wash by the stream. Girls cherish their beauty, and the scent of sweat was not acceptable. She was pleasantly surprised to see that Yingjie had already crafted a bathing area, demonstrating a thoughtfulness that resonated with her desires. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yingjie, leaning over the cage, was finalizing the seal on top. The cage seemed versatile, not only serving as a bathing area, but also as a refuge from rain. Yet he mused in a few days they would be constructing a wooden house, rendering this cage unnecessary for shelter. Once the cage was complete, Yingjie used Lin Xiaoying's multifunctional knife to cut a piece from the inner lining of his rain jacket. This jacket, provided by the organizers, was of excellent quality with 2 layers, and the inner layer was perfect for use as a towel. Carrying the bathing cage, he led Lin Xiaoying to the riverbank. It was morning, the perfect time with fewer mosquitoes around, making it ideal for a wash. He dug a small pit by the stream to channel some water, then placed the cage over the pit and opened it for Lin Xiaoying to enter. "You wash here first. I'll see if I can find any wild vegetables nearby. I won't go far, so just call if there's any danger," Yingjie instructed before stepping away from the stream. Though they had pork, a steady diet of it would not suffice. He needed to seek out some wild greens for a balanced meal. After searching for more than half an hour, Yingjie gathered a large handful of wild vegetables. However, he was puzzled about how to consume them. In the wilderness, the most suitable way to enjoy wild vegetables would be to stew them, perhaps mixed with wild boar meat, which would undoubtedly make a delicious broth. But there was one significant problem: they had no pot. From the very beginning of this survival competition, it seemed the organizers had not prepared adequately, expecting them to endure in the wild for too long, resulting in harsh conditions. Each participant was only allowed to bring one tool in addition to the clothes on their backs. Thus, holding the pile of wild vegetables, Yingjie suddenly felt they were practically useless. Roasting wild vegetables didn't seem like a viable option. Roasting enoki mushrooms or potato slices would be acceptable, but grilling a heap of grass-like wild vegetables would yield a taste that was far from appealing. While contemplating how to prepare the vegetables, a voice suddenly echoed from the edge of a small stream. "Junior, come help me." The voice sounded somewhat distressed. "Is there a danger?" Yingjie hurried over. Upon closer inspection, he found the bathing cage was intact, and there were no dangerous animals nearby. "What's the matter, senior?" Yingjie inquired. From within the cage came a resigned voice. "This cage is too heavy, I can't get out." She was unable to lift it and did not want to tip it over directly, so she had to call Yingjie for assistance. Yingjie couldn't help but chuckle. After moving the cage aside to let Lin Xiaoying out, Yingjie took a quick shower himself. Emerging refreshed, they enjoyed a breakfast of grilled meat, after which Lin Xiaoying changed the bandages on his arm. Miraculously, after just one night, his wound showed signs of healing. Regardless of how quickly it healed, it was certain that it would not become infected. Lin Xiaoying's wrist had also improved considerably, and she estimated it would heal fully in another 3 or 4 days. Dislocations can vary in severity. Some can be quite serious and even lead to fractures, while others may not be severe at all and can heal within a few days. After applying the medication, Yingjie slung his thorn basket over his shoulder and wielded a spade, while Lin Xiaoying grasped her multifunctional knife, and together they began to explore the surrounding area. Upon their arrival, the organizers had only informed them that they were on an island, but the specifics of what lay on the island remained unclear. While searching for herbs yesterday, Yingjie had noticed the island boasted a wealth of biodiversity with various plants and animals. However, they had not focused on exploration amid their search for herbs. Today, as they ventured out, they headed toward the eastern jungle where the sun had risen that morning. Yingjie mentally mapped the cardinal directions and resolved to explore in those directions over the next 4 days. As they traveled eastward, they spent half the day reaching the vicinity of a peach orchard. At this time of year, the peaches were ripening, and this orchard was laden with large, delicious fruit. However, many peaches bore worms, and since they could not be preserved for long, they refrained from picking too many. Continuing eastward, they ultimately did not reach the beach, leading Yingjie to speculate that they were moving deeper into the island. After resting for a while in the peach orchard at noon, they returned to their shelter by evening. Their shelter, now surrounded by a fence, resembled a small campsite. The day's expedition had been an adventure, with the added delight of peaches making Lin Xiaoying quite cheerful. Upon returning to the camp, she hummed a tune while tidying up their belongings. Yingjie started a fire, and they enjoyed some grilled meat and peaches before washing up in the stream. Snuggling together for the night, they settled in for rest. In the evening, Yingjie logged into the system once more, marking the 3rd day. In 4 more days, the next reward would be dispensed. It was only now that he realized how crucial these rewards were. Had he not awakened to the system from the onset, acquiring the body-enhancing potion and the ability to create fire by friction, he might have met a dire fate when confronting the wild boar. Without the ability to start a fire, he could have spent an entire day struggling to ignite one, likely only managing to do so by dusk, only for a torrential downpour to extinguish the fire he had painstakingly kindled. At this point, he might have even forfeited. However, with the system, he was not only managing quite well, but had even saved a young beauty. Stealing a glance at the girl beside him, he found her fast asleep, and he couldn't help but marvel at her carefree nature. How could she trust him so completely? Reflecting on this, Yingjie realized there was indeed little reason for concern. Both of them were under the watchful eye of a drone, every move broadcasted live for the entire nation to see. If he were to do anything untoward, the law students among the audience would surely calculate his fate in no time. After indulging in such thoughts for a while, Yingjie soon fell asleep, feeling quite fatigued from the day's exertions. If he had carried his phone, his step count would have likely exceeded 30,000. It was impossible for him to sleep through the night without waking. He roused several times to add fuel to the fire and listened for any sounds of wild beasts nearby, always remaining vigilant in such an environment. In contrast, Lin Xiaoying slept soundly, seemingly confident that Yingjie would manage everything, as she remained undisturbed until dawn. He didn't mind her tranquility after all. Her ability to help him tend to his wounds, and her companionship in the wilderness was far better than solitude. Unbeknownst to Yingjie, the viewers in the live stream were well aware that he and Lin Xiaoying were not alone. Several others were also traversing the wild, some forming pairs, and others even trio teams. Many participants aimed simply to survive a few more days in the wilderness without aspirations of winning, so they naturally didn't concern themselves with how teaming up might affect the final contest. Yet for many, even with partners, the night was still fraught with hardship. Lacking proper shelters, some took refuge in trees while others huddled in caves, occasionally startled awake by the sounds of beasts lurking nearby. Conversely, the shelter chosen by Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying was remarkably tranquil. On the third night, everything remained stable, devoid of any anomalies. At the break of dawn, Yingjie awoke. He first inspected the wound on his hand, discovering it had begun to scab, prompting an involuntary smile of joy. The scabbing indicated healing was imminent. In just 2 days, the herbal remedy had proven effective. After rising, he added some kindling to the fire, attended to his personal needs, and then washed his face at the nearby brook. As he pondered whether he could divert the brook's water to the entrance of their shelter, he returned to the fire. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Lin Xiaoying had already awoken and was stretching. The white short-sleeved shirt barely concealed her figure, causing Yingjie to blush and quickly avert his gaze, feeling suddenly bashful and unprepared to look. Lin Xiaoying noticed his evasive gaze and let out a soft chuckle. "What's wrong? Haven't you ever seen a girl in short sleeves before?" "I've never seen someone looking this good with such a great figure," Yingjie replied, his voice deep and resonant. This remark made Lin Xiaoying blush profusely, prompting the audience in the live stream to break into amused smiles. After tidying up and grabbing a bite to eat, the two continued to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. In truth, there was still much work to be done. They needed to construct a sturdy shelter, secure a stable food source. However, neither of them was fit for such labor at the moment. Yingjie's wounds had only just scabbed over, and with his injuries still healing, he dared not engage in any strenuous tasks for fear of reopening them. Lin Xiaoying's wrist also couldn't bear too much strain. Considering their circumstances, Yingjie decided it was best to survey the surrounding environment first, a task that, while time-consuming, was relatively simple. They had explored the east yesterday, so today they chose to venture west. Following the course of a small stream that meandered westward, they encountered a river about 3 to 4 meters wide. The water reached Yingjie's knees, but the banks were muddy and treacherously slippery. He stood at the riverbank for a moment, smiling faintly, and said nothing. The two carefully crossed the river and continued onward for the better part of the day until they arrived at a grove of bamboo. Surrounded by dense bamboo, some as thick as a bowl and others no thicker than a child's wrist, young bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground. Yingjie's eyes immediately lit up. "These are all treasures. Bamboo shoots are edible, and we can use the bamboo to build a shelter." He promptly decided that once his hand healed in a couple of days, he would return to chop bamboo. As she gazed at the bamboo shoots, Lin Xiaoying suddenly posed a question. "If only we had salt, we could pickle the bamboo shoots to make some preserved vegetables." Yingjie nodded in agreement, realizing they needed to find salt quickly. In fact, salt is essential for human life, while long-term deficiency can severely impact the cardiovascular, nervous, and digestive systems, and in extreme cases may lead to death. While going without salt for 10 days or half a month might not have dire consequences, it was vital to have it on hand in case their wilderness survival extended for an extended period. However, finding salt wasn't impossible. Yingjie smiled mysteriously and asked, "How well do you know chemistry, senior?" Lin Xiaoying shook her head. "Since we're near the sea, we could go to the beach and evaporate sea." Yingjie nodded eagerly. Yet Lin Xiaoying shook her head again. "We're close to the beach, but how do we evaporate seawater? We have no containers to hold the seawater." Yingjie pointed behind him and grinned. "Isn't there a river right there?" "And what of the river?" "The river has clay." Lin Xiaoying looked puzzled. "What does clay have to do with it?" She couldn't immediately grasp how clay could be related to extracting sea salt. Could it be used to filter seawater somehow? With a triumphant expression, Yingjie declared, "I can make pottery with clay." "What? This is truly remarkable. Not only can he create fire by friction and weave wicker baskets, but he can also fire pottery. What an extraordinary craftsman." Lin Xiaoying's gaze towards Yingjie changed completely. Yingjie, on the other hand, wore a proud smile. The ability to create fire was a gift from the system, but the skills of weaving and pottery were learned from his grandfather. His grandfather was an adept craftsman in his youth, engaging in small trades by selling the wicker baskets and pottery he crafted. As times changed, his grandfather's skills gradually lost their relevance in the village. However, Yingjie had shown great interest in these crafts as a child. He had diligently learned from his grandfather and had indeed mastered these two skills now. Although the items he produced lacked the finesse of his grandfather's work, they were highly practical. I'm not particularly talented. I've just learned some basket weaving and pottery from my grandfather, so I can be considered a folk artisan. Yingjie chuckled as he explained. At that moment, not only were the viewers in the live stream taken, so you could be seen as a bearer of intangible cultural heritage, she remarked. Yingjie hurriedly waved his hands. No. To call it intangible cultural heritage is too grand. I merely know a few simple techniques. I'll show you shortly. Just take a look. With that, he went to chop a bamboo pole about the size of a bowl, selecting a section from the middle and cutting it off. He then carried it on his back and started to head back. What they discovered on this trip proved quite useful. They found bamboo, which could be utilized to construct a bamboo house, and they also located clay, which could be used to craft some simple pottery. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yingjie immediately took his Let's hurry back. I'll make another trip for clay later, then I can start shaping the pots. The clay was quite heavy, and Yingjie dared not carry too much, filling the basket with about 100 pounds, which was the optimal load considering his current physical condition. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoying set her own wicker basket down and insisted, let me also take some, we can carry it back in one trip, right? Yingjie smiled and did not refuse. He took another scoop of clay and added it to her basket, which was nearly 10 pounds. Though the wicker basket itself wasn't particularly heavy, adding the clay would likely make it quite burdensome for Lin Xiaoying. However, she showed no signs of concern and urged Yingjie. Yingjie pondered for a moment and scooped in more clay, saying, you carry it for now. If it feels too light after a bit, I'll share some from my basket. He chuckled lightly. In reality, it was, while an ordinary person might not however, if they had to carry 2 bottles of water, throughout the journey, Lin Xiaoying carried a wicker basket, which weighed, now with an additional 10 pounds in the basket, Yingjie figured she would struggle to keep it up for long. Nonetheless, if he didn't let her carry anything at all, it might dampen her enthusiasm. After all, they were all competing, helping each other out, with each member holding their own value and significance in the team, fostering a spirit of cooperation. If he solely focused on taking care of Lin Xiaoying, she might feel like a burden, which could discourage her from wanting to collaborate further. At this moment, Lin Xiaoying was still unaware that Yingjie had her carry the clay purely to spare her feelings. She did not know that adding over 10 pounds of clay to the wicker basket on her back would become an excruciating ordeal. As they walked back for a few minutes, Lin Xiaoying felt little difference. An additional 10 pounds did not seem to matter much. However, after another 10 minutes, she could not help but shift the wicker basket, slightly feeling the strain in her shoulders. Yet when she glanced at Yingjie, who effortlessly carried a much larger basket of clay, she thought her burden was trivial in comparison. Thus, she continued forward. But the longer she walked, the heavier the clay felt, and her shoulders grew increasingly sore. After more than 20 minutes, she found it hard to continue and stopped, panting for breath. Let's take a break, she exclaimed. At that moment, when she looked at Yingjie again, he appeared almost like a creature from another world, effortlessly carrying such a large basket of clay over such a distance without breaking a sweat. He was nothing short of remarkable. Yingjie smiled at her. You're doing quite well. This basket of clay weighs over 20 pounds, and you've managed to carry it for more than 20 minutes. In our rural area, that makes you quite the candidate for hauling manure. Lin Xiaoying was at a loss for words. His comment elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream. Haha, a candidate for hauling manure, that's really something. A viewer from a remote mountain area chimed in. We say that girls with strong calves are good at hauling manure. When Yingjie added, don't remind me. The first time I went to my boyfriend's house, his grandmother liked me so much that she circled around me and said, look at that physique. She could haul 2 loads of manure for a mile without breaking a sweat. Another viewer asked, what happened next? Well, when Yingjie continued, my boyfriend's mother stopped the grandmother and said that young people nowadays don't do such work anymore. The grandmother shook her head and sighed, saying, what a shame, what a shame. The comments were filled with laughter as everyone enjoyed the exchange. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying, still in the wilderness, was left with a complex mix of emotions after being praised by Yingjie. Was this a compliment or mockery? She pointed at him, her finger moving up and down a few times before she finally caught her breath and asked, are you teasing me? Yingjie chuckled but did not respond. Instead, he began transferring the clay from her wicker basket into his own. Let's go. You can make the clay bodies when we get back, and I will carry another load of clay. We'll work together, each doing our part. That way we'll be most efficient. Saying this, he hoisted the basket onto his back and continued walking ahead. Lin Xiaoying hurriedly picked up her own wicker basket, and with the removal of the 10 pounds of clay, it felt as if her burden had vanished entirely, making her steps light and carefree. She caught up with Yingjie and curiously asked, aren't you tired? Yingjie smiled and shook his head. The basket of clay was indeed heavy, but after consuming a physical enhancement potion, his physical capabilities had doubled, making the weight feel less burdensome. He had often lifted heavy objects while working on construction sites, so his endurance had significantly improved. However, he chose not to share this with Lin Xiaoying as it was difficult to explain. The two fell silent and continued walking, pressing on for over half an hour until they finally reached the front of their shelter. Yingjie poured the clay from the basket and glanced at Lin Xiaoying's wrist, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Lin Xiaoying moved her wrist slightly and shook her head. "It's fine. As long as I don't exert too much force, there's no problem." With a smile, Yingjie pointed at the clay and inquired, "Have you ever seen a brick?" Lin Xiaoying fell silent for a moment. "I have." She felt a surge of irritation at the question, wishing she could find a brick to hit him with. Did he really think city folk knew nothing? Asking if she had seen a brick was absurd. Yingjie smirked, clearly pleased with himself, and just shape this clay into bricks. It will be useful later. With that, he moved to the front of their shelter and began to dig up the pit where they had buried their fire starter. When the fire burned brightly, they would cook some firewood and then cover it with the ashes from previously burned grass. The embers inside could sustain a fire for an entire. They could start the fire in the morning and return in the evening to find. This method was something Lin Xiaoying had learned while studying the techniques of ancient humans. This approach effectively resolved the challenge of creating fire by friction, allowing them to maintain their ember without having to spend the whole day tending to it. They simply needed to keep some slowly burning charcoal in the pit and ignite the dry grass when needed. Yingjie unearthed the fire starter, ignited the flame, and then said to Lin Xiaoying, "I will return as soon as possible. If any wild animals approach, hide behind the fire pile and wait for me. If you must flee in another direction, try to leave me a clear path." However, considering the circumstances of the past few days, the risk of encountering wild beasts seems rather low. After speaking, Yingjie slung his thorn basket over his shoulder and jogged towards the riverbank. At his pace, the round trip would take about an hour and a half. The sky was still bright, and it would not darken for another 2 or 3 hours. As he jogged over, he filled his basket with clay and quickly returned to the front of the shelter. Without a watch, he wasn't sure how much time had passed, but seeing Lin Xiaoying still molding bricks relaxed him slightly. He had been somewhat paranoid, feeling all the way there that Lin Xiaoying might encounter danger. Yet in the wilderness, constant vigilance was necessary. They were still unfamiliar with this small island, and if there were truly formidable beasts lurking about, it would pose a significant threat. Upon returning to the shelter, Yingjie poured out the clay and looked at the uneven bricks Lin Xiaoying had shaped, chuckling. "Haven't you seen that bricks can come in various sizes?" On the ground lay dozens of brick forms, each differing in size, the largest nearly 30 centimeters long and the smallest just around 15. "How is this useful?" Lin Xiaoying shot him an exasperated glance. "Do you know how difficult it is? They can't all be the same size." Her hands were covered in clay and a couple of streaks marked her face, making her look somewhat amusing. Yingjie squatted down, grabbed a handful of clay, and after manipulating it a few times, quickly fashioned a brick measuring about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. Setting that brick aside, he picked up another handful of clay and repeated the process, creating another one. The two bricks were nearly identical in size. "Is it really that hard? I find it quite simple. Why don't you see if you can make them the same size?" Yingjie placed the two bricks in front of Lin Xiaoying and asked. She raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you really trying to challenge me?" With that, she burst into laughter, raised her hand, and smeared clay across Yingjie's face. The two of them laughed and joked for a while before returning to the task of making brick molds, quickly producing dozens of them. Yingjie arranged them in a dry spot and said to Lin Xiaoying, "Let them air out here for a day. We can fire them into bricks tomorrow night." They then returned to the campfire in front of their shelter. When they found the bamboo grove, Yingjie cut a section of bamboo about 2 meters long. The hollow structure of the bamboo made it an excellent material for crafting water cups. Using the serrated edge of his entrenching tool, he sawed through the bamboo and then carefully trimmed the edges with a multifunctional knife. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying began roasting some pork. At that moment, they were still comfortably preparing dinner and organizing their supplies, while other contestants faced increasingly dire circumstances. Many had fallen ill, and as night fell, some chose to give up entirely. Others had eaten contaminated food or drunk dirty water and were now suffering from diarrhea. Some contestants had yet to start a fire and shivered in the cold, trying to hold on for another day. However, not everyone was struggling. Several participants were either fortunate or genuinely skilled and were doing quite well. In the center of the island, a young man with a buzz cut sat in front of his shelter, tinkering with a few pieces of wood. His shelter was much more aesthetically pleasing than Yingjie's. It featured 2 wooden frames supporting a main beam, with slanted logs securely bound on either side, topped with leaves and coated in mud, making it both waterproof and sturdy. In front of his shelter, a fire blazed, roasting a rabbit that sizzled and oozed fat, its surface golden brown. He wielded a multifunctional shovel with a remarkably sharp blade, carving the wooden pieces with ease. Once finished, he assembled the wood into a framework that quickly took the shape of a table. He placed additional smooth logs side by side and carved grooves into the wood, securing them with wooden pegs, and a table was completed. The young man smiled with satisfaction, lifted the roasted rabbit from the fire, blew on it to cool it down, and took a bite. He muttered to himself, "Who on this island can live better than I do?" His gaze swept around, brimming with confidence. Instantly his Yingjie, the rabbit looks indeed delicious and the table is well made, but what's the point of roasting a rabbit alone? Dafang de Bai. Yang, what's wrong with roasting a rabbit alone? Yingjie, quite good. Thus the user named Yang switched to room 18, his eyes widening in surprise. There in the live stream, a man and a woman were present. The boy beside her said, "Take off your clothes, I'll wash them and dry them." Take off your clothes. A rush of heat surged through this viewer's chest. Upon taking in the wilderness, a seasoned viewer who had been watching Yingjie's live stream offered a candid assessment. If you had experienced what he did out there, you might not be lying in a hospital bed or trapped in a box right now. Responses trickled in from various viewers. Wei Qing remarked, "The streamer landed and immediately encountered a wild boar, racing it and winning. Can you do that?" A user named Toajang De Ilu chimed in, "The key is that he even killed the boar, dragging over 300 pounds of it for more than 10 minutes. Can you?" Xiang Xiao Bingon added, "His speed in making fire by friction is unmatched. I've watched all the live streams, and despite his hand injury, he remains the most skilled." Can you match that? Yang commented, "Even though your username has a couple more water radicals than mine, let me tell you, refrain from mockery here. The streamer's abilities are unexpectedly impressive." Li Tuanzhong remarked, "Young man, in life one must remain humble and cautious. Do not begrudge fate simply because others possess what you lack. One should have self-awareness and not be disheartened. Your life can be equally extraordinary." Yang found it peculiar to see several comments floating by, including one that philosophically educated him about life. This was absurd. Yang thought, "Is this streamer really that impressive? I just tuned in today. I've seen other channels where people tip with planes and rockets, often donating hundreds or even thousands at once. Does this streamer receive any tips?" As he pondered, 3 spaceships flew across the screen, followed. Coming back from half a lifetime, still a big brother tipped a spaceship. Coming back from half a lifetime, still a big brother tipped a spaceship. The user identified as coming back from half a lifetime exclaimed, "Want to see the tips? Here you go." Yang was taken aback. Meanwhile, in a small third-tier city in Hua country, a young man, was this what strength looked like? Here he was amidst the wilderness, bantering with beautiful women, while others casually tipped. Yingjie's wounds had all scabbed over. Perhaps a few more days were needed for complete recovery, but the risk of infection or deterioration was no longer a concern. The fever that could accompany inflamed wounds was a distant possibility, allowing Yingjie to feel significantly relieved. Moreover, there was a crucial matter at hand. The medicinal herbs Lin Xiaoying had concocted were effective. While they might only address minor injuries, their efficacy promised a safer future should any new wounds arise. Constructing a small wooden cabin was a pivotal task. Their ability to survive in this wilderness without the system, Yingjie might have been thoroughly satisfied with the current situation, as he believed if he could endure a little longer, he would certainly survive for 10 days. Surviving that long would yield a reward of 1 million. He had entered this challenge with that very goal in mind. Yet at this moment, he found himself no longer content with merely the 1 million. He was determined to vie for a top 3 position. With the advantage of having a system, failing to secure a spot among the top 3 would be an utter waste of his potential. They washed their clothes by the stream, dried them over the fire, extinguished the 2 campfires, and returned to their shelter. If we had a wooden cabin, we wouldn't have to sleep on the ground like this. In a cabin, it would be not only safe, but also much cleaner. Yingjie dreamily envisioned the joys of having a cabin. Lin Xiaoying shared his yearning, saying, "We could make a big bed with soft bedding so at night, we wouldn't feel so uncomfortable." Yingjie chuckled, "Exactly, we should make one big bed, then we won't be cramped at night." He emphasized the word one with particular weight. Instantly, Lin Xiaoying's cheeks flushed as she playfully hit his back. "What do you mean by one big bed? We need 2 beds and 2 rooms." After some light-hearted banter, they crawled into their small. Yingjie reflected that tonight marked the 4th night. Lost in thought, he too fell asleep, resting sound. Upon waking, Yingjie, in truth, he had developed a callus from working on construction sites. During these days in the wilderness, while gathering wood for fire or performing various tasks, he had not suffered any blisters thanks to that callus. However, the web of his hand had been cracked when he first arrived in the wild, startled by a wild boar. That shock had led him to lose control of his strength when he later hunted the boar. Swinging the entrenching tool with all his might, he had inadvertently injured his hand. Thank goodness it has healed now, Yingjie said gratefully. Climbing out of the shelter, he added more firewood to the flames, splashed some water on his face from the stream, and returned to survey the terrain. He walked around the shelter, selecting an ideal spot for building the cabin. It was a clearing situated at a higher elevation with a layer of gravel over firm soil. This location was an excellent campsite. Once they dismantled their current shelter, they could easily construct a small wooden cabin atop it. Yingjie had yet to fully conceptualize the construction of the small wooden cabin, but he planned to utilize the nearby trees and bamboo for its assembly. Felling trees was no easy task, and transporting bamboo would take a considerable portion of the day. He estimated that if he began today, it might take him 3 or 4 days to gather enough materials. Even once he had everything, a week might not suffice for complete construction. However, not every moment of the day needed to be dedicated to building. He could leisurely construct the cabin while attending to other tasks. The choice to build a wooden cabin instead of a bamboo one stemmed from the fact that the bamboo grove was quite distant. While a bamboo structure would indeed require less effort, the amount of bamboo necessary would demand multiple trips back and forth, making the endeavor time-consuming. Perhaps 10 days would not be enough to gather sufficient bamboo. Moreover, if he were to build a bamboo house near the grove, there would be no water source available, unlike this location, which was conveniently situated by a stream. Thus, the small cabin would primarily consist of wood with minimal bamboo used for the roof and other components, eliminating the need for long treks to fetch bamboo. Taking advantage of the cool morning, Yingjie wielded a spade, marking out the area designated for the cabin's construction. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiaoying awakened, washed her face by the stream, and returned to find Yingjie drawing square lines on the ground. What is this? She inquired, recognizing it was part of the cabin construction, but struggling to understand the significance of the lines. As he continued to draw, Yingjie explained, "These are the guideline marks. Later we'll dig a row of holes along these lines, and once we bury the felled wood in them, we can establish the 4 walls." In truth, Yingjie was still uncertain about the cabin's overall construction. While the walls could be made this way, he pondered the roof. Surely laying bamboo across the top wouldn't suffice. The risk of leaks during rain or the potential of strong winds ripping the roof away were daunting considerations. Nevertheless, there was no immediate rush. He was awaiting a system gift package to be unlocked in 2 days, an incentive for completing 7 days of silence. He believed that even if the package did not provide the ability to construct a shelter, it would surely contain relevant knowledge. Learning that information before beginning construction would be prudent, especially since he still needed time to gather trees and bamboo. 2 days would hardly be enough. After a light breakfast, Yingjie examined the brick molds he had crafted the previous night. They had dried reasonably well, and he planned to fire them into bricks that evening while also shaping a few bowls and basins. Though it was unlikely they would be completely dry after just 1 day and night, the clay they were using was not particularly suited for pottery. What they needed were functional tools rather than exquisite craftsmanship. These bricks might turn out unattractive post-firing, but they were sufficient to construct a small kiln where they could also fire the bowls and basins, resulting in better quality. Having tidied the area and covered the fire with ash to allow it to smolder, Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying set off once more towards the bamboo grove, prepared to cut some bamboo today. The two of them walked westward along the shelter until they reached the bamboo forest when the sun was high in the sky. They had not engaged in any other activities during their journey, which meant that if they had explored their surroundings, it would have taken them until noon to arrive. The bamboo forest is truly too far away, otherwise it would be nice to build a bamboo house here, Yingjie lamented. During their last visit, they had examined the area surrounding the bamboo forest. There were no streams or rivers, no stable water source, making it less than ideal for habitation. Otherwise, they could have constructed the shelter here. However, this time, they had come to harvest bamboo. After resting for a while in the bamboo grove, Yingjie took out his entrenching tool, using the blade as a cutting tool to chop down the surrounding bamboo. The entrenching tool was both sturdy and sharp, and he quickly felled a dozen or so straight and robust bamboo stalks. He trimmed the bamboo, cutting away the thinner top sections and any small branches, leaving only the main trunks approximately 10 meters long. As he began dragging the bamboo, his brows furrowed in concern. "I was careless." Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiaoying approached and asked what happened. Yingjie blurted out, "I didn't dodge." "Huh." Lin Xiaoying was taken aback. Realizing his mistake, Yingjie chuckled, "Haha, I meant I didn't expect these bamboo stalks to be so heavy." He pointed to the bamboo and handed one to Lin Xiaoying, saying, "Here, take a look." Yingjie appeared at ease as if holding a pair of chopsticks, but when Lin Xiaoying took it, the weight caused her hand to drop suddenly, nearly smashing onto her foot. Fortunately, Yingjie quickly grabbed her hand to support the bamboo. "Why you? Let go of me." Lin Xiaoying's face flushed. She felt he was doing it on purpose just to touch her hand. Why not say so directly? It wasn't like she was forbidding him. Why tease her with a bamboo stick? Are you sure? Yingjie smiled slightly and released his grip, causing the bamboo to thud heavily onto the ground, startling Lin Xiaoying into jumping back a step to avoid being hit. However, she did not know that when Yingjie let go, he had pulled the bamboo back slightly, ensuring it landed in front of her and wouldn't hit her feet. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoying, why is it so heavy? How are we supposed to move it? This bamboo was about the thickness of a bowl and 10 meters long, and Lin Xiaoying thought hollow bamboo should be light. After all, the bamboo poles she had seen before were quite light. But to her surprise, this particular piece was so heavy that she couldn't lift it with one hand. Yingjie replied, this section of bamboo probably weighs around 50 pounds. To transport all these dozen or so pieces, we would need a vehicle. Yet they both knew that there would be no vehicle in the wilderness. They were there to compete. How could they have a vehicle? As for building one themselves, to construct a vehicle just to transport bamboo in the wild, that would be akin to opening a store just to get discount coupons for cheap takeout. Completely unnecessary. After all, the priority now should be to consider building a small wooden house. Yingjie surveyed the surroundings and pondered, I'll go look for some thinner bamboo. Let's leave these here to dry for a few days. They should lighten up considerably by then. Bamboo as thick as a bowl was actually thicker than the calves of an average adult. Yingjie wasn't sure if they would need such thick bamboo for their wooden house construction. However, one thing was certain: with bamboo this thick, they could only manage to haul 6 or 7 pieces at most. And that was dragging them, not carrying them on their backs. After all, 6 pieces of bamboo would weigh. After surveying the surroundings once more, Yingjie set his sights on the bamboo with a wrist-thick diameter. Each of these bamboo stalks weighed only around 10 kilograms, and unlike the thicker ones, their utility was likely to be broader. As for the thicker bamboo, he decided to leave it in place for a while. Once the moisture evaporated, they would become significantly lighter and easier to manage. The bamboo grove boasted a variety of thicknesses, with many stalks matching the wrist-thick size. After some time, Yingjie had cut down over 20 stalks, trimming the tops and some scattered branches, and bound them together with vines. He and Lin Xiaoying then dragged their load toward the shelter. Though each bamboo weighed merely a few kilograms, 20-plus stalks accumulated to nearly 300 kilograms, severely hindering their pace. Midway, Lin Xiaoying, exhausted and panting, managed to keep up only after Yingjie handed her one of the bamboo stalks. This gesture prompted laughter from their live stream audience. Lin Xiaoying's panting demeanor elicited sympathy from many viewers, and when Yingjie playfully encouraged her to carry a bamboo pole like one would a child, she disdainfully pushed it away, prompting even more laughter. Comments flooded in describing the duo as possessing remarkably amusing spirits, leading to a flurry of memes being created. By noon, under the sweltering sun, they finally returned to the shelter. The pair first rested in the shade before beginning to prepare lunch. They had several dozen kilograms of jerky, but after a few days of consumption, nearly half was already gone. Without salt, the meat was rather unpalatable, yet their strength, nonetheless, with enough remaining for several more days, they were not overly concerned. After their meal, they took a brief respite. At midday, the island was particularly hot. Such weather called for lighter tasks, as heavy labor could easily lead to heat stroke, which would mean forfeiting the competition. Upon discovering the bamboo grove yesterday, Yingjie had cut a 2-meter-long piece of bamboo, from which he had already fashioned 2 water cups. Today, he intended to create a water purification device using the bamboo. This device was inspired by a method Lin Xiaoying had read about, which utilized the purifying properties of charcoal. Although the book mentioned activated carbon, they currently only had wood charcoal. Lin Xiaoying directed as Yingjie got to work. He began by cutting a small section of the bamboo, leaving about 30 centimeters, and sawed it with the serrated edge of his entrenching tool, reducing it to a few centimeters in length. He then drilled several small holes into the lower nodes. The bamboo was filled with charcoal, followed by sand to seal the gaps, leaving 5 to 6 centimeters at the top for pouring in water. When water was poured from the stream into the device, the purified water flowed out through the holes below. Yingjie, skilled in practical tasks, completed the small purification device swiftly. They tested it and found that the water was indeed purified, albeit with some sand and a tint of black from the charcoal. However, it was still a significant improvement over the water they had previously consumed. Once these tasks were completed and the sun's intensity waned, Yingjie set the purification device aside and began searching for suitable trees and branches in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying tended to the fire, preparing charcoal to accumulate resources for the future. Their division of labor was effective, and despite Yingjie undertaking the majority of the heavy lifting, it was undeniable that Lin Xiaoying played a crucial role as well. Though the entrenching tool had a sharp edge on one side, its felling ability paled in comparison to that of an axe or a machete. Li Yingjie wielded the entrenching tool, laboriously chopping and sawing until he finally managed to sever a small tree. After some adjustments to the branches, it took him nearly half an hour to process just one tree. These were mere saplings about the thickness of his arm. Larger trees would undoubtedly present even greater challenges. An entire afternoon passed in a flurry of activity. Although the progress with the small trees was slow, he still managed to cut down nearly 20 logs by day's end. Let's wake up early tomorrow and get started. We can sleep more at noon and cut down the trees in the afternoon, then trim the branches afterwards, Lin Xiaoying suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow upon his return. Don't forget to wipe here too, he replied, but when he looked up he found that Li Yingjie was not paying attention to her words. Instead, he wore a blissful expression, eagerly awaiting her to continue wiping his sweat. You? Lin Xiaoying felt speechless in that moment. She withdrew her hand and went to prepare dinner by the fire. It was the 5th day and dinner consisted of grilled meat along with some wild vegetables Lin Xiaoying had found, which they also roasted over the fire. After sitting down, Li Yingjie did not rest. He took out the brick molds he had made the day before, stoked the fire, and placed them within to bake the bricks. This task was not as complex as crafting pottery. One simply needed to toss them into the flames. Even if the shapes were somewhat irregular, adding a bit more clay during the construction would suffice. Moreover, these bricks did not need to be thoroughly fired, as they were intended for constructing a small kiln, which did not require extreme hardness or strength. They toiled tirelessly until midnight, and Lin Xiaoying, stifling several yawns from fatigue, was persuaded by Li Yingjie to go to sleep. As he continued to bake the bricks, Li Yingjie found the process quite amusing. Since entering high school, he had not engaged in such handiwork for years. Contemplating, he opened the system panel to see if he could check in. Upon attempting to do so, the system indicated check-in successful. Li Yingjie muttered to himself, "It's already past midnight. There's only one day left." It was the 6th day. For the past 2 days he had been checking in every morning, but today he had done so directly at midnight. If he checked in again tomorrow morning, the first week's reward would be distributed. He wondered what treasures might await him in that package. The system was called the Ultimate Survival System. Surely the contents of the package would not be trivial. After all, how could it claim to be the ultimate? Yet this so-called Ultimate Survival System had yet to impart any wilderness survival knowledge. Was it truly designed to help him survive in the wild? Gazing at the flickering flames, he noted the last few bricks in the fire. Once those were finished, he could finally rest. Beside him lay dozens of bricks that had already been fired. Though they were not particularly sturdy compared to the bricks used in construction outside, they were still usable. A fleeting glance to the side caught his attention. Something seemed amiss, as if an entity were approaching. As he focused, he glimpsed the unusual sight ahead, his heart leaping into his throat. Unbeknownst to him, a wild beast had crept closer, its eyes glowing with an eerie green hue in the firelight. Li Yingjie's heart raced, panic seizing him. A surge of adrenaline made the hairs on his body stand on end. He instinctively crouched low, more startled than when he had first encountered the wild boar. After all, he had encountered the boar during the day. Now in the dead of night, this beast had silently approached his side. If he had not happened to glance around, it might have taken him by surprise, perhaps even resulting in a fatal encounter. No. Had he not stayed up so late to fire the bricks, the beast would have undoubtedly crept in silently, ready to attack them both. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he fixed his gaze on the beast as it moved closer. The fire was not particularly bright, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. All he could see were those haunting green eyes, inching ever nearer. Li Yingjie sprang to his feet, hastily grasping his entrenching tool, his gaze fixed on the pair of eerie green eyes that approached. He rushed to the shelter, calling for Lin Xiaoying. Senior, there's danger. Wake up. Lin Xiaoying, still groggy from sleep, blinked at his urgent voice, momentarily bewildered before realizing the gravity of the situation. She crawled out of the shelter to find Li Yingjie holding his entrenching tool, vigilantly watching the distance. There's a wild dog coming just a few meters away. It seems to be hesitating whether to approach, he explained, his voice steady yet rapid. I'm not sure how easy it would be to take it down, so get ready to flee. The urgency in his words jolted Lin Xiaoying awake. She looked up to see the pair of luminous green eyes a short distance away, resembling 2 tiny lanterns floating in the darkness. As the firelight illuminated the scene, she confirmed it was indeed a wild dog, not very large, lingering at a distance, clearly uncertain. Fear surged within her as she swiftly grabbed the multifunctional knife resting nearby, mimicking Li Yingjie's stance as she crouched and focused on the wild dog. When did it arrive? Despite the perilous situation, Lin Xiaoying remained surprisingly composed, her panic transformed into clarity. A rush of adrenaline coursed through her, sharpening her senses as she analyzed the creature. Though it seemed contrary to human instinct, she had no time to dwell on that. She couldn't identify the breed of the wild dog, but judging by its size, it was roughly comparable to a year-old Labrador standing about 50 centimeters tall. However, it was notably gaunt, likely weighing no more than 30 pounds with a dirty coat marred by spots, giving it an unappealing appearance. Starvation seemed to drive it closer to Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying, as if contemplating them as potential prey. Yet due to its smaller size and the threat posed by the flames, it hesitated, pacing restlessly at a distance. Its size makes it quite challenging for it to hunt us, and its gait seems abnormal, likely an injury. I think it might give up soon. Lin Xiaoying analyzed coolly. Yingjie glanced at her, intrigued. Aren't you scared? He asked, curious about her calmness. He himself felt reassured after facing a wild boar previously, but what about her? Lin Xiaoying shook her head, refraining from elaborating on her feelings. This wild dog can't kill us. Even if it lunges at us, we should be fine. The only concern is that a bite could lead to an infection. After the initial shock of waking up, she had become remarkably composed, articulating her thoughts clearly and even offering reassurance to Yingjie. His curiosity deepened. Was this the typical response of a normal girl facing danger? Just as he prepared to ask further, the wild dog lunged forward. Its hind legs appeared slightly off, but it charged fiercely, albeit with a comical speed. Driven by hunger, it seemed to disregard its limp and size as it aimed for Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying. It propelled itself forward momentarily, embodying the ferocity of a predator, its eyes glinting with a fierce intent to devour them. Suddenly it reached Yingjie, its jaws wide open, ready to bite, teeth gleaming like sharp blades. Yet without hesitation, Yingjie raised his entrenching tool and struck forward. Bang! The tool collided with the wild dog's head, producing a thunderous sound. The creature let out no whimper, collapsing immediately to the ground. Did we really just kill it? Lin Xiaoying found it hard to believe. The wild dog had suddenly lunged at them, transforming in an instant into a ferocious beast, as if it would devour them whole. Lin Xiaoying was nearly startled into a scream, but she saw Yingjie calmly swing a shovel forward. With just a simple thrust of the shovel, devoid of any extravagant movements, there was a loud thud, and the wild dog collapsed before them. How did you strike so precisely? She asked Yingjie, astonished. Yingjie stepped closer and struck the wild dog's head once more to ensure it was dead. Then he turned back to Lin Xiaoying, smiling. You saw it too. This wild dog had an injured hind leg and was running slowly, charging right at me. So I just swung the shovel. He demonstrated with the shovel and continued. I didn't expect to kill it with one blow. I suppose we were just lucky. Lin Xiaoying was left speechless. Lucky? Just moments ago, when the wild dog had approached, they had been too frightened to even breathe. Who could have predicted the situation would take such a turn, resolving itself so swiftly? However, Yingjie's mention of luck was not merely about striking the wild dog dead with a single blow. Initially, upon noticing a pair of eerie green eyes beside them, he had felt a surge of fear. But as soon as he observed the dog's sluggish pace, his fear dissipated. That speed was exceedingly manageable. When Yingjie consumed the body-enhancing potion, not only was his strength augmented, but his agility was enhanced as well. This meant that not only had his physical power increased, but his reaction time had also doubled. His speed of response, now twice as fast as an ordinary person's, left him unafraid of the wild dog's attack. As long as it dared to come at him, he was confident he could take it down. Yet they were indeed fortunate. The fortunate aspect was that he had been busy making bricks rather than sleeping. Because he was awake, he had detected the danger, which allowed him the opportunity to strike the wild dog instead of being caught off guard and bitten to death. The wild dog was likely driven mad by hunger, otherwise it would not have ventured here in the dead of night and lunged at them. If it had been a pack of wild dogs, the charge could have been a hunting attempt, but a lone wild dog was essentially seeking its demise. In fact, animals typically assess size when hunting, especially smaller creatures. This wild dog stood about 50 centimeters tall, not even a third of Yingjie's height, making him appear to the dog as a colossal being, akin to how an ordinary person might perceive a giant towering 4 to 5 meters tall. Given such a disparity in size, hunting was exceedingly difficult, so under normal circumstances wild dogs would avoid them unless they were in a pack. Yet this particular wild dog had recklessly charged at them alone. Moreover, it was not only the difference in size that posed a challenge. The most crucial factor was that the wild dog had an injury to its hind leg. Yingjie scraped the ground with his shovel and discovered that the dog's hind leg seemed to have been broken before. Although it had healed, the bone was clearly misaligned, suggesting some lasting repercussions. Perhaps this injury was why the wild dog had strayed from its pack. Regardless of the reason, its life was now at an end, and it would no longer suffer from the affliction of its damaged leg. Yingjie flipped the animal over, contemplating how to process it for consumption. Just in time. I'm tired of wild boar meat. Let's try some wild dog meat. Yingjie remarked. In the wilderness, during survival situations, one must eat whatever is available. There is absolutely no room for picky eating. In a normal society, Yingjie would never consider consuming dog meat, but in the wild, such distinctions vanish. Moreover, this was a wild dog, not a domesticated one. However, as he pondered how to prepare the meat, Lin Xiaoying suddenly intercepted him. "You can't eat this wild dog's meat," she said, blocking Yingjie and preventing him from even touching the animal. Curiously, Yingjie asked, "Why can't we eat it?" In truth, they weren't lacking food, so it wasn't a necessity to eat this meat, but why was it off limits? Lin Xiaoying explained, "Wild dogs often scavenge on carrion. While they aren't strictly carrion eaters, they frequently consume decaying flesh and may carry some viruses, so if we have other options, it's best to avoid eating them. So it's advisable not to eat it, but it is technically edible, right?" Yingjie astutely detected the nuance in Lin Xiaoying's words. In his previous life, he had studied Chinese language and literature and was oblivious to such matters. Although he was now studying food science, he hadn't yet attended university and lacked the necessary knowledge. Nevertheless, he grasped the deeper implication of Lin Xiaoying's statement. When he inquired whether it was permissible to eat, Lin Xiaoying nodded, albeit with some hesitation. Theoretically, anything is edible. People eat rats, spiders, and even earthworms. Some have even consumed maggots. "Stop," Yingjie interrupted. "That's a bit gross. Please don't use such examples, especially with the audience watching the live stream." Despite it being the middle of the night, the chat in the live stream was already buzzing with activity. Rather than debating the merits of eating carrion animals, users were discussing why decaying meat is dangerous. Quan Dong commented, "After an animal dies, its body undergoes a decomposition process during which microorganisms are feeding. At this stage, the carcass is laden with bacteria and viruses that the human digestive system cannot tolerate. However, due to their physiological traits, scavengers can consume these substances." Another user recommended a video. Amay Mountain Monkey remarked, "There are videos on Bilibili of people eating maggots. If anyone's interested, you should check them out." Before long, the user known as Amay Mountain Monkey was swiftly scolded by the others and fell silent. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Yingjie remained unaware of the antics occurring in their live stream. After considering Lin Xiaoying's advice, he decided to bury the wild dog instead. With daily meals of grilled pork and wild vegetables, although not particularly appetizing, food was not scarce, making the wild dog meat unnecessary. He walked a few meters away. The two had not taken turns keeping watch before, primarily because their daytime work was too exhausting. In recent days, their nights were spent either exploring the jungle or searching for supplies. Moving about on the deserted island was entirely different from the city. There were no paths, making travel quite cumbersome. They had to cut through obstructing vines, navigate uneven terrain, or circumvent fallen trees. The time taken to traverse the same distance on the island was approximately 3 to 5 times longer than it would take elsewhere. This meant that if there were a clear path, Yingjie could reach the bamboo grove from their shelter in an hour rather than the half day it currently took. Due to the fatigue from their labors, they required ample sleep at night. For days, Yingjie had shared a shelter with Lin Xiaoying, yet he had never crossed any boundaries. A significant reason for this was that he was simply too weary each day. Once he laid down, he wished only to fall asleep, leaving no room for other thoughts. However, now, even during the day, he could not rest easy at night. After all, if they were to encounter a wild dog again, a bite could spell trouble. After burying the wild dog, they returned to the front of the shelter, and Yingjie retrieved the last few bricks from the fire. Lin Xiaoying said, "You should rest for a while. I'll keep watch. I'll wake you up when I feel tired." Yingjie shook his head. "You should sleep first. You haven't rested long. I'll use these bricks to build a kiln. When I get tired, I'll call you." With that, he began to busy himself. Lin Xiaoying thought for a moment, then, not wanting to insist further, lay down directly in the shelter. Listening to the sounds of Yingjie working outside and reflecting on earlier events, she found herself unable to sleep after a long time. "Do you think we will die here?" Lin Xiaoying suddenly asked. Yingjie, who was plugging the brick seams with some leftover clay, turned to glance at her and found her staring blankly. "No, we won't. In a few days, our little cabin will be completed. By then, even if a tiger were to come, it couldn't hurt us," he gently reassured her. Lin Xiaoying turned over, feeling somewhat dejected. "I thought surviving in the wilderness would be simple. In the videos I've seen, people seem to thrive in the wild, but we have nothing here." She had been holding on to these negative feelings for days, but now it seemed she had found an outlet, and she began to pour out her thoughts to Yingjie. "On my first day here, I almost got swept away by the river. I dislocated my wrist and sprained my ankle. Am I really that foolish? Every day we eat tasteless roasted pork and wild vegetables, sleep in a small shelter, and drink water that's gritty with sand. Searching for anything useful means running back and forth, and now we can't even sleep soundly at night. But this life is still bearable because you're here with me." If it were just me, I would have given up by now. Even if it hadn't rained on the first day, I doubt I could have persevered. As she spoke, her voice turned into gentle sobs. Yingjie sighed quietly to himself. Suddenly leaving the city and the comforts of modern technology to survive on a deserted island, anyone would experience a complex mix of emotions. Moreover, Lin Xiaoying was just a girl inherently more vulnerable. As long as they were together, they could support one another, otherwise loneliness could overpower them both. After pondering this for a moment, Yingjie washed his hands in a nearby puddle, then crawled into the shelter and suddenly embraced Lin Xiaoying. In ancient times, it is said that emperors possessed a unique skill known as embracing beauty. This ability allowed them to command the world beneath their feet while cradling their delicate beauties in their arms. Such was the pinnacle of earthly joy. Yet at this moment, as Yingjie held Lin Xiaoying, a wave of anxiety coursed through him. He feared that she might suddenly cry out, "Pervert," and push him away, shattering the fragile bond they had nurtured. The thought of her withdrawing from the competition and disappearing from his life entirely filled him with dread. However, despite his heart pounding in his chest, he was not cast aside. Lin Xiaoying, upon being embraced, ceased her tears, her face blooming with a sudden flush. "It's all right. No matter the challenges we face, we can confront them together. Life will only get better. There is no problem we cannot solve." Yingjie whispered softly, words he had prepared beforehand. His warm breath brushed against Lin Xiaoying's ear, causing her to squirm slightly, her heartbeat quickening. Yingjie could almost hear the rhythm of her pulse. "It seems your heart is racing. Let me feel it," he said, placing a hand against her chest. No. You still have to keep watch." Lin Xiaoying's response was more subdued than expected. She pushed him away, her face flushed to her neck, retreating to the edge of the shelter. Yingjie chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek. "Silly girl, if I were here alone, I would have been forced to forfeit the competition by now. It's not just you relying on me, we depend on each other. Sleep soundly. With me on guard outside, nothing will go amiss." Blushing, Lin Xiaoying nodded. With that, Yingjie crawled out of the shelter and resumed his task of building the kiln. In truth, had he not been startled by the wild dogs earlier, he wouldn't have needed to wake Lin Xiaoying. He could have handled the situation alone without frightening her. As for the earlier embrace, it wasn't merely an act of taking advantage, it was a means to ease her tension. The reason she had struggled to sleep was due to the scare from the wild dogs. Now, having engaged in a moment of intimacy, her mind would surely be occupied with these thoughts, allowing her to momentarily forget the fear of being ambushed by beasts. Just like that, she could relax and find rest. Yingjie felt justly vindicated, considering himself a gentleman, and they were, after all, innocent. Inside the shelter, Lin Xiaoying's blush faded, and soon weariness overtook her, lulling her into sleep. Hearing her steady breaths, Yingjie glanced back. He noticed a faint blush on her cheeks, and her lips seemed to curl into a slight smile. He wondered what dreams might be dancing through her mind. With a soft laugh, he returned to his work, laboring until he had finally crafted the kiln. A few days prior, Lin Xiaoying had sat by the fire burning a considerable amount of charcoal, which they would use to fire the pottery. Yingjie planned to dig some clay the next day, aiming to create a ceramic basin first, followed by collecting sea salt at the shore. Once these tasks were completed, he settled cross-legged at the entrance of the shelter, ready for his night watch. Without a clock, they had no way of knowing the hour. Looking around, he noticed the darkness enveloping the surroundings. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning. Not overly tired, he felt quite energized. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a thick bamboo pole, preparing to carve out 2 cups. As the first light of dawn broke, Yingjie did not wake Lin Xiaoying. He had kept watch alone throughout the night, feeling only a mild weariness rather than overwhelming fatigue. 2 days prior, they had dug a water pit in front of their shelter and transported some water from a nearby stream. Now Yingjie stood by the pit, washing his face, and felt instantly refreshed. "Once I have the time, I should make a proper basin and perhaps a water tank. It sounds like a bother," he mused, realizing there would be plenty to keep him busy in the future. He began to deal with the trees he had felled the previous day. They were not particularly thick, about the diameter of a water bottle. Yet despite this, the trees were remarkably sturdy, likely due to the poor climate on the island, which stunted their growth, but made them robust, akin to the difference between a person who is merely plump and one who is truly muscular. Yingjie trimmed off the smaller branches and laid the trunks aside to dry. These young trees were full of moisture, and using them without proper drying would make them heavy and prone to warping. Fortunately, under the island's scorching heat, the logs could dry completely within 2 or 3 days, making them ready for use. As he worked on the branches, the sound roused Lin Xiaoying from her slumber. When she opened her eyes, she found the sky brightening. Not only had Yingjie not called her to take her turn at watch, but he had also already begun working. She hurriedly crawled out of the shelter, splashed water on her face, and said to him, "Aren't you tired?" You should get some rest while I handle these branches. Her tone suggested that she had completely set aside the events of the previous night. Yingjie smiled at her. It's fine. While it's still cool, let's get some work done. You'll rest when it gets hot around noon. He then pointed to the fire pit and added, why don't you prepare some food? We'll go to the riverbank later to dig for clay and try making a bowl tonight. All right, Lin Xiaoying replied, examining him closely. Seeing no signs of exhaustion or dark circles under his eyes, she turned to begin preparing their meal. It was nothing more than roasted meat and wild vegetables. They were even wary of eating roasted mushrooms, fearing the risk of accidentally consuming poisonous ones. Yingjie organized the logs he had cut the day before and set them out to dry in the sun. Once Lin Xiaoying had finished preparing their meal, they ate quickly before heading towards the riverbank with a basket made from thorny branches. Yingjie believed the clay found at the riverbank was vital. Not only could it be used to craft pots and pans, but it could also be fired into bricks. With enough bricks, they could even construct a brick house, which would certainly be far superior to their small wooden shelter. The trees surrounding them were not particularly sparse, but there weren't many suitable for their needs. Thus Yingjie searched for and chopped down trees simultaneously. He temporarily left the branches untouched, planning to deal with them later in the evening, which significantly boosted his efficiency. By noon he had felled over 50 trees. This was despite searching only within the nearby woods for trees of the right thickness. Had he not been looking, he might have worked even faster. Yingjie dragged the fallen trees to the side of the shelter without processing them immediately and began to mold clay into pots. Lin Xiaoying, on the other hand, started preparing their meal. The temperature had risen, and it was around 11 o'clock in the morning. Based on his experience from the past few days, the weather remained scorching from this time until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, making it unsuitable for heavy work. Of course, this time was merely Yingjie's rough estimate. He wasn't entirely sure of the exact hour. After setting the pots aside to dry, Yingjie snacked on some food and soon felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Having stayed up all night and worked throughout the morning, he felt both exhausted and sleepy. After giving Lin Xiaoying a brief account of his plans, he lay down under the shade of a tree and fell asleep. Lin Xiaoying kept watch for him. After a night without sleep, Yingjie quickly succumbed to slumber, drifting into a deep and muddled sleep. When he awoke, the sun was no longer as fierce. Lin Xiaoying sat beside him, gently fanning him with 2 large leaves. Perched on a stone beside him, she gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Yet her hands did not remain idle. She occasionally waved the large leaves, providing both a breeze and warding off mosquitoes. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was filled with a sour expression akin to having bitten into a lemon. The comments flooded in. Single monster. If I have sinned, let the law punish me, not subject me to such human suffering. Someone in love. I thought I was watching a wilderness live stream. What did I do wrong to end up with this sour experience? Showy since childhood. You upstairs, you must know that sometimes being single is just a mistake. At that moment, the official live stream hosts switched to this scene, and their expressions became quite complex. Not bad at all. It seems that the saying about men and women working together makes the labor lighter is indeed correct. After a brief silence, teacher Xiao suddenly chuckled and teased. Bing Bing also smiled and remarked, it appears that these two are genuinely helping each other. Chen Zhan nodded in agreement. As for Yang Zheng, he observed the scene, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He felt compelled to comment on Yingjie's demeanor, but worried that it might backfire, so he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Yang Zheng had noticed that during this time 4 groups had encountered each other in the wilderness and teamed up. The organizers had not mentioned anything against teaming up, implicitly allowing it. After all, it would be unreasonable to restrict contestants in the wild. Moreover, they only permitted contestants to bring 1 piece of equipment to the island, which could easily lead to elimination. Without forming teams, most participants would likely struggle to last long. Furthermore, teaming up would make the live stream more interesting and engaging for the audience. For the organizers, increased viewership meant better returns. However, Yang Zheng had observed that among those who teamed up, few were genuinely helping one another, as Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying were. Most were self-serving, focused solely on how to endure one more day in the wilderness, without considering their teammates whom they hardly knew. After waking, Yingjie saw that Lin Xiaoying was still waving the leaves, seemingly oblivious to his awakening. Back to reality, beautiful. Thank you for fanning me. I can give you a massage this evening if you'd like, he said playfully. Lin Xiaoying shot him a glance and ignored his comment. Yingjie didn't press further, washed his face, and picked up his entrenching tool to continue chopping trees. The process was monotonous. The weather had cooled somewhat, yet it was not completely comfortable, and he still worked up a sweat while chopping. At least it was not as stifling as it had been at noon. Yingjie grumbled little and continued until dusk, having felled over 30 trees and dragged them to the side of the small wooden house. As night fell after they had eaten and bathed, Yingjie nestled into the shelter. "He'll sleep first. You keep watch for the first half of the night. When you get tired, wake me up and he'll take over," he instructed. Lin Xiaoying considered suggesting that she take the latter shift, but upon reflection, she realized that if she went to sleep now, she might oversleep until dawn. There was a chance that Yingjie would not wake her at all, leaving him to guard alone throughout the night. Thus she nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Xiaoying's consent, Yingjie closed his eyes and drifted off. Though he had taken a nap at noon, he was not particularly sleepy now, yet fatigue weighed heavily on him. As he lay down, he found it difficult to fall asleep immediately, but he was unwilling to move again. Quietly, he opened the system panel, which displayed a screen visible only to him. The contents remained unchanged. Name: Yingjie. Identity: host. Age: 18 years. Strength: 20 points. Agility: 20 points. Special ability: fire by friction. Though the information was the same, today marked the 6th day of his registration. By midnight, he would have completed a full week. Every 7 days of registration would reward him with a gift package. This system, known as the Ultimate Survival System, left him curious about what the 7-day package would yield. He hoped for a skill in shelter construction, but also desired knowledge of wilderness survival. With the skill to build a shelter, constructing a small wooden cabin would pose no problem. However, without basic wilderness survival knowledge, they were largely relying on common sense for their judgments, even hesitating to consume wild mushrooms. In the days that had passed, aside from wild boar meat and some rather bitter wild vegetables, they had only eaten peaches once. Their ignorance of wilderness survival knowledge left them wary of many things, too afraid to touch or eat items they were unfamiliar with. Ultimately, Yingjie could not dictate what he would receive. He stared at the system screen for a while, his eyelids growing heavy and soon succumbing to drowsiness. When he awoke, the night had deepened significantly. It was pitch black outside, the sky devoid of moonlight, and beyond the glow of the fire, visibility was nearly non-existent. Emerging from the shelter, he discovered Lin Xiaoying had fallen asleep at the entrance. The fire crackled robustly, suggesting she had only just dozed off. He lifted her gently, intending to place her inside the shelter, but the moment he touched her, she awakened. "Oh, I accidentally fell asleep," she exclaimed, her embarrassment evident as she squirmed to free herself from his arms. However, Yingjie refused to release her, holding her tightly and carrying her into the shelter. Leaning close, he whispered softly in her ear, "It's all right, go back to sleep. He'll keep watch from here." Lin Xiaoying's face flushed once more. The straw bedding in the shelter had been freshly dried that afternoon, carrying the scent of sunlight. The faint aroma of Yingjie lingered in the air, and as Lin Xiaoying inhaled it, her cheeks grew warm again, and she soon drifted back into slumber. Yingjie sat outside, scanning his surroundings for any anomalies. Glancing back at Lin Xiaoying, who had closed her eyes, he once again opened the system panel. It was likely past midnight now. Silently, he intoned, "Sign in." "Ding, sign in successful. You have successfully signed in for 7 days. Would you like to claim your sign-in reward?" Without hesitation, Yingjie responded, "Claim." The mechanical voice of the system lacked emotion, yet it ignited a fervor within Yingjie. The rewards it promised were simply overwhelming. Without hesitation, he uttered the word "claim," and the system responded with 3 notifications. "Ding, gift package successfully claimed." "Ding, critical hit on gift package." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have received triple rewards, 3 signing gift packages." What? Yingjie was instantly elated. To think that the signing gift package could deliver a critical hit, transforming into 3. This feature had never been mentioned by the system before. It seemed designed to surprise him unexpectedly. Without a second thought, he opened the 3 packages. The first: "Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 1 basic body enhancement potion." The second: "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the fundamentals of wilderness survival." The third: "Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula for an antiparasitic powder and the formula for a trauma medicine." It felt akin to unboxing a mystery gift filled with indescribable joy. Most remarkably, out of the 3 packages, Yingjie had uncovered 4 items: 1 body enhancement potion, 1 wilderness survival knowledge, 1 antiparasitic powder formula, and 1 trauma medicine formula. It was as if the system had poured this knowledge directly into his mind. In an instant, he felt a wave of dizziness as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness, nearly overwhelming him. It took about half an hour for him to regain his composure. The knowledge of wilderness survival, the antiparasitic powder formula, and the trauma medicine formula had all settled into his mind, while the body enhancement potion appeared directly in his hand. Yingjie closed his eyes, first seeking to grasp what the wilderness survival knowledge entailed. After a moment, he realized it was remarkably comprehensive. It included how to identify wild vegetables, how to set simple traps for hunting, how to construct a shelter, and how to recognize signs of ferocious beasts. This knowledge was extensive, and in an instant Yingjie felt his perception of the surroundings shift dramatically. Previously, he had considered the trees around him to be densely packed, with one growing every 10 meters, casting shadows everywhere. But now, upon closer inspection, he recognized that the trees were actually quite sparse. In a truly dense forest, trees would grow every 1 to 2 meters, and they would not stand so straight and orderly as those here. In a thick woodland, branches often twisted to capture more sunlight, creating a dim, humid environment that exuded a sense of oppression. The towering trees resembled giant squids lurking in the depths of the ocean, ready to ensnare anyone who ventured too close and drag them into the shadows to be consumed. Now, as he observed his surroundings again, perhaps due to the rocky ground being less conducive to tree growth, there were noticeable gaps between the trees, allowing a clear view of the sky above. Yingjie couldn't help but exclaim that this was indeed a fine place. Not only were the trees sparse, but there were also no poisonous insects or wild beasts nearby, who otherwise, given their previous level of vigilance, they would likely have already met their doom. Looking at his formulas for the antiparasitic powder and trauma medicine, he noted that these were herbal formulas, but they were not simply lists of how many grams of each herb to use. Instead, they were intricately detailed. They even included supplementary knowledge on identifying herbs and methods for harvesting them. Much like the fire-starting skill he had acquired earlier, these new pieces of information felt as if they had always been a part of him, seamlessly integrating into his memory. This meant that as long as these herbs existed on the island, he could now locate them and concoct both types of medicine. After absorbing all this, Yingjie turned his attention back to the bottle in his hand, the basic body enhancement potion. The body enhancement potion is an exceedingly important item. Initially, without this potion in the binding package, Yingjie would have undoubtedly been eliminated. It was precisely because of the enhancement that he managed to outrun a wild boar and secured a basket full of wild boar meat. Now, as he gazed at the enhancement potion in his hand, a hint of hesitation crept into Yingjie's heart. Should he consume it himself, or should he give it to Lin Xiaoying? From a perspective of maximizing benefits, it would be wiser to provide it to Lin Xiaoying. He had already undergone one enhancement. If Lin Xiaoying could also be strengthened, their collaboration would surely improve. If he allowed Lin Xiaoying to drink it, she would be capable of undertaking tasks that required strength, such as chopping wood and building shelters. However, a significant issue loomed. Yingjie could not explain the origin of the enhancement potion. He couldn't let Lin Xiaoying unknowingly consume it either. The process of enhancement was not subtle, it was accompanied by clear sensations. The entire experience felt like a gentle electric shock, with a tingling warmth spreading through his body, making it impossible to ignore. Moreover, if she suddenly displayed unusual strength, the audience in the live stream would likely notice right away. His own strength had been apparent from the beginning, and the viewers would merely perceive his power as somewhat exaggerated but not out of place. However, if he were to give the potion to Lin Xiaoying, now her strength, after some deliberation, Yingjie resolved to drink the potion himself. Enhancing his own power was not a bad decision. Even if it did not maximize benefits, it would at least ensure his safety. Furthermore, the enhanced strength would belong to him alone. He glanced at the drone hovering above him. Unscrewing the bottle, he swiftly gulped down the potion. With a gulp, he felt a rapid warmth spreading through his muscles. It was as if he had been struck by electricity, with a prickling sensation coursing through every limb and sinew. This sensation lasted for about a minute. Yingjie quickly opened the system panel, eager to check if his strength had doubled. Name: Yingjie. Identity: host. Age: 18. Strength: 30 points. Agility: 30 points. Special ability: fire by friction. Regrettably, both his strength and agility had not doubled. They had only increased from 20 to 30, a rise of merely 10 points. Nevertheless, when he clenched his fists, he felt significantly stronger than before. In fact, upon reflection, his current strength and agility were the average. Having 3 times the strength and agility of an ordinary person was already a source of pride. It was likely that even well-trained special forces soldiers. However, as he examined the system panel, a question nagged at him. The wilderness survival knowledge he had gained along with the 2 recipes did not appear on the system. Yet the special ability of fire by friction remained. Nonetheless, Yingjie did not dwell on this issue for long. After consuming the body enhancement potion, he began to tend to the fire pit in front of him. Earlier that morning, he had crafted a basin the size of a wash basin. Even while on night watch, he could not simply stand idly by. Doing nothing would only increase his fatigue, not necessarily making the night easier to endure. Yingjie noticed that there was now an abundance of charcoal surrounding the shelter, likely produced by Lin Xiaoying during her recent watch. He directed the fire into the kiln, adding some charcoal, and prepared to start firing the jar and basin. His wilderness survival knowledge included methods for pottery, making focusing on simpler techniques suitable for the wild. In contrast, the pottery skills he had learned from his grandfather were more refined, capable of producing pieces that could be considered crafts if conditions permitted. However, in this wilderness, functionality was paramount. Aesthetics were of little concern. The basins he made earlier were simply molded and not particularly pleasing to the eye. They lacked perfect roundness and smoothness. Among the survival knowledge he acquired, there was a simpler method he planned to try in the future. For now, these two unrefined pieces would suffice. One basin could be used for drying salt, while the jar could serve as a pot. As soon as the fire in the kiln was well established, Yingjie placed the jar inside and settled down nearby, attentively monitoring the intensity of the flame. After about half an hour, once the fire stabilized, he began to engage in other tasks. He picked up his entrenching tool, using its serrated edge to process the trees he had cut down that morning. The noise was somewhat disruptive, and he glanced around the shelter, concerned that Lin Xiaoying might wake. However, after a while he noticed she was sleeping deeply, unbothered by the commotion, indicating that she was quite exhausted. With that realization, Yingjie felt reassured and continued his work. As he processed the logs he had chopped during the day, he kept an eye on the pottery being fired. By the time dawn broke, he had finished with the wood, and the pot in the kiln was nearing completion. Yingjie sat at the entrance of the shelter, purifying a cup of water with his purification device. After taking a few sips, he rested there. Previously, he had thought the purification device was quite good, but now, having gained knowledge of wilderness survival, he realized its effectiveness was somewhat lacking. The purification was not entirely thorough. He resolved to create a new one when he had the time, one that would offer superior purification results. Looking at the pot in the kiln, he noted that the fire had died down, and he needed to wait for the temperature inside to cool before he could take it out. From the outside, the pot appeared nearly perfect, exhibiting all the essential characteristics of a proper vessel. It was intact without leaks, and while it didn't have a particularly smooth finish, it was more than adequate for boiling water or stewing soup. After resting for a while, daylight had fully arrived. Lin Xiaoying had stayed up late the previous night and was still asleep as the sun rose. Yingjie chose not to wake her, and instead took some dried pork, placing it over the fire to grill. The quality of the dried pork was no longer ideal. Though it hadn't been particularly humid in recent days, the meat had still begun to spoil. By noon, Lin Xiaoying would usually lay it out in the sun to dry. While this made the meat less prone to spoilage, excessive drying altered its taste significantly. Now it had lost the flavor it possessed a few days prior. It seems we need to find more food, Yingjie sighed. Although they had not worried about food recently, the quality of their meals had been quite monotonous. Daily servings of grilled meat and wild vegetables without a hint of salt. Once the small cabin was constructed, they needed to venture out quickly to search for food. Contemplating this, Yingjie surveyed the surrounding area. Within his knowledge of wilderness survival were methods for building shelters ranging from simple to more complex structures. The techniques for constructing small cabins and stone houses were all included. With this in mind, Yingjie observed the open ground and the logs and bamboo laid on the ground, and he began to outline his plans in his mind. He pondered where the cabin should be positioned and how to utilize the wood and bamboo effectively. He circled the clearing, walking around it 4 or 5 times, taking about 10 minutes to solidify his thoughts. First, the cabin didn't need to be excessively tall. About 2 meters would suffice for them to stand comfortably. In the wilderness, there were no chandeliers or need for elaborate decoration, so a height of 2 meters was adequate for their activities, eliminating the necessity of constructing it to the height of modern buildings. Such a design would conserve wood. The over 100 logs he had just cut would be more than enough. Secondly, the roof did not need to be overly complicated. Using bamboo to construct the roof would work perfectly, being both lightweight and sturdy. They could split the bamboo into strips, weave them into panels, and then fix them over the structure. To prevent leaks, a layer of leaves could be laid on top, followed by a layer of mud. Lost in thought, Yingjie suddenly heard a crackling sound near the fire. Turning around, he realized he had forgotten to remove the meat from the fire. The stick had burned through and fallen into the flames with a crack. Looking at the meat, he found it charred beyond recognition, now resembling a piece of charcoal. Yingjie couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had been so engrossed in his cabin plans that he had forgotten about the grilling meat. However, he was finally ready to start constructing the long-discussed cabin. He retrieved 2 more pieces of meat and placed them over the fire to grill, while sketching a rough design for the cabin in front of him. When Lin Xiaoying awoke, she found Yingjie sitting by the fire, grinning foolishly while holding 2 charred pieces of meat. She couldn't help but laugh. "You seem very mature most of the time, but you have your moments of silliness." Smiling, she approached him and inquired about what made him so happy. Yingjie shared his rough design for the cabin. Lin Xiaoying didn't quite grasp everything as she engaged with him, while also placing 2 pieces of meat on the fire to grill. The charred meat in his hands, clearly inedible, was tossed into the flames without her giving it a second thought. Yingjie, undeterred by this, continued to explain his building method. Lin Xiaoying didn't understand much of it. By the time he finished, all she retained was that the cabin would be sturdy, the roof covered with bamboo strips, and the interior spacious enough to accommodate a bed and a table. Therefore, she urged him to prepare while she focused on grilling the meat for breakfast. Yingjie stepped into the clearing, planning the cabin's position while chatting with Lin Xiaoying. This pork is about to spoil. Let's get the basic structure of the cabin up today, and tomorrow we can look for other food. He intended to construct the walls of the cabin today, postponing the roof for later, planning to search for food the following day. In fact, once the walls were up and a simple gate constructed, they wouldn't need to keep watch at night. They would leave the current shelter intact. If it rained, they would stay there, and if it didn't, they would use the cabin. Lin Xiaoying wholeheartedly agreed, happily grilling the meat, while her mind wandered to the prospects of finding food the next day. Let's explore to the south or north tomorrow and see if we can find the ocean. We need to quickly gather some sea salt, Lin Xiaoying suggested. No problem, Yingjie replied enthusiastically. On the 3rd and 4th days of their arrival on the island, they explored both the eastern and western sides. Their primary desire was to find the sea, yet both directions led to disappointment. However, the east revealed a peach orchard while the west was filled with bamboo and clay, both of which proved invaluable to them. The clay, referred to by Yingjie as it was known in his hometown, was technically called kaolin. Had he not discovered this resource, Yingjie would have been at a loss for how to craft pots and pans. Certainly, he could not chisel them from stone. As he pondered this, a thought struck him. There was still a finished pot in the kiln. He hurried over to inspect it, and finding that the temperature had cooled, he carefully retrieved the ceramic vessel. It was intact with no cracks or blemishes. During the shaping process, he had meticulously removed all stones and impurities from the clay. Gently tapping the pot, it produced a clear, melodious sound. Come look, he called to Lin Xiaoying. Oh, you've already made it, she exclaimed hastily, putting down the skewered meat and rushing over in delight. This pot was something she had longed for, as it would allow them to boil water or make soup. Yingjie handed her the pot for inspection. It's a bit ugly, Lin Xiaoying remarked, turning it over in her hands and pouting slightly. Before Yingjie could offer an explanation, she added, but it's charming in its own way, quite lovely actually. Yingjie was momentarily at a loss for words. Charming in its own way seemed to embody a unique, youthful aesthetic. Will it be used for boiling water? Won't it leak? Lin Xiaoying inquired. This was pottery, not porcelain. Its surface lacked the smooth glaze and appeared to be quite utilitarian, sparking her doubts. It won't leak. It's already been fired as pottery. Even when filled with water, it will hold, Yingjie assured her, taking the pot and filling it with water from the nearby stream. Approaching the fire pit, he constructed a small rack from surrounding, with suspending the pot over the flames with vines. Let's heat some water. We can also use it for soup in the future, he smiled. The only drawback was that the wooden rack was not fireproof, requiring a low flame to prevent the vines from burning. Lin Xiaoying quickly pulled a few dry twigs from the fire to keep the flames from raging too fiercely. After having a bite to eat, they each enjoyed a cup of hot water before resuming their tasks. Yingjie led Lin Xiaoying back to the kiln, where he had prepared a basin the day before, intending for her to fire it. Place the basin inside, cover it with bricks, leaving only a small vent for smoke. Put charcoal underneath, and at the beginning the fire needs to be quite strong and even. Be cautious not to have one side blazing while the other falters, he explained, emphasizing the key points. Lin Xiaoying directed the flames into the kiln, adding charcoal as instructed. With her excellent memory, she recalled his cautions perfectly and executed the process without error, successfully igniting the basin within the kiln. Firing pottery requires a high temperature, and with this kiln, they could achieve the necessary heat. Moreover, constant vigilance was necessary to maintain a steady flame. The intensity should not fluctuate, and the addition of fuel must be systematic and consistent. With Lin Xiaoying standing guard, Yingjie felt much more at ease compared to when he had attempted to fire the pot alone at night, juggling both the flames and the woodwork. Once that was settled, he turned his attention to constructing a small cabin. The overall plan had become clear in his mind. He began by digging 2 holes at each corner according to the marked lines. Next, he laid 2 parallel logs in each hole, spaced about 10 centimeters apart. Finally, he secured thicker logs roughly the width of his arms between the parallel logs to form the walls of the cabin. With the walls assembled and a roof added, the small cabin began to take shape. This method, with walls stacked horizontally and secured by vertically embedded logs, was far sturdier than the initial concept of burying logs upright in the ground, and it simplified the process of digging multiple trenches. Despite the clarity of his plan when it came to execution, Yingjie encountered numerous challenges. While digging the holes, he discovered that the layer of stones was not merely a thin crust, but a solid 10 centimeters deep resting atop hard earth. Excavating in such conditions proved quite arduous. Fortunately, Yingjie's physical stamina had improved, allowing him to persevere despite the slow progress without exhaustion. After spending half the morning digging the holes at the marked corners and burying 8 logs securely, midday arrived. The weather was exceptionally sweltering, and Yingjie found himself sweating profusely even in the shade of a tree. The heat made continuing work unfeasible, so he paused to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the ceramic basin in the kiln was nearing completion. The fire had died down, and it required just a bit more time to settle. Looking up at the sky, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. With such oppressive heat, would rain soon follow? The rain was undeniably a common occurrence. In fact, it was the absence of rain that felt unusual. This was an island surrounded by the sea on all sides where one would expect an abundance of rainfall. Yet after 7 days on the island, apart from a heavy downpour on the first day, they had not seen a single drop of rain in the following 6 days. It simply did not make sense. The two gathered some dry twigs and placed them in their shelter before continuing their usual preparation for lunch. An hour later, after they had finished their meal, the weather grew increasingly sultry, yet the rain still failed to fall. One could only speculate that a significant storm was on the horizon. The pottery in the kiln had been successfully fired, but it was still too hot to be removed. Yingjie glanced around and said to Lin Xiaoying, who was seated in the shade, "I'll take a short nap. If it starts to rain, wake me up quickly." Typically, they worked late into the night. Though Yingjie seemed to have dozed off in the first half of the night, he actually only managed to sleep for 2 or 3 hours, leaving him drowsy during the day. While keeping watch at night, he didn't merely sit idly, he took advantage of the cooler evening to tackle some of the more labor-intensive tasks. A midday nap was essential for him to recuperate. Understanding this, Lin Xiaoying let him rest under the shade, while she picked 2 large leaves to fan him gently. However, just as Yingjie closed his eyes, still on the verge of sleep, he heard the rumble of thunder in the distance. Suddenly, the wind picked up. The oppressive heat of the island was instantly dispelled, replaced by a refreshing breeze. Yingjie opened his eyes wide. "It's going to rain," he exclaimed, glancing up at the sky where dark clouds were gathering from the south. "Let's head to the shelter, otherwise we'll get soaked," Lin Xiaoying suggested. When faced with problems, she rarely asked Yingjie helplessly what to do. She was an independent thinker, aware of when to act decisively. With the ominous clouds looming overhead, Lin Xiaoying hurried over to retrieve the fired pottery from the kiln. Without taking the time to examine it closely, she placed it into the shelter to prevent it from getting drenched. Next, she gathered the charcoal they had prepared and stuffed it into a basket, bringing it into the shelter as well. Before their meal, they had already stashed a good amount of dry twigs inside the shelter. Now Lin Xiaoying added some hay, making the already small space increasingly cramped. With all the added items, it was a tight fit for both of them to lie down. Yingjie found it difficult to stretch his legs fully. "I hope the rain doesn't last too long, otherwise it will delay the construction of the cabin," Yingjie remarked with a sigh. Lin Xiaoying smiled. "It's all right, at least we have a place to stay now. We won't get drenched in the heavy rain." As soon as she finished speaking, the wind outside suddenly intensified, bringing a coolness that was quite refreshing. Moments later, large raindrops began to fall, pattering against the leaves and creating large splashes on the ground. The rain quickly escalated to a torrential downpour. Listening to the sound of the rain, Yingjie yawned. "You should sleep a bit. Once the rain stops, there's still a lot of work to do," Lin Xiaoying whispered in his ear. With a soft hum, Yingjie yawned a few more times and soon fell asleep. When he awoke again, the rain had lessened significantly. The only sounds remaining were the droplets falling from the leaves, creating a rhythmic ticking sound. Yingjie stretched and yawned. Sleeping on a rainy day was truly comfortable. If they had a small cabin with a bed, it would be even better. He glanced around, unable to discern the time under the overcast sky, though it was evident that it was still light outside. "How long have I been asleep?" he asked. Lin Xiaoying, who had been idly watching the rain outside, turned her head at the sound of his voice. "About 2 hours, I think. The rain just stopped." Hearing that it had only been 2 hours, Yingjie let out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, the rain would not hinder their progress. Soon the sun would emerge and everything would dry quickly. The sparse trees in the area meant that the humidity wouldn't linger for long. They could continue building the shelter in the afternoon, and indeed the rain had made the air cooler. After resting a bit longer in the shelter, Yingjie got up to resume his work. He placed the wood in the sunlight to dry and began clearing the ground in the area designated for the cabin. Lin Xiaoying took out the dry twigs stored in the... While they busily worked without a care, it seemed as if the rain had made no impact on them at all. However, others were not so fortunate. Meanwhile, in the official livestream, Bingbing and Xiaosa, as hosts, Bingbing and Xiaosa listened intently to the instructions in their earpiece while transitioning to various live streams. The first they switched to featured an older gentleman. Bingbing remarked, "It looks like this uncle has built a sturdy shelter." The camera showed the uncle on the ground diligently trying to create. Those who had managed to endure thus far were generally capable of. Although the uncle was old, however, his survival skills left something to be desired. After spending some time in his livestream, Bingbing, this young man had constructed a spacious little cabin, and his fire pit was moved inside completely unaffected by the heavy rain. At that moment, he was cooking fish in the cabin, and through this instantly many viewers flocked to his stream. An important function of the official live streaming room is to direct traffic. Those unaware of which live stream might be entertaining can always check in on the official channel where streams are frequently switched, allowing viewers to discover something intriguing. However, many people tuned in specifically for the hosts of the official live stream. Most of the young men are captivated by Bingbing, while a portion of the young women gaze longingly at teacher Xiaosa, and others are focused on the Special Forces instructor teacher Qinjian. There are even some who specifically come to witness the blunders of expert Yingjie. As the official live stream switched to the room of Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying, Yingjie's eyes lit up with excitement. He was already prepared for the upcoming showdown. Over the past few days, he had offered evaluations whenever he saw Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying in action, claiming whether they would succeed or fail. Despite Yingjie's rich experience, there were moments when Yingjie's abilities left him humbled. For instance, during a pottery-making session, Yingjie had confidently asserted that using firewood in the wilderness could never reach the temperature needed for pottery. Yet Yingjie had effortlessly crafted a kiln from wood and charcoal, successfully producing a pottery jar and basin. Now, as the stream unfolded, the first scene revealed Yingjie carrying 5 or 6 logs into the sun. Yingjie immediately remarked, "This approach won't work, he's being too eager." In the wilderness, one must manage their labor carefully, or else exhaustion will become a problem. Each log was as thick as a man's arm and around 4 to 5 meters long, weighing at least 20 pounds each. Carrying 5 or 6 logs meant he was hauling over 100 pounds, a task that even the strongest individual couldn't sustain for long. This was the foundation of Yingjie's confidence. However, after watching for a moment, Yingjie fell silent. Yingjie's pace did not wane, or in fact, he seemed to be moving even faster, jogging with the logs appearing far from fatigued. Yingjie quickly excused himself to the restroom, leaving the live stream. The audience behind the screen erupted in laughter. "This young expert has truly mastered the art," one commented. "Indeed, every time he senses he's about to be proven wrong, he just dashes to the restroom." This was part of the reason why many tuned in to watch Yingjie. In the wilderness, Yingjie remained oblivious to the critiques directed at him by Yingjie. Had he known, he would have surely showcased his strength. His physical prowess was not merely a matter of brute force, it was 3 times that of an average person, accompanied by extraordinary agility. He had encountered strong individuals before, notably a robust young man from his village who could consume an astounding amount of food and lift 3 sacks of wheat weighing over 300 pounds with ease. However, Yingjie's enhancements came from 2 doses of a physical enhancement potion, which bolstered both his strength and agility. Though he did not appear particularly muscular, his muscle density was remarkable, granting him explosive power and endurance. Carrying over 100 pounds of wood was not particularly taxing for Yingjie. He set the logs out to dry in the sun and turned his attention to other tasks. After about 2 hours, the rain-soaked wood was completely dry, and Yingjie began constructing a small wooden house. The logs embedded in the ground formed the framework, while additional logs were laid horizontally for support. With the wilderness survival experience provided by his system, he executed these tasks with an ease that suggested he had done them countless times before. Soon the 4 walls of the small wooden house were erected, encircling their original shelter. Lin Xiaoying glanced over curiously and asked, "Now that all 4 sides are enclosed, how do we get inside without a door?" Yingjie chuckled patience. He had not secured the logs on the side facing the entrance. After positioning them, he used a spade to mark the door's location, then removed the logs, cut one section in half, and replaced it to create an entrance over a meter high. "It's a bit low, but it's safer," he remarked, ducking through the opening. Although one had to bend to enter, this design enhanced sturdiness and simplified the construction of a gate. Once inside, the space felt relatively spacious, with each wall measuring around 5 meters, giving the small house an area of approximately 25 square meters, ample for a bedroom. However, the roof was still absent, and as Yingjie observed the sky, he realized that there was no way to complete it before nightfall. Darkness would render the task of roofing impractical. Thus, he proceeded to make a gate to secure the entrance. "The walls are complete, we won't need to keep watch tonight," he said with a smile. After all, isn't safety what everyone seeks? On the island, initial concerns revolved around food scarcity, followed by fears of dangerous wildlife. But for Li Yingjie, the issues of sustenance and safety had now been largely resolved, allowing him to finally relax and enjoy peace of mind. In the shelter formed by 4 wooden walls, the need for a night watch had vanished. Li Yingjie sat before a small fire, carefully tending to it. The fire had been moved inside the cabin, so he dared not let it blaze too fiercely, fearing it might ignite the surrounding wooden walls. After all, a moment's distraction could lead to disaster. However, focusing on this modest flame was far less daunting than worrying about the wild beasts lurking outside. That evening, both Li Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying slept peacefully, awakening the next morning feeling invigorated. "Let's eat something first, and then we can explore to the south to see if we can find anything useful," Li Yingjie suggested. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Xiaoying's eyes as she replied, "If only we knew where the sea was, we could hurry there and dry some sea salt." Having endured tasteless food for days, she was nearing her limit. Li Yingjie chuckled. In truth, their journey was indeed aimed at finding the sea, and he hoped to spot some game along the way. Furthermore, he already had a method in mind for locating the coastline, but he chose to keep it a secret from Lin Xiaoying for the sake of surprise. After a light meal and drinking their fill of water, Li Yingjie strapped on their wicker basket, packing in earthen pots, a homemade water filter, some mint for repelling mosquitoes, 2 pieces of jerky, and a bit of charcoal. Although these items were heavy, they felt almost weightless to Li Yingjie due to his current strength. He closed the fence gate of the cabin, wielding a trowel in one hand and a stick the thickness of a rolling pin in the other, while encouraging Lin Xiaoying to take up a stick of her own. Together they set off. Upon landing on the island, Li Yingjie had sensed that the coastline was not too far away. However, after arriving, he had lost all sense of direction and time. Thus, he was uncertain of their distance from the sea. Before acquiring wilderness survival knowledge, he had wandered aimlessly, choosing directions at random, ultimately discovering that neither led to the ocean. Now, however, he had learned several methods for finding his way, no longer groping in the dark like a blind man. "Senior, let's follow the stream. It's cooler here," he suggested. Lin Xiaoying, recalling the near mishap of being swept away the first day, initially kept her distance from the stream, still harboring a bit of fear. But after considering Li Yingjie's words, she cautiously approached. The danger had stemmed from heavy rains, and her twisted ankle, in the current circumstances, such a risk seemed unlikely. They walked along the stream with Li Yingjie leading the way, clearing any obstructing vines with his trowel. Lin Xiaoying had traversed this stream for over an hour on her previous journey, hoping to locate its source. "Why are we following the stream? There are more plants here. While it's cooler, it's not as easy to walk as outside," she queried. The waters beside the stream were abundant, and the vegetation thrived in a way that far surpassed the exterior. The sheer number of plants made the path more treacherous, requiring them to stop frequently to clear away vines. In response, Li Yingjie smiled and posed a rhetorical question. "Senior, where does the water in the stream ultimately flow?" Lin Xiaoying paused. "It should flow into some river, right? This stream must be a tributary of a larger river." "Wait," she exclaimed, suddenly recognizing the flaw in her reasoning. If it were merely a stream, the water could have meandered anywhere. However, during the heavy rains, the torrential flow had surged along the stream's course, suggesting that such an abundance of water could not simply drift aimlessly. It must lead to the sea. Therefore, following the stream will lead us to the ocean, right? Lin Xiaoying set, her eyes bright with excitement. Li Yingjie nodded, pleased. Before acquiring his survival knowledge, he had not considered this, but now it was evident. Moreover, not only was the stream flowing southward, but the river they had discovered to the west also flowed in that direction. Thus, he concluded that the sea must lie to the south. With their destination clear, Lin Xiaoying walked with renewed enthusiasm, no longer lamenting the overabundance of vines. Indeed, walking beside the stream was considerably more refreshing than trudging through the heat outside. They wasted no time marking their path in the dirt, knowing that retracing their steps beside the stream would pose no danger. After approximately 3 hours of walking, Li Yingjie keenly noticed that the trees ahead differed from those behind them. He approached and peeled back a section of bark from one of the trees. "Have you found something?" Lin Xiaoying asked breathlessly. The temperature had risen, and even beside the stream the heat had caused them to sweat. After 3 continuous hours of walking, Lin Xiaoying paused, feeling slightly winded. Li Yingjie removed a piece of bark, inhaled its scent, and smiled. "We might not be far from the sea," he declared, pointing out the trees to Lin Xiaoying. "Look, the color beneath these trees is noticeably darker than that above. Why do you think that is?" Lin Xiaoying's brow furrowed as she pondered. She realized she had not learned such knowledge and shook her head. Li Yingjie continued. "This indicates that these trees are frequently submerged in water, which explains the color difference." Her eyes lit up. "You're right. That's clever, Yingjie. How do you know all this?" she praised. Li Yingjie merely chuckled, refraining from explaining the sudden acquisition of his survival skills, which he could not disclose. After assessing their surroundings, they rose and continued onward. After walking for another 10 minutes, Yingjie began to catch the scent of the sea. The marks on the surrounding trees were now quite evident, clearly indicating that this area would be submerged during high tide. Lin Xiaoying's excitement grew despite feeling fatigued. Her pace did not falter. Yingjie cautioned, "Be careful. This area is often flooded by seawater, and it might turn into marshland. There could even be crocodiles lurking about." At these words, Lin Xiaoying hesitated, her courage wavering. With a chuckle, Yingjie reassured her, "Just follow behind me, stepping on the stones on the ground. Avoid the tall grass where you can't see." As he spoke, he moved forward, using his stick to poke at the grass nearby, wary of any sudden crocodilian surprises. After a few more minutes of walking, the sound of the waves reached their ears. The trees had thinned out considerably, clearing their view. Yingjie glanced ahead and was greeted by a stretch of golden sand. The beach lay before them. "Ha ha ha, we've truly found the sea." The two hurried forward, quickly sinking their feet into the soft sand. Yingjie reminded Lin Xiaoying to wear her hat to protect herself from the sun's rays. However, Lin Xiaoying had already anticipated this, fearing the sun would darken her complexion. Once on the beach, they were relieved to find that crocodiles were unlikely to be found in such an open space, nor would sharks venture ashore. They took a moment to admire the vast expanse of the ocean, and Lin Xiaoying remarked that it was only today that she truly felt the allure of the wilderness. Yingjie nodded in agreement. He stole a glance at Lin Xiaoying, noticing her long hair blown back by the sea breeze, her large eyes scanning the surroundings. Standing beside the ocean, she resembled a figure from a painting, exuding beauty. "What a great fortune in life," Yingjie mused aloud. Lin Xiaoying, not hearing him clearly, turned to ask, "What?" With a smile, Yingjie shook his head. "Nothing. Just take a moment to enjoy the sea breeze and see if there are any beautiful shells on the beach. I'll go gather some firewood." With that, he began to survey the area around the beach. They had brought 2 pieces of charcoal with them, and the beach was littered with driftwood washed ashore from the jungle. Yingjie gathered some dry wood and grass, igniting a fire using the charcoal. The skill of starting a fire by friction came easily to him, and within minutes a lively flame flickered to life. He then collected several stones from the surroundings and arranged them around the fire. After testing their placement, he found they were just right to hold a clay pot above the flames. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying had not simply idled away her time on the beach. After taking in the sea, she had started gathering firewood as well. On their way, Yingjie had explained how to obtain salt. Initially, he had not considered drying salt under the sun, as that would take far too long. Collecting a pot of seawater might take all day to evaporate, yielding only a small amount of salt. Given that they had walked for over 3 hours to reach the beach, acquiring only a tiny bit of salt in one go would be inefficient. Thus, Yingjie planned to boil the seawater to extract the salt. Seawater is a natural salt mine with an average salinity of about 35 parts per thousand. This meant that evaporating 1 kilogram of seawater would yield around 35 grams of salt. Furthermore, while water would evaporate when boiled, salt would remain. By boiling approximately 30 kilograms of water, they could obtain 1 kilogram of salt. Yingjie not only placed the clay pot over the fire, but also set a clay jar atop the flames. With both containers holding approximately 2 kilograms of water each, he realized they would need to boil water at least 7 times to produce a kilogram of salt. Calculating the time, he felt they had ample opportunity. As the fire blazed, Lin Xiaoying kept watch. Yingjie stirred the seawater continuously with a stick, hastening its evaporation. The sun grew ever more intense, prompting them to move the fire into the shade of the trees. The fire crackled brightly, and the water in the clay pot and jar began to boil, quickly diminishing in volume, with a layer of white crystals forming at the bottom. Once the fire was sufficiently diminished, he let the residual heat finish evaporating the remaining seawater. He then ventured back to the shore to search for food. At this time, the tide was receding. When they had first arrived, the beach stretched only a few dozen meters, but now it extended over 200 meters. Walking along the shore, Yingjie discovered several large crabs. Using his entrenching tool, he severed their claws and collected them in a basket he carried on his back. By the time he reached the water's edge, he had caught over a dozen crabs. Upon returning, he found that the seawater in the clay pot had evaporated completely, and only a small amount remained in the jar. Lin Xiaoying was busy scraping the salt from the surface. Yingjie took several large leaves and wrapped the salt in them, placing it into the basket. He then laid the crabs out on the beach. "We can change up our lunch today?" Lin Xiaoying's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the sizable crabs, each as large as a palm, and there were plenty of them. A stream flowing through the island meandered from the north to the sea, providing fresh water. Yingjie filled the clay pot with water from the stream, and together they began to cook the crabs. Suddenly Lin Xiaoying remarked, did you know? In the 1940s, there were places in Mo where the poor could only survive by eating the Yangqing Lake hairy crabs. Yingjie paused surprised. Yangqing Lake hairy crabs. Images of expensive seafood costing hundreds per kilogram flashed through his mind. These were things he could hardly fathom. He shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the crabs before him. It seemed that at this moment they were compelled to eat crabs simply to satisfy their hunger. However, regardless of the circumstances, the two of them enjoyed a delightful meal after cooking the crabs. After so many days aside from various wild vegetables and dried meat, they had not consumed much else. At this moment, they quickly finished off a dozen crabs. Once the crabs were devoured and everything tidied up, they resumed the process of boiling seawater to extract salt. After all, their primary purpose for coming here was to obtain salt, so all their actions needed to align with that goal. As the fire roared back to life, Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying took turns stirring and tending to the flames, soon producing another batch of sea salt. Each time the water in the earthen pots boiled down, they managed to extract about 70 to 80 grams of salt. Since both pots dried out around the same time, every batch yielded over 100 grams of salt. Yingjie wrapped the salt in leaves, and after estimating their haul, they already had half a kilogram of salt. If they were frugal with it, that amount would last them a considerable time. However, having come so far, Yingjie decided it would be wise to make more salt, so they wouldn't have to carry pots and jars on their next trip to the seaside. But after the second batch was ready, Yingjie noticed that the beach had shrunk. Initially, it was only a few dozen meters wide, then expanded to over 200 meters, and after cooking the crabs, it had extended to over 500 meters. Now, however, it was only about 300 or 400 meters. The tide was coming in. Yingjie hurriedly filled another container with seawater and placed it over the fire to continue boiling. At the current rate, it would likely reach them within an hour or two. The tidal rhythm followed a pattern of 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day, separated by 12 hours. They had experienced the lowest tide when they had lunch, and since then the water had begun to rise. Looking at the state of the trees, it was clear that the sea would eventually encroach hundreds of meters inland, meaning it wouldn't take long to reach their current position. We should move the fire into the woods soon, Lin Xiaoying suggested. Once the seawater arrived, they wouldn't be able to continue boiling salt here. Yet Yingjie shook his head. There's no need. If we time it right, we can still boil 2 more batches, giving us about a kilogram of salt, which will be enough for us. He wasn't being greedy. The beach offered a clear view with minimal mosquitoes, and they could enjoy the seaside scenery, making it a pleasant spot for boiling salt. In contrast, the woods would not be as comfortable. Besides, a kilogram of salt was sufficient for a long time. They could always come back later. They hurriedly continued boiling, and soon another batch was ready. The seawater was now only 100 meters away. Yingjie refilled the pots with water and resumed boiling. When the last batch of salt was ready, the waves were just a few meters from their feet, almost lapping at them. Time to wrap up. Yingjie called out, gathering the salt along with the previously wrapped portions and pouring everything into a clay jar, which he then placed in a wicker basket. The sea was now at their feet. Let's go home, Yingjie said. Upon hearing the word home, Lin Xiaoying's expression shifted slightly, a rush of joy flooding her heart. Yes, although they were in the wilderness, now they had a home. After all their efforts, they had a place to care about, a refuge after a long day's work. Home, she exclaimed happily. But as she turned, she suddenly gasped, wow. Look at that. Yingjie followed her gaze, initially thinking her surprise indicated danger and was even prepared to pull her away. However, upon looking, he saw a large turtle crawling up from the sea. The turtle was the size of a wash basin, its 4 clawless legs laboriously pushing against the sand as it seemed to head towards the woods. Can we hunt turtles on the island? Yingjie asked immediately. Lin Xiaoying nodded, recalling that during the competition, the organizers had mentioned that all animals on the deserted island were fair game. She grabbed her entrenching tool, quietly circled around, and approached the turtle. The creature seemed completely unaware of her presence, plodding along as if its heavy shell made it impervious to fear. Once close enough, Yingjie swung the entrenching tool and struck down fiercely with the sharp edge. Crack! The sound wasn't particularly sharp, but the turtle's head was severed cleanly. Yingjie glanced at Lin Xiaoying, concerned she might be startled by the gruesome scene. But when he turned, he found her almost drooling, staring at the turtle, as if envisioning a pot of turtle soup. Yingjie. While it was true that survival was paramount in the wilderness, discussing the cruelty of the act seemed excessive. But surely she didn't need to look like she was about to drool over a large turtle. It wasn't just turtle soup. He lifted the turtle and placed it in the wicker basket, preparing to take it back for processing. Lin. The two retreated into the jungle, with Yingjie wary of lingering nearby. This place was different from the beach, frequently covered by seawater, which had created numerous muddy patches within the woods. If they accidentally stepped into one, they might find it quite difficult to escape. Thus, they quickly retraced their steps, moving away from this area. Striding forward, they soon arrived at the spot where Yingjie had discovered traces of seawater. "This big turtle should be enough for us to eat for several days," he remarked. However, Lin Xiaoying's expression was somewhat peculiar. She was not well acquainted with turtles, but she knew about soft-shelled turtles. These creatures were known to replenish energy, enhance vitality, and provide significant nourishment. To put it simply, they were considered energizing. She contemplated advising Yingjie to eat less upon their return, but struggled to find the right words. Unbeknownst to her, Yingjie was oblivious to this concern, preoccupied with thoughts of purifying the sea salt they had collected. It wasn't too late, and he still had time to build a small wooden cabin when they returned. If they could quickly put a roof on it, their safety would be ensured, and they could focus solely on basic sustenance thereafter. They walked back along the stream. After several days of running around, Lin Xiaoying's physical condition had improved significantly. When they first arrived, a half-day of exploration would leave her utterly exhausted, but now, while she was slightly out of breath, her body was fully capable of enduring the exertion. After about 3 hours, they returned to the vicinity of their shelter. The sky had begun to dim. Though the trees here were sparse, they still obstructed much of the light. "We need to eat the turtle quickly, otherwise it will produce toxins. You break it open, and I'll take care of it," Lin Xiaoying urged. Yingjie nodded in agreement. He found a stone, and with a little force shattered the turtle's shell. Then, using Lin Xiaoying's multifunctional knife, he carefully extracted the meat inside. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. The turtle's belly was quite large and seemed to be filled with something. When he cut it open, to his astonishment, he found dozens of eggs inside. "Are these turtle eggs?" Lin Xiaoying exclaimed. The eggs were slightly smaller than chicken eggs and entirely white with hardened shells that indicated they had fully developed. Upon careful counting, they discovered there were over 90 eggs. "Oh no. We might have harmed a whole bunch of baby turtles," Yingjie remarked. Lin Xiaoying shook her head. "Discussing this in the wilderness seems a bit excessive." Yingjie reflected and agreed survival was the priority in the competition. If they managed to secure a position in the top 3, they could earn a substantial prize and contribute significantly to environmental protection to offset the damage caused by the contest. Though this perspective might not be entirely correct, Yingjie found he had no time to ponder moral dilemmas. Moreover, having these over 90 eggs was a tremendous boon. They could eat them for breakfast in the future, offering better taste and more balanced nutrition. With that thought, Yingjie paid little mind to the eggs, allowing Lin Xiaoying to wash the turtle meat while he began working on the bamboo he had carried back a few days prior. He smashed the bamboo into strips and wove them together, creating a mat-like structure. While it was not suitable as a mat, it would serve well as a roof. Lightweight, yet sturdy, he completed the weaving just as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Assessing the house, Yingjie realized it would be challenging to attach it now, so he decided to postpone the construction until the next day. He approached the campfire where Lin Xiaoying was preparing dinner. Although she was not particularly skilled in cooking, the food they were preparing hardly required any culinary expertise. As long as the meat was cooked through and not burnt, that sufficed. The soup was merely a matter of cleaning the turtle, removing the internal organs, and boiling it in a clay pot. She was quite proficient at the process of gutting small animals, which made her chuckle at the thought. "What's so funny?" Yingjie asked, intrigued by her inexplicable laughter. "Nothing." She waved him off, unwilling to share her thoughts. For the past few days, the food they had eaten was prepared by someone who could barely fry an egg without burning it, and yet he still found it delicious. After a moment of consideration, she pulled out the salt they had dried. "I put this salt into the cup, but it's bitter and astringent, really hard to eat. Can you filter it?" Lin Xiaoying handed over the salt. Seawater contained not only salt, but also various minerals such as barium chloride and calcium sulfate. Moreover, due to its uncleanliness, the salt they. At this moment, in other livestream rooms, it was dinner time. The official livestream had ended, but the contestants' streams continued. Typically, this was when more viewers tuned in, as mealtime provided a moment of leisure and the content during dinner was often more engaging. Some participants feasted on grilled fish, barbecued meat, and roasted sweet potatoes, while others were reduced to foraging wild vegetables or even tree bark. Indeed, some had reached the point of gnawing on tree bark, yet they had not given up. Generally, those without food found themselves in a bleak solitude, lingering in the dark of night, constantly contemplating surrender. Furthermore, their streams lacked viewership at night due to the absence of firelight. The aerial cameras provided by the organizers were not equipped with night vision capabilities. While the footage was relatively clear in the presence of a fire resembling daylight, without it only a vague silhouette could be captured. Such lackluster content hardly drew viewers. Currently, a large audience was tuned into the live stream of Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying. The barrage of comments was abundant, primarily filled with envy. Yang exclaimed, "Turtle soup. I thought being out in the wild meant that a barbecue was a good life. I don't eat boiled fish." Zhu Jiao remarked, "Speaking, stop messing around," urged another viewer. Yu Bonsai interjected, "No other talents." "What a joke. That little wooden cabin he's building. Can just anyone manage that?" "I don't eat boiled fish," retorted again. "Can you all make pottery? Can you boil sea salt? Can you weave baskets? Can you start a fire by friction? Can you build a water purifier? Just watch and enjoy, stop talking so much." Instantly, the crowd rallied against the skeptical commenter. Meanwhile, apart from Yingjie's stream, others were also buzzing with activity. The most popular stream featured a middle-aged man whose survival skills were average, yet he had a campfire and was roasting mushrooms. While his offerings paled in comparison to Yingjie's, they were still a cut above the rest. However, the real draw for viewers was that this middle-aged man began. At that moment, he was animatedly recounting a story. "I wonder if there are any viewers still with us. As I munch on these roasted mushrooms, I suddenly..." He paused and a flurry of comments. "Keep going. What are you holding back for?" Another chimed in. The man could not see the comments, of course. After a brief pause of several seconds, he resumed. "That time we had barbecue, my friend had a bruised face. He was eating a mushroom, grimacing in pain, and the barbecue shop owner came over to apologize, wondering if the food was too spicy." After another brief pause, he continued, "Curious, I asked him what had happened to his face, and he said, when I first got married, my wife brought home a jar and told me that every time I made her cry, she'd drop a tear into it. When the jar is full, her heart would be dead, and we would get a divorce. I asked him, did you two fight because the jar was full? He replied, no, it's because today I secretly added 2 big spoonfuls of water to the jar, and she found out." With a helpless gesture, the man prompted a chorus of laughter in the comments. However, while listening to his jokes was entertaining, once the story ended, many viewers drifted away. People watched live streams for the amusement they brought. Soon, several viewers who had initially left returned to Yingjie's stream. They knew he had consumed quite a bit of turtle soup for dinner and were curious to see if any interesting events would unfold. After all, turtle soup had a well-known property, nourishing both yin and yang. In the wilderness, after downing a bellyful of soup, Yingjie suddenly contemplated this very matter. He was aware of the benefits of turtle soup, but initially he had never connected it to this aspect of his experience. He had caught a turtle, and it was a sea turtle at that. The thought had not occurred to him. He wondered if anything would happen that night. Stealing a glance at Lin Xiaoying, he noticed she had not yet realized this potential predicament. Consequently, Yingjie resolved to remain silent on the matter. After all, it was only natural for a young, vigorous man to have certain thoughts at night. As long as he remained true to himself, that was enough. Moreover, their relationship was innocent. Even though they slept in the same shelter, nothing had ever happened. Yet the thought struck him it was somewhat disheartening that despite sharing such a small space, nothing had developed between them. It seemed quite unreasonable. However, upon reflection, after busy days that left him utterly exhausted by nightfall, he truly lacked the energy for anything more. Life was still too arduous. Without warmth, one could only desire. In a state of hunger, even the most willing heart felt powerless. Recently, exhaustion was inevitable. To outsiders, Yingjie appeared to be leisurely wandering around, yet in reality, he was tirelessly engaged in numerous tasks each day. He gathered bamboo for the roof, wood for the walls, and clay to make bricks, each of these actions demanding considerable physical effort. Chopping down trees in particular left his hands numb after only a short while. Nevertheless, within just a week, Yingjie had managed to gather everything he needed. By tomorrow, the little wooden cabin would be ready for assembly. Looking at the walls he had erected and the roof materials set aside, he let out a sigh of relief. Starting tomorrow, his workload would ease significantly. The remaining tasks would involve hunting and creating items to make life more convenient. That night, he fell asleep immediately upon lying down. He was unsure whether it was the difference between turtle soup and soft-shelled turtle soup, but he felt no effects from the food. With the little cabin providing a sense of safety, he slept exceptionally soundly, free from dreams of autumn palaces or the like. Early the next morning, he awoke once more. Crawling out of his shelter, he washed his face and tidied himself up before promptly getting to work on the roof. The bamboo strips, interlaced and secured together, resembled a wooden board made of bamboo. Once fixed atop the 4 walls, they would naturally form a roof. The task was not overly complicated. Yingjie found some sturdy vines, and at a height of 2 meters he needed no additional tools. Standing on a rock, he could easily reach. He first selected 6 pieces of wood, each the thickness of an arm, setting up 3 horizontally and 3 vertically as the beams for the cabin. After placing the bamboo board on top, he secured it tightly with the vines. Next, he gathered some larger leaves to cover the structure. After having breakfast, he added a layer of earth over the leaves to secure everything, completing the little cabin. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying had risen and was boiling a few turtle eggs while heating a pot of water, calling for Yingjie to join her for breakfast. Yingjie responded promptly. However, upon approaching Lin Xiaoying and examining what she had prepared, he couldn't help but scratch his chin. She had boiled several eggs and warmed a pot of water, evidently planning to eat the turtle eggs with hot water. But why hadn't she made any soup? Actually, after the water boils, you can crack the eggs directly into it, add a pinch of salt, and toss in some wild greens to make a delightful egg drop soup, he suggested. Lin Xiaoying's eyes lit up in realization as she exclaimed, "So that's how you make egg drop soup?" What? Yingjie was taken aback. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had never seen Lin Xiaoying cook anything substantial. Grilling meat didn't count. There was no real skill involved. The soup she had made last night was merely turtle meat with added salt. Anyone could do that. As for proper meals, he genuinely wondered whether Lin Xiaoying could manage. "You can't make something so simple," he pressed. Lin Xiaoying hastily retorted, "Of course I can. I was just joking. I'm actually a great cook." Her cheeks flushed, and she regretted inadvertently revealing her lack of cooking skills. Just the other day, she had teased Yingjie about his grilling. If he found out she couldn't cook, he would surely mock her. Thus, Lin Xiaoying added, "I just haven't made egg drop soup before, which is why I don't know how." Her tone was defiant, glaring at Yingjie as if to say, "Disagree with me, and I'll fight you." Yingjie smirked slightly. He was not an ordinary high school student. Having traversed worlds, he possessed over 20 years of experience in his previous life. As he observed Lin Xiaoying's expression, it suddenly became clear to him. This girl truly couldn't cook. In truth, not knowing how to cook isn't a defect. Many people these days are in the same boat, Yingjie said affectionately as he looked at Lin Xiaoying. Flushing further, Lin Xiaoying protested, "I can cook." Suddenly, Yingjie reached out and gently pressed his hand on her head. "All right, I won't laugh at you for not knowing how to cook. I'll teach you gradually." Lin Xiaoying fell silent for a moment before saying, "Forget it, I won't hold it against you." A mother doesn't argue with her child. She stepped back and began to eat her breakfast. Yingjie was left bewildered. What was up with today's youth? Why did they so enjoy acting like someone else's parent? Unbeknownst to them, their banter would soon be shared in the live streaming room, and viewers were on the brink of laughter. That morning, Yingjie was thoroughly entertained as he watched Lin Xiaoying, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Lin Xiaoying finally asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Yingjie suddenly posed a question, "How many tablespoons of soy sauce do you put in for 5 scrambled eggs? 1 or 2? Lin Xiaoying was taken aback. I've never scrambled that many eggs, so I don't know how much to add." Yingjie scoffed playfully, "It seems you can't even scramble eggs. Let me enlighten you, you shouldn't add soy sauce when scrambling eggs as it makes them look unappealing." Lin Xiaoying retorted, "Where's my knife?" She reached for her multifunctional knife with determination. Yingjie quickly smiled apologetically, admitting he had spoken out of turn and vowed never to bring it up again. However, amidst the playful banter, Lin Xiaoying sensed that Yingjie was genuinely happy. She glanced back at the little wooden cabin, which was now covered with a layer of leaves, just one more layer of earth, and it would be complete. In this desolate island, they had managed to create a secure shelter. Her heart swelled with joy, knowing today marked the 8th day. Just 2 more days, and they would earn the reward of 100,000. During the competition, the organizers had stated that for every day survived, one would receive 10,000 with a bonus of 1 million for surpassing 10 days and 2 million for exceeding 20 days. Now they were on the verge of achieving their first goal. 1 million was nearly within reach. After finishing their meal, Yingjie began reinforcing the roof. He mixed some fine soil with water to create a thick mud and carefully spread it over the roof, creating a substantial layer. Beneath there were 6 beams, and on top of them lay bamboo boards, so there was no need to worry about collapse. Lin Xiaoying, somewhat concerned, asked, "How long can this house hold up?" "Probably 2 to 3 months, Yingjie replied after a moment of contemplation. After all, the roof was made of ordinary mud, not cement. Additionally, the leaves covering it were prone to decay and would need to be replaced frequently. However, the wood for the walls and roof would last 2 to 3 months without issue. If the mud on the roof was washed away, it could simply be reapplied. Once the mud was laid down, and after thoroughly checking the roof stability, Yingjie clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, it's done." Lin Xiaoying was in the process of burning charcoal when she turned around to see Yingjie beaming with joy. "Is it beautiful? How does it look?" He noticed Yingjie washing his hands in a puddle before rushing towards her. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoying exclaimed, only to be lifted and spun around by Yingjie. "You." On the surface, it appeared that Yingjie was simply exhilarated by his completed wooden house, but Lin Xiaoying could discern a glint of mischief in his eyes. This guy was undoubtedly looking for another opportunity to take advantage. So when he apologized for being too excited to control himself, she shot him a disdainful glance. Then she moved forward to give Yingjie a hug. You hug me once, and I'll hug you back. That makes us even. Yingjie's eyes lit up and he leaned in closer. Get away, get away. Everyone is watching. She pushed him away in disgust. Lin Xiaoying was not a girl lacking in opinions, as she was quite clear-headed. A hug was harmless, but if he tried to kiss her it would be too awkward. After their playful banter, they entered the small wooden house to tidy up the interior. Once everything was cleared out, they laid down a thick layer of small stones in the wooden house, raising the floor level by more than 10 centimeters. This way, during heavy rain, the small house would remain dry and protected from water intrusion. Having finished their work, it was nearly afternoon. The weather was still warm, so Yingjie spread some hay outside to dry. Although the small house was built, they would likely still have to sleep on hay that night, as constructing a bed was a hassle and they lacked materials. Yingjie planned to chop some bamboo the following day to make a bamboo bed. After a brief rest in the small house, they set out again in the afternoon when the weather turned cooler this time to hunt. After the previous rain, the dried pork had gone moldy and they had to dispose of it all. Now their only remaining food was a few eggs. However, armed with wilderness survival knowledge, Yingjie wasn't concerned about finding food. Hunting would indeed be challenging, but with his survival skills and physical condition 3 times better than the average person, many difficulties were not insurmountable. They gathered their supplies and headed north. In the past few days, they had explored the east, west, and south, leaving only the north yet to be discovered. The north was upstream of a creek, and Yingjie believed there should be a mountain there, though he was unsure of the distance. Keep an eye on the mud along the riverbank. There might be animal footprints, Yingjie instructed. By identifying animal tracks, they could locate potential prey and discern what creatures were nearby. At that moment, Yingjie was still unaware of the local wildlife. The only animals he had seen were a wild boar and a disabled wild dog. Previously, he lacked wilderness survival knowledge and couldn't recognize animal tracks, but now it was different. He scrutinized the soft mud beside the creek. Not every spot had tracks, as the flowing water continuously washed some away. The two walked upstream along the creek for over half an hour when Yingjie suddenly made a discovery. Stop! Look at this. He pointed at several paw-shaped impressions and urged Lin Xiaoying to observe. Is this a wild dog's footprint? Lin Xiaoying lacked wilderness survival knowledge and couldn't identify the tracks at that moment, but the shape resembled a dog's paw. Yingjie shook his head. It's not a wild dog, their footprints are larger. This one is smaller, it's a rabbit. Lin Xiaoying's eyes brightened. There are rabbits here. Saying this, she began scanning her surroundings. Yingjie also looked around, sweeping his gaze across the area. He noticed the grass was lush while the trees were sparse. He immediately called Lin Xiaoying to follow him as they moved ahead. They walked over 100 meters, and the trees grew increasingly sparse until the area suddenly opened up. Upon seeing the scene before him, Yingjie was taken aback. There's actually a patch of grassland here. In front of them lay a vast expanse of lush grass stretching for about 400 to 500 meters. The grass was not particularly tall, mostly reaching only to their knees. As the two arrived at this spot, they spotted several gray rabbits vanishing into the underbrush nearby. Look, aren't those rabbits? Lin Xiaoying exclaimed, immediately gripping Yingjie's arm and pointing ahead. Yingjie nodded in acknowledgement. He had seen the rabbits as well, just a few had darted away. However, their loud footsteps had startled the creatures, causing them to flee. Let's set a trap to catch one. Lin Xiaoying licked her lips with excitement. She had some experience in trap setting. When she first arrived on the island, she had crafted several traps in the thicket, eventually catching a rabbit. Hold on, let's observe first. Yingjie naturally took Lin Xiaoying's hand. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying was so exhilarated that she scarcely noticed the gesture, her focus fixed intently on the scene before them. Indeed, the grassy area was home to numerous rabbits, and they could even make out several rabbit burrows. In the distance, they could see rabbits foraging on the grass. Yingjie quickly realized that this was likely a rabbit habitat, probably sheltering hundreds of the creatures. This is an excellent spot, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. With so many rabbits around, they could hunt here whenever their food supplies ran low. The place was not far from their cabin, and it would take just over an hour to reach it. If they could catch even one rabbit, they would solve their food dilemma for the day. Furthermore, if they managed to capture a few live rabbits to raise, they would be set for many days without worrying about food. Let's get to work. Lin Xiaoying eagerly pointed ahead, her impatience palpable. How do we catch them? Yingjie asked, curious about her enthusiasm. Catching rabbits was not an easy task. Given his physical abilities, while he could leap forward and grab a rabbit, such a move would undoubtedly draw attention in the live stream. Yingjie preferred not to overexpose his prowess. Having strength was sufficient, but he wished to remain discreet about his speed. To catch rabbits, they would need to set traps. As he pondered, he noticed Lin Xiaoying had already dashed out to find a vine, pulling out her multifunctional knife to cut it. The vine was relatively thin, and after some tugging she found it to be sturdy enough, so she cut several more. She fashioned the vines into a snare and headed toward the thicket. Observing her actions, Yingjie realized she was preparing to set a trap in the grass, and her technique was surprisingly adept. Without hesitation, he went to gather some thicker branches to assist her. Lin Xiaoying approached the grassy area where there were no trees, only grass, and without a fixed place to secure the snare, she hesitated, unsure of what to do next. Yingjie approached, sharpening the ends of the branches he had cut, and then drove them into the ground. "You can tie the snare to these." Lin Xiaoying smiled. Together, they set up snares at the entrances of over 10 rabbit burrows. Once secured, they retreated to a hidden spot. After waiting for a while, they returned to check, only to find that the snares had not caught any rabbits. Yingjie frowned, contemplating. Perhaps the rabbits noticed us setting the traps and decided not to come out. The snares were positioned at the burrow entrances, and if the rabbits emerged, they would surely be ensnared. But if they remained underground, the traps would be useless. After a moment of thought, Lin Xiaoying suggested, "What if we tap on the ground to scare them out?" They couldn't afford to wait indefinitely while the rabbits hid in their burrows. Yingjie mulled over the idea and came up with a plan. He handed a stick to Lin Xiaoying, saying, "Find the nearby rabbit burrows, and I'll collapse those entrances." "Collapse the entrances? Why?" Lin Xiaoying asked, curiously, squatting next to one of the snares. "Because a clever rabbit has multiple burrows," Yingjie asserted confidently. Realization dawned on Lin Xiaoying. "I understand now. The rabbits may not necessarily exit from these entrances, which is why we haven't caught any. Rabbits are skilled diggers, and their burrows intertwine beneath the ground, concealing countless entrances. Therefore, the locations they chose to set snares could merely be a few among many. If the rabbits sensed any disturbance, they might abandon that exit altogether, rendering their efforts futile. However, if they collapsed other nearby entrances, the rabbits would likely venture out from the designated snare openings to investigate. Having collapsed the entrances of over 10 burrows nearby, they concealed themselves in another location, waiting patiently for about half an hour. When they returned, they checked the first few snares again, only to find them empty. Yingjie felt a pang of disappointment. He had expected to catch several rabbits. Despite their initial lack of success, they had set up over 10 snares, and the absence of rabbits in the first few did not indicate failure with the others. They continued to inspect the remaining ones. After checking 7 or 8 traps without a single catch, Yingjie couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the prospect of having turtle eggs for dinner again that evening. Survival in the wilderness was harsh. To eat something different, they would need a stroke of luck. "Could it be that we didn't catch a single one?" Lin Xiaoying's voice mirrored his disappointment. Yingjie reassured her, "Don't worry, there are still 2 snares left, and it's not too late. We can wait a bit longer." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, approaching the last 2 snares. As he drew near, a sudden sharp cry pierced the air. "It's a rabbit's call," Yingjie exclaimed with delight. The two approached the traps, and one of them ensnared a rabbit by its neck. The creature struggled fiercely but was unable to free itself. When rabbits are frightened, they can emit high-pitched screams, just like that sound earlier. Yingjie explained as he moved closer to grasp the nape of the rabbit's neck. This was a wild rabbit, far less docile than a domesticated one. Despite its vigorous thrashing, Yingjie's grip was like iron, and the rabbit could not escape his hold. With a resigned sigh, he turned to Lin Xiaoying. "I had intended for you to hold it, but given the circumstances, that's not going to happen." "That's fine," Lin Xiaoying replied dismissively, her lips curling in disdain. Holding it, as if she hadn't seen a rabbit before. The rabbits she had drawn blood from likely outnumbered the ones he had encountered. Yingjie, unaware of her experiences, only knew that she studied biology. He had no inkling that students in her field might harm small animals. The rabbit continued to struggle in his grasp, prompting him to exercise caution, lest it kick him and scratch him with its sharp claws, which could lead to an infected wound. "Let's take this one back for now. We can check the other traps tomorrow. There may still be rabbits caught in them," he suggested, recalling the reason they hadn't seen any rabbits earlier. The loud noise of them hammering wooden stakes into the ground while setting the traps had likely frightened all the rabbits away. As he raised his arm to carry the struggling rabbit back, it became a cumbersome endeavor. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoying interjected, "This way of holding the rabbit is too troublesome. Just kill it and carry it back." Yingjie blinked in surprise. "What?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoying reached for the rabbit's neck. "Be careful, a rabbit can bite if it gets scared." He began, but before he could finish, he watched in astonishment as Lin Xiaoying swiftly twisted the rabbit's neck. With a sharp crack, the rabbit twitched a couple of times before going limp. Yingjie shuddered. "You just killed it like that." He clacked his teeth together, astonished by her decisive action. That was remarkably quick and efficient. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoying, who remained unfazed, continuing to walk calmly beside him. Have you killed rabbits before? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Xiaoying nodded nonchalantly. You might not believe it, but I've probably killed more rabbits than you've ever seen. Gulp. Yingjie swallowed hard, falling a couple of steps behind. This girl, who had always seemed obedient and well-mannered in front of him, had quite the hidden past, involving the slaughter of numerous rabbits. Suddenly Lin Xiaoying turned to glance at him, a chilling smile creeping across her face. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've conducted many experiments under my mentor's guidance. Oh, I've not only killed rabbits, but also chickens, pigs, and a whole bunch of mice and frogs. Of course, I've also dissected these animals. Yingjie could only stare, rendered speechless. Perhaps it would be best for him to make a hasty exit. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at his reaction. Look how scared he is, one viewer commented. Huh, he doesn't dare to move. Another chimed in. This is just the basics. As a medical student, I've dissected humans. A third boasted. Wait, you've dissected humans? Have you killed anyone? Came the playful retort. Can you guess from my username? I'd rather not know. Yingjie observed Lin Xiaoying walking ahead, and it struck him that she was just teasing him, likely stifling her laughter. He quickened his pace to catch up and turned around to find her suppressing a grin. Really, now you're quite devious, he muttered, then resumed walking alongside her, as if nothing had happened. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. Killing rabbits, chickens, and pigs isn't such a big deal. You still can't cook. Lin Xiaoying halted abruptly, fixing him with a glare that could rival that given to the rabbit. Say that again. I was wrong. Yingjie quickly lowered his head, forcing a smile, apologizing profusely for his careless words, vowing never to bring it up again. Just like this morning, the routine played out again. Lin Xiaoying flexed her wrists, gesturing toward the rabbit's neck as she asked him, Do you understand now? To mention it again would be to meet the same fate as the rabbit. Yingjie nodded vigorously. Of course, Yingjie knew deep down that no matter how many times he brought it up, he would never be like this rabbit. No matter how fierce Lin Xiaoying appeared, she could never defeat him. If it came down to a confrontation, he could effortlessly grasp her wrists with one hand and her ankles with the other, lifting her with ease. He glanced at her slender wrists and ankles, easily within his grasp. Where are you looking? Lin Xiaoying shot him a glare. She noticed that ever since they had built the small wooden house today, Yingjie seemed excessively joyful, testing the boundaries of recklessness. Normally, he was not like this. Aside from work, he sat motionless on the ground like an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, unwilling to waste a single ounce of energy. As she pondered this, Lin Xiaoying suddenly realized it was simply because he had been so exhausted a few days prior. He had been too tired to entertain any notion of play. But now it was different. A basic safety was assured, and they would no longer need to undertake such grueling tasks. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaoying gently said, When we go back, he'll handle the rabbit. You should take a rest. Upon returning to the front of the small wooden house, Lin Xiaoying took the rabbit to the stream to process it. Yingjie had intended to ask if she was all right, but then he remembered she had already dissected animals before, so handling a rabbit would undoubtedly pose no problem. After all they needed to do was remove the entrails, which was far simpler than dissection. Sitting in front of the wooden house, Yingjie contemplated what they could cook for dinner. Tomorrow, besides making a bed, we also need to build a stove. We can't keep a fire in the wooden house, it gets too hot, he muttered to himself. A bed was essential. Sleeping on the ground was neither clean nor comfortable. Moreover, a fire couldn't be kept burning inside the wooden house. Not only was it too warm, but it also posed a danger. However, on second thought, he realized a stove might not even be necessary, as there was no need to light a fire at night. Previously, they had built a large fire in front of the shelter to ward off any nighttime beasts. Yingjie understood that Lin Xiaoying's sense of security at that moment stemmed partly from the small cabin and partly from himself. The cabin provided her with a safe environment for sleep. Though it was not particularly comfortable, it spared her from the anxiety of external dangers, such as the threat of wild beasts. As for himself, it was precisely because Yingjie had conducted himself appropriately that she could place her trust in him. Had he harbored ill intentions from the beginning, she likely would have left several days ago. In the wilderness, despite the presence of live streaming above them, the girl remained a naturally vulnerable figure. Yet Yingjie never imposed any unreasonable demands on her. He even undertook much of the arduous labor himself without expecting anything in return. Although their partnership was marked by cooperation, it was not entirely equitable. Without Lin Xiaoying, Yingjie could manage quite well on his own, but with her presence, he found himself shouldering additional responsibilities. However, it was difficult to deem this imbalance as either worthwhile or not. In the wilderness, solitude could be a terrifying experience. The greatest advantage of their companionship for Yingjie was the ability to stave off loneliness. They could engage in conversation, cook, and share meals together, otherwise being alone could be unbearably dull. Reflecting on these thoughts, Yingjie glanced at Lin Xiaoying before turning over to sleep. The temperature was still relatively warm, so there was no concern for warmth at that moment. However, if they were to survive for an extended period, they would need to consider this issue. Summer had arrived, but as autumn approached, the chill would inevitably set in, necessitating provisions for warmth. After hunting a rabbit that day, Yingjie had processed its skin, which was now drying outside. As they hunted more animals, they would need to keep the pelts in time. They could be fashioned into clothing or bedding. Contemplating their future life, Yingjie gradually succumbed to sleep. That night, he felt particularly at ease. The fire had died down, eliminating the need to rise, and add more wood, allowing him to sleep soundly until dawn. When morning broke, he rose to prepare breakfast. Lin Xiaoying, lacking enhanced physical conditioning, needed more rest, and Yingjie had never rushed her. Previously, he used the cool mornings to attend to other tasks, but today, with no pressing matters at hand, he took it upon himself to cook. He stoked the fire, filled a clay pot with water, and placed it over the flames. There were still some wild vegetables left from yesterday, so he washed them by the creek, tearing them into small pieces to add to the pot. Once the water boiled, he cracked in 2 turtle eggs, simmered them for a few minutes, and added a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor. Upon tasting it, a smile spread across his face. Lin Xiaoying. Lin Xiaoying. Wake up. I've made you a delightful egg drop soup. He no longer addressed her as senior sister, but called her by her name directly. Still bleary-eyed, Lin Xiaoying sat up and glanced at Yingjie outside, choosing to ignore him. So what if he could cook? She was tired of hearing about it day after day. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, she suddenly expressed her concern. It's been several days since I brushed my teeth. This could lead to cavities. Yingjie chuckled at this. Hey, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that we actually need to make toothbrushes. Teeth are easily damaged, and dental work is not only costly, but also uncomfortable. This was a lesson he had learned from his previous life. For the past few days, their focus had been on survival, leaving no time to ponder such matters. However, with basic safety and sustenance now addressed, it was time to consider other necessities. He pointed to a rabbit skin hanging on a nearby branch. That rabbit pelt can be turned into a toothbrush. Lin Xiaoying blinked in surprise. How do we do that? Yingjie approached, removed the pelt, and used a knife to cut off the tail, then sliced it into smaller pieces. He found a wooden stick and smoothed it down, then extracted a thin thread from the lining of his jacket to tightly bind the rabbit skin to the stick. In no time, they had crafted 2 toothbrushes. He handed one to Lin Xiaoying. Here, you can soak it in hot water to sterilize it. Lin Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with delight as she praised, "How are you so talented?" Yingjie grinned, though he glanced with a hint of concern at his jacket. Over the past few days, he had taken small pieces of fabric and thread from it whenever needed, and now nearly half of the lining was gone. Fortunately, the weather was still warm, and he didn't require the jacket for warmth. While they worked under the sun, they wore their jackets to protect against severe sunburn, but when resting in the shade, they wore only the inner vests, as it was simply too hot. After adapting over the past few nights, Lin Xiaoying had grown accustomed to sleeping in just her inner vest, her remarkable figure swaying before Yingjie daily. Strangely, he found himself less inclined towards any heightened impulses, perhaps due to his recent exhaustion. After finishing their meal, having spent several days in the wilderness, their appetites had significantly improved. They managed to finish an entire pot of egg drop soup. Satisfied, they used a small amount of salt as toothpaste and brushed their teeth, feeling instantly refreshed. Brushing their teeth, much like bathing, greatly enhanced their sense of happiness. Lin Xiaoying inquired, "Where shall we go today? You mentioned wanting to make a bed. Should we go chop bamboo?" The previous bamboo had all been used for the roof, and they needed to gather more to construct a bed. However, Yingjie shook his head. "Let's first check the grassy area. We can chop bamboo in the afternoon." On the grass lay the snares they had set up the day before. When they had arranged the traps, they had made quite a noise, likely scaring away many rabbits. Consequently, they had not caught many the previous day. However, after a night had passed, it was quite possible that some rabbits had ventured into the traps. They walked toward the grassy area, wasting no time on the way. After about half an hour, they arrived at the meadow. It was expansive, measuring around 400 to 500 meters in both length and width, but they had only set traps in a small section of it last time. As they began to inspect the traps, Lin Xiaoying exclaimed with delight, "Over here, here. There are 2. In the adjacent snares lay a rabbit, each firmly caught. Make sure they're alive, otherwise the meat won't keep for long." Yingjie urged, his voice tinged with urgency. He wasn't concerned about Lin Xiaoying's hesitation, but rather feared she might simply wring the rabbits' necks outright. However, Lin Xiaoying did not act hastily. Instead, she went to find some sturdy vines nearby. Once she had secured a rabbit in Yingjie's grip, she bound it tightly with the vines. There were a total of 11 snares. By morning, they had surprisingly caught 4 rabbits, with one having chewed through the vine. In truth, the snares were made of vines, and if a rabbit was clever enough to keep gnawing it, could potentially break free. Fortunately, the remaining 4 rabbits had not yet managed to escape when they were captured. Once securely tied, the rabbits were tossed into a basket made of brambles, and the 2 of them excitedly carried them back. Later, when we go to cut bamboo, we can make a cage to keep all these rabbits, Yingjie said. Lin Xiaoying's face lit. She had no qualms about the cuteness of the rabbits. Yingjie shared the same sentiment. In the sweltering heat, only live rabbits could be kept as dead. Unbeknownst to the rabbits behind them, their grim fate had already been sealed in mere moments of conversation. Yet in the cruel hierarchy of nature, even if when they returned to the cabin, the sun had all the captured rabbits were tossed inside the small wooden structure. He pulled some grass, taking advantage of the cooler morning temperature. They intended to, when the midday heat set in, they would rest in the woods. Initially, they had assumed bamboo to be light. However, a quick search confirmed that one viewer estimated that the bamboo Yingjie had dragged back last time weighed around 300 pounds. To think this young man had carried such a burden for over 3 hours across the rugged wilderness left everyone astonished. What incredible strength, they mused, amazed at both his physical power and endurance. By the time Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying reached the bamboo grove, it was already noon and the heat was intense. The temperature on the desolate island was soaring, making it ill-suited for heavy labor, as it could easily lead to heat exhaustion. They entered the bamboo grove to find shade. With their newfound survival knowledge, Yingjie earnestly explained to Lin Xiaoying, "This area is filled with maozhu, a very common type of large bamboo. The stalks can exceed 20 meters in height and reach 20 centimeters in diameter. It is primarily used for construction materials, and most common beams, frames, and scaffolds are made from this type of bamboo." Lin Xiaoying initially wanted to ask why he had claimed not to know about it last time, but refrained, believing him due to the seriousness of his expression. Maozhu stalks are tall and straight with a resilient and lightweight texture, high tensile strength, minimal shrinkage, excellent elasticity and rigidity, substantial hardness, long fibers, superior quality for splitting and smooth glossy surfaces. If we hadn't discovered this bamboo grove, constructing the roof of our cabin would have been quite challenging. Yingjie felt a rush of information about maozhu flooding his mind, akin to an encyclopedia of wilderness survival knowledge. Many details could be recalled with a bit of thought. Upon hearing his detailed description, Lin Xiaoying no longer doubted his credibility. After all, terminology like high tensile strength and minimal shrinkage was not something one could casually fabricate. Such specialized vocabulary could only come from genuine understanding. In the bamboo grove, the 2 took a moment to rest, when Lin Xiaoying suddenly discovered bamboo shoots and joyfully began to dig them up. The grove was refreshingly cool. If it weren't for the considerable distance to their little wooden cabin, Yingjie would have considered making a bed here to take a midday nap. However, the distance was too far, making it a hassle to transport anything back, so they could only enjoy the coolness for the day. After a brief respite, Lin Xiaoying had already unearthed half a basket of bamboo shoots and was keen to continue. Reluctantly, Yingjie called a halt to her efforts. Don't dig too much or we can't carry it all back." He lifted the basket to gauge its weight, estimating it to be around 50 kilograms. "We won't be able to consume all of it anyway," he added. Lin Xiaoying finally ceased her digging. The 2 of them relaxed in the bamboo grove, engaging in light conversation while waiting for the midday heat to dissipate. Yingjie, finding some suitable slender bamboo, set about cutting it down, removing the excess parts. A few days earlier, they had harvested several thick bamboo poles which had been left in the sun to dry out, and now most of the moisture had evaporated. He decided to bring back 2 of the thicker poles which could be fashioned into bowls or other containers. He also cut down a dozen slender bamboo shoots and 10 of medium thickness, finally taking 2 of the larger poles. After bundling them together with vines, Yingjie estimated the total weight to be around 300 kilograms. Previously, he had struggled with such a load without the benefit of enhanced strength, having to drag it along the ground. This time, however, he found he could carry the weight comfortably, yet he opted to drag it for ease, knowing it would be too tiring to carry for 3 hours straight. Lin Xiaoying assisted in dragging the load, stubbornly refusing to let go despite Yingjie's insistence that she shouldn't overexert herself. He could only smile at her determination, which was a testament to her resilience. Many would shy away from such laborious tasks. Their pace was slower on the return journey, taking an additional half-hour compared to their arrival. Nevertheless, by the time they reached the cabin, Yingjie did not feel dizzy or exhausted like he had the last time he carried 300 kilograms of bamboo. Now it felt like just another day of labor. As they approached the cabin, the sky had begun to darken, indicating it was around 7 in the evening. Yingjie prepared to catch another rabbit for dinner. They had not eaten anything in the bamboo grove, and though they had eaten a hearty breakfast, Lin Xiaoying's stomach had been growling since their return. She was particularly craving roasted rabbit. After resting briefly, Yingjie set to work on constructing a bamboo bed. The design was straightforward. First, he would create the bed frame, then the legs. Using the medium-thick bamboo, he formed a rectangular frame, filling it with slender bamboo laid evenly inside, securing them in place. The legs were made from the thicker bamboo cut into equal lengths and affixed to the ground, supporting the bed frame above. Though the bed would not be exceptionally sturdy, it was adequate for their wilderness dwelling. This construction method was not overly complicated, but rather time-consuming. By the time Lin Xiaoying had roasted the rabbit, Yingjie had managed to complete the bed frame. After eating a bit, he began on the legs, and it wasn't until late into the night that the simple bed was finished. Due to the small entrance of the cabin, the bed had to be constructed entirely within. Yingjie tested it by sitting down and found it quite sturdy, able to support his weight without issue. Lin Xiaoying, yawning, watched him as she prepared to lie back on the straw where she had slept the previous night. Yingjie quickly intervened. "Lin Xiaoying, we have a bed now, you can't sleep on the ground anymore." She shot him a glance, retorting, "I don't want to share a bed with you, you can sleep by yourself." With that, she lay on the straw. Yingjie was not about to concede easily. He had worked hard to make the bed with the intention of sharing it. He approached her and gently coaxed her to join him on the bed, but she remained resolute. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, he spread straw across the bed, and in a playful ambush scooped Lin Xiaoying up and placed her on it before lying down in the spot where she had been. "All right, let's sleep, we have more work tomorrow." He sighed, and within half a minute he had drifted off to sleep, exhausted from the day's labor. Lin Xiaoying glanced at him, a mysterious smile gracing her face, perhaps a reflection of her comfort or happiness. Upon awakening in the morning, Yingjie silently summoned the system in his heart and confirmed his attendance. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 11 days in the wilderness. In just 3 more days he would receive another attendance package. However, it was only now that Yingjie realized that survival in the wild was no easy feat. Despite having physical enhancements and acquiring survival knowledge, he was barely managing to ensure his safety and meet his basic needs. For other survivalists lacking such knowledge, they were likely still gambling on luck. 11 days in the wilderness felt like an eternity, especially for those who had lived in cities for a long time. A stretch of 11 days without a phone, computer, or television was enough solitude to break a person. What Yingjie did not know was that there were now only a little over 20 contestants left. A few were clearly adept at wilderness survival and were faring well, while many others were struggling to survive in small groups. Surviving alone was quite challenging, but with 3 or 5 people cooperating, they could persist. The promise of $10,000 a day served as a spiritual beacon for many, compelling them not to give up. Yingjie rose from the ground and headed outside to wash up. Previously, he could only wash his face. Now he could brush his teeth as well, a clear sign that his quality of life was improving. As he washed, he planned out the tasks for the day. He did not need to engage in strenuous work today, as some manual labor would suffice. The bamboo he had gathered yesterday, combined with some brambles from the surroundings, could be woven into a cage to keep rabbits in. In the afternoon, he intended to construct a bed, and when the evening coolness settled, in search for other food sources nearby. While he was contemplating these tasks, Lin Xiaoying woke up as well. Rubbing her eyes, her first action was to check on the rabbits they had left over from yesterday. Without a cage, the rabbits had been tied up and left in the corner of their small cabin. When Lin Xiaoying approached, she suddenly gasped, "Yingjie, come quick. The rabbits are all dead." Hastily rinsing his mouth, Yingjie rushed into the cabin. He had not noticed the rabbits when he first woke up, but now seeing them sprawled on the ground, motionless and somewhat stiff, he understood. We need to process them quickly, otherwise the meat will spoil," he urged. Lin Xiaoying blinked in confusion. "Are you serious? Your first reaction to the rabbits being dead is to eat them right away." However, upon reflection, she realized the weather was quite warm, and if they delayed, the rabbits would likely stink. Still, they should ascertain how they had died first, right? Yingjie scratched his head. They must have died from fright. Rabbits are easily scared. And one afternoon, Yingjie was teaching Lin Xiaoying how to weave baskets. To Yingjie, basket weaving was not a skill requiring much technical expertise. He had learned it effortlessly from his grandfather when he was a child. After he explained the process to Lin Xiaoying, she quickly picked it up and began to practice. By the time the weather had cooled down, Lin Xiaoying had managed to weave a basket. Although it was rather unappealing, it was quite an achievement for a novice. "Aren't I amazing?" she exclaimed, proudly showing off her creation. Yingjie nodded, sincerely impressed by her ability to learn and craft so quickly, a skill that even evoked a hint of envy from him. Once the temperature dropped, they ventured to the northern meadow to check the snares they had set up that morning. Upon arrival, Yingjie furrowed his brow. "One of the snares is broken, and there are bloodstains here. Something is off." If a rabbit had gnawed through the snare, it wouldn't leave blood around. After surveying the area, he discovered a series of footprints in the soft earth. Lin Xiaoying leaned in for a closer look. These paw prints are shaped like a plum blossom. Aren't they from a rabbit? Her curiosity piqued. Yingjie shook his head. Many animals can leave paw prints that resemble a plum blossom. Cats, dogs, and rabbits all share similar shapes, so we cannot identify the animal solely based on the print. After a moment's thought, he continued, from these tracks I suspect they might be from wild dogs, or perhaps wolves. They are definitely not from rabbits as the prints are deeper and larger. Analyzing animal tracks requires more than just knowing what they look like. One must also assess their size and depth to determine the animal's body type, enabling accurate identification. Regardless of whether they were wild dogs or wolves, the news was not good for Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying. These creatures were quite fierce, often preferring to hunt in packs. An unexpected encounter could pose a serious threat. We need to be cautious when we come here in the future. It's best to avoid this place in the afternoon and evening. Mornings are safer, Yingjie thought to himself, becoming more vigilant. Even in the absence of rabbits, survival in the wilderness was possible, but encountering the local beasts could lead to peril. Thus he decided to temporarily abandon this area. They quickly inspected the surrounding snares. Earlier that morning they had set up several, and a few from the previous day remained. Although one snare had been taken, 4 rabbits were still caught. Yingjie gathered them, tied them up, and placed them in a basket behind him before hurriedly leaving the spot. It was already evening, prime hunting time for wild animals, and a chance encounter could spell danger. As they left, neither noticed a few animals roughly the size of wild dogs lying in the grass, quietly observing them. Only after the 2 figures disappeared did these creatures spring into the underbrush, beginning their hunt for the rabbits inside. Upon returning to their shelter, Yingjie untied the rabbits and placed them in a cage. Tonight the cage could not stay in the wooden cabin for fear that the rabbits might die from fright. They discussed what to have for dinner, and Yingjie glanced around at the darkening sky, deciding to gather some mushrooms. In the past few days, while they had foraged for wild vegetables, they had never dared to eat mushrooms, as Yingjie lacked the wilderness survival knowledge to discern which ones were poisonous. They feared that consuming toxic mushrooms could lead to poisoning or illness, forcing them to abandon the competition. However, things had changed. Now Yingjie could identify some edible mushrooms. After careful consideration, he had developed a detailed method for distinguishing mushrooms. As they walked, he explained the identification process to Lin Xiaoying. When picking mushrooms, there are 5 key aspects to consider. If a mushroom meets all 5 criteria, it is likely non-toxic. He pointed to a dead tree ahead. First, observe the growth location. Poisonous mushrooms often thrive in dark, damp, filthy spots, while non-toxic ones tend to grow in clean, grassy areas or on coniferous and oak trees. He plucked a mushroom from the dead tree and continued. Second, consider the color. Poisonous mushrooms are usually bright, featuring colors like red, green, or purplish hues. Especially purple ones are often highly toxic and can change color after being picked. This one is a dull brown, indicating it's safe. He encouraged Lin Xiaoying to help him gather mushrooms from the dead tree, and then elaborated. Third, examine the shape. Non-toxic mushrooms typically have flatter caps, smooth surfaces, and lack rings or stems. Poisonous ones often have convex caps with unusual shapes, thick and hard surfaces, and distinctive stem features. Lin Xiaoying looked at the mushrooms they had collected, noting their flat caps. Clearly non-toxic varieties. What's the 4th point, she asked. The mushrooms on that dead tree were scarce, and they soon finished picking before moving on. Yingjie held one mushroom, tearing it in half, and explained, 4th, check the exudate. When breaking a fresh wild mushroom, non-toxic ones have a clear watery exudate, and the surface does not change color. Toxic mushrooms produce a thick reddish exudate that easily changes color when exposed to air. Lin Xiaoying observed the exudate of their mushrooms, noting it was transparent and watery. She nodded, committing the information to memory, and inquired, and the 5th point. Yingjie brought the mushroom to his nose and sniffed. 5th, smell it. Non-toxic mushrooms have a distinctive mushroom aroma, while toxic ones emit strange odors, spicy, sour, or foul. Lin Xiaoying sniffed the mushrooms once more and nodded in agreement. As they continued their walk, they soon arrived at a grassy area where a cluster of mushrooms was growing. Lin Xiaoying hurried over, assessed them according to the 5 points Yingjie had mentioned, and quickly turned back, exclaiming, they're safe to eat. Her face lit up with joy, and her slightly wrinkled nose made her look utterly adorable. Yingjie was momentarily captivated. Seeing Lin Xiaoying in such a manner, Yingjie suddenly felt a question arise within him. He asked, Lin Xiaoying, where are your glasses? The term senior seemed to have been abandoned for some unknown reason, and now Yingjie directly addressed her by name. However, Lin Xiaoying did not find it strange. She smiled and replied, "The glasses are hanging in the cabin. I actually have very mild myopia, only a few degrees. I wear them just for aesthetics." Yingjie was taken aback. Mild myopia? A few degrees hardly qualifies as myopia. It seemingly wouldn't impact her daily life at all. As for wearing glasses for looks, he recalled that when he first saw Lin Xiaoying in the pouring rain, she indeed had been wearing glasses. Moreover, for the past couple of days, she had also sported them only to stop wearing them later. In retrospect, when she wore glasses, she resembled the mature beauty of an older sister from next door. But now without them, she transformed from maturity into cuteness, evolving from the image of an older sister to that of a younger sister. The change in her demeanor was almost magical. "You?" Yingjie pointed at her, wanting to say something. However, after contemplating, he felt there was little to articulate. A piece of clothing or a piece of jewelry could significantly alter one's aura, how much more so a pair of glasses. After a long pause, Yingjie suddenly smiled and said, "You look lovely this way, but I must admit I prefer you with your glasses on." Lin Xiaoying chuckled lightly. She did not pursue the topic further, but instead inquired, "What do you think? Are these mushrooms edible?" Yingjie leaned in for a closer look and nodded. "These resemble oyster mushrooms. I can't name them precisely, but they are indeed edible." The two of them gathered all the mushrooms in that small patch. Though it wasn't an overwhelming amount combined with those they had found earlier on the dead tree, they had quite a bit. Noticing that the sky was darkening, Yingjie suggested, "Let's stop looking for mushrooms. We should dig up some wild vegetables nearby and head back." The two started their journey home. Wild vegetables were significantly easier to find, and along the way they effortlessly dug up a handful. Upon returning to the cabin, Yingjie went to the stream to wash the wild vegetables and mushrooms, soaking the latter in clean water. Lin Xiaoying watched him curiously and asked, "What are we going to make?" Yingjie smiled and replied, "Hot pot. Rabbit meat hot pot." Lin Xiaoying was taken aback. Yingjie pointed to the bamboo shoots piled nearby and said, "Why don't you wash these bamboo shoots?" As he spoke, Yingjie had already begun to light a fire and boil water. Now that they had clay pots and jars, they could have enjoyed hot pot long ago, but previously they lacked a variety of ingredients. Now with mushrooms, bamboo shoots, several types of wild vegetables, turtle eggs, and rabbit meat, they were fully equipped for a splendid hot pot meal. Earlier that morning they had slaughtered a rabbit and one of them had been dried under the sun. It was now transformed into jerky. Although the flavor might not be as vibrant as before, it still made for a delightful hot pot option. Yingjie washed the bamboo shoots and began slicing them with a multifunctional knife. He boiled the mushrooms briefly and carefully rinsed the dust from their caps. With everything prepared, the two of them sat around the fire and began to enjoy their hot pot in the wilderness. Though there was no broth base or seasoning, and certainly no dipping sauces to speak of, their hot pot was simply made of salt and clean water. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a genuine rabbit meat hot pot. In the sweltering heat of summer, enjoying hot pot seemed rather inappropriate. Although both felt quite comfortable while eating, they were soon drenched in sweat afterward. Typically, they would bathe by the creek, washing their clothes and drying them over a fire. This was still manageable in the heat, but when the weather turned cooler, it would become rather uncomfortable. After all, the creek water was not warm like a hot spring, it was refreshingly cool. Yingjie contemplated a plan to construct a bathing area when time allowed. It was clear that they were preparing for an extended stay in the wilderness. After finishing their meal and freshening up, Yingjie began crafting a second bed. The little cabin they had built measured about 25 square meters, providing ample space for two beds without issue. For Yingjie and Lin Xiaoying, however, sleeping in such close quarters felt a bit awkward. They claimed to have a close relationship, which was indeed true, yet they had only known each other for a short time. Perhaps they had developed mutual affection during their time together, but they had not yet reached a level of intimacy that warranted sleeping without clothes, which they avoided to prevent any embarrassment. As Yingjie crafted the bamboo bed, he mused that in the future they could partition the bamboo cabin into two separate spaces, allowing them each their own area for greater comfort. His intention was not to create distance between them, but rather to show respect for Lin Xiaoying. Previously, they had no choice but to squeeze into a small shelter, but now that they had the means, it was natural to create a more comfortable environment for both. Having already made a bamboo bed the day before, Yingjie had acquired some skills, and this time, he worked much faster. However, by the time he completed it, it was deep into the night. He extinguished the fire, secured the cabin door with vines, and lay down on his newly crafted bed. On the other side, Lin Xiaoying yawned and wished him good night, soon falling into a steady rhythm of breathing. Once the fire was out, darkness enveloped them with only the sounds of insects and distant peculiar noises breaking the silence of the night on the deserted island. Yet lying in the cabin surrounded by sturdy walls, Yingjie felt a profound sense of peace. He attempted to check in with the system, but realized it was still not yet dawn. Thinking he would wait a while, he quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when he awoke to check in, Yingjie discovered it was already the 12th day. In 2 days, he would receive another sign-in gift. To be honest, while he looked forward to the gift, his eagerness was not as intense as it had been the previous week. Though their living conditions were still quite basic, they had addressed their food and safety concerns, ensuring their fundamental survival needs were met. Nonetheless, Yingjie was curious about what this gift would contain, as each item provided by the system had proven to be incredibly useful. After getting up and freshening up, he started to prepare egg drop soup. It was a true comfort to be able to enjoy a bowl of perfectly seasoned soup in the wild every day. If the weather turned cooler, such opportunities would certainly be even more delightful. After finishing their meal, the two ventured to the grassy area to the north, where they successfully caught 2 live rabbits in the snares they had set. Upon returning, they gathered some grass and placed all the rabbits in a single cage. They now had 6 rabbits in total. If they consumed 1 each day, this would sustain them for 6 days. Moreover, they would not be relying solely on these rabbits for food, as they had other sources, making them a valuable reserve. While feeding the rabbits, Lin Xiaoying asked Yingjie, "What are we planning to do today? How about going to pick some peaches?" On the 3rd day of their time on the island, they had explored the eastern side and discovered a peach orchard where many peaches were ripe for picking. Reflecting on her suggestion, Yingjie considered it a viable option. He had intended to search for herbs to prepare the anti-insect medicine provided by the system, with any remaining time spent exploring the surroundings. "Let's explore the east, then gather your things," he replied. Lin Xiaoying immediately smiled, tossing the grass into the cage and shouldering her thorn basket before helping Yingjie with his larger basket. Equipped with their usual gear, they set off toward the east. In the wilderness, they needn't worry too much. There was no fear of theft, and aside from the cabin, there was little else to concern them. Although they had previously explored the eastern area, they had not ventured deeply into it. The concept of east was rather broad, and they had only covered a small portion of it. Therefore, this time, they chose a different route. As they traveled, Yingjie marked their path. Without a compass, they were cautious not to wander aimlessly in the wilderness, as getting lost could mean being unable to find their cabin again. Their pace was unhurried, with Yingjie scanning the surroundings for any signs of animal tracks or the herbs they needed. After walking for more than 3 hours, Yingjie finally found enough herbs to concoct the insect repellent. In the days prior, they had been using mint to repel mosquitoes, but its effectiveness had been limited. Now, with the ability to create the repellent, their living conditions would significantly improve. They paused in a shaded area to rest, and Yingjie began to casually handle the herbs. Lin Xiaoying, curious, asked, "What are these? I've seen you gathering some strange plants along the way." While she had some knowledge of herbs, many of the plants Yingjie had collected seemed unfamiliar, and she had previously dismissed them as mere weeds. Without directly answering her question, Yingjie weighed the herbs and mixed them together. "What exactly are you doing?" Lin Xiaoying pressed, intrigued. Yingjie smiled, just passing the time seeing which wild vegetable. He pretended to taste the juice of the herbs, but did not swallow, uncertain of the effects of consuming them. Lin Xiaoying rolled her eyes, choosing not to press further, though she sensed there was more to his actions than met the eye. After all the herbs were crushed, Yingjie found a large tree leaf and wrapped them up completely. Next, they only needed to wait for half a day. The ingredients within the herbs would react with each other, releasing a scent that would effectively ward off pests. He tossed the bundle into a wicker basket made of bramble. Leaning towards Lin Xiaoying, he quietly whispered the purpose of the concoction to her. This action drew a collective roll of eyes from the viewers in the live broadcast. While they were streaming, the two of them suddenly shared a private moment, seemingly excluding the audience. Although many viewers complained that they would stop watching, none left the stream, continuing to observe their exploration. In comparison, their broadcast was far more engaging than others. A significant portion of the audience tuned in to watch the hosts venture into the wilderness rather than sit idly trying to start a fire, often failing to do so. The pair frequently explored, allowing viewers to witness various scenes from the deserted island, which made their content more appealing. Most contestants in other streams were hesitant to stray too far. It was exhausting, and wasting energy without resolving basic needs posed great risks. Additionally, they feared encountering dangers while exploring. Wild animals existed in this wilderness, and even wild dogs fell under that category, making other survivors quite apprehensive. However, Yingjie seemed less intimidated by them. As they explored, aside from searching for herbs, they also looked for signs of animal activity. Observing these traces was essential. If predators were present, they could avoid danger, and if they spotted herbivores, they could attempt to catch one. However, they found no clear signs along the way. Neither predators nor prey seemed to have been active in the area recently. By noon, they finally reached the edge of a peach grove. The last time they visited Lin Xiaoying had been out of breath by this point, but today she was in good spirits wandering among the peach trees. This grove spanned several hundred meters in both width and length. Though it lacked the uniformity of a cultivated orchard, it still boasted numerous peach trees. Lin Xiaoying mused, if it were early spring and the peach blossoms were in full bloom, it would be breathtaking. In early spring, with the lingering chill in the air and the ground sparse of wild grass, the peach blossoms would begin to bloom. The vibrant flowers scattered by the wind would create a carpet on the ground, and walking among them the fragrance mingled with the coolness of early spring, rendering the world both desolate and fervent. Yingjie pondered for a moment and said, there are many peach groves in my hometown. I can take you to see the blossoms next spring. Lin Xiaoying's face flushed, and she shyly nodded, lost in her thoughts. They picked some peaches to eat and rested beneath the trees. Curiously, Lin Xiaoying asked, do you think these peaches are easy to preserve? Is there a way to keep them for a longer time? Yingjie considered for a moment and replied, we could make them into canned peaches. Lin Xiaoying shook her head. Canning wasn't realistic given their lack of resources and skills. What about alternatives? She inquired further. Then we can dry them into peach chips, he suggested. Storing peaches could be challenging, especially the yellow peaches. Yingjie had only heard of canned yellow peaches and had rarely eaten them. However, he possessed knowledge on drying fruits from his wilderness survival training, making it a feasible option to try. The two of them wandered nearby where many birds were active, but Yingjie had yet to devise a good method to catch them. During summer and autumn, when food was abundant, birds were difficult to capture. They waited until the weather cooled before starting to pick peaches. Regardless of where they were on the island, it was quite hot at noon. Had they begun picking peaches earlier and tried to return, they could have suffered from heat exhaustion. If they didn't head back immediately after picking, the peaches could easily rot in the basket under the high temperatures. Thus it was best to pick them just before leaving. After nearly half an hour, they collected a good number of peaches, selecting only the firmer ones and leaving the soft ones behind. Once they were done, they began their journey back. The peaches couldn't be processed that day since they needed to be dried quickly, but the sun was already losing its warmth. By the time they returned to the small cabin, darkness was approaching. Yingjie entered the cabin and spread the peaches out on the floor after emptying the basket. The peaches they picked were not fully ripe, so leaving them overnight wouldn't spoil them. Outside, Lin Xiaoying had already begun preparing dinner. The two of them shared an extraordinary synergy. Regardless of the circumstances, they were both dedicated to survival, working together seamlessly. Moreover, Yingjie appreciated that Lin Xiaoying lacked the typical delicate temperament of an ordinary girl. While she occasionally expressed fatigue, she never complained during their tasks, always putting in her best effort. Yingjie shared this trait, which allowed them to effectively divide their responsibilities and strive towards their goals together. Stepping out of the cabin, he said to Lin Xiaoying, you should take a break, I'll handle dinner. They had walked for over 2 hours on their return journey, and if it weren't for their hard work in the wilderness over the past few days, Lin Xiaoying might not have been able to endure such a long trek. However, Lin Xiaoying shook her head in refusal. You should rest. I didn't carry anything on the way back. You carried the entire basket of peaches. Yingjie smiled. Truth be told, this was one of the reasons he had chosen to team up with Lin Xiaoying. While looks might be deceiving, he had come to understand that superficial beauty meant little. Every starlet in the entertainment industry was stunning. Some could even rank among the most beautiful in the nation, but what did that matter? Could they prepare breakfast for you? Would they care if you hadn't eaten enough for dinner? For Yingjie, what he valued most about Lin Xiaoying was her willingness to help. In this wilderness, she was his comrade, someone with whom he could share the burdens of survival. He believed that if he ever sought a life partner, it would certainly be someone who could stand by him in facing life's challenges. Yet at that moment, he refrained from expressing any sentimental thoughts and instead focused on starting a fire as he and Lin Xiaoying began preparing dinner together. After finishing their meal and washing up, the two of them fed the rabbits. Lin Xiaoying placed some hay into the cage while saying, look, this rabbit seems to have lost its appetite. What's going on? Yingjie glanced over and casually remarked, it's probably depressed. Let's just eat it tomorrow. Lin Xiaoying was taken aback. For some reason, she felt that after Yingjie uttered those words, the rabbits began to munch on the hay with surprising vigor. However, despite these rabbits being their stored food supply, Yingjie didn't take them too seriously. They had more food options now, and finding food wasn't particularly challenging, so nothing felt indispensable anymore. They returned to the shelter to rest. Yingjie placed the deworming medicine inside the cabin, and instantly a peculiar scent wafted through the air. Subtle, not overpowering. Curious, Lin Xiaoying asked quietly, is this deworming medicine effective? She kept her voice low, deliberately avoiding being overheard. Yingjie smiled, responding softly, we'll find out tonight. He didn't explain how he had made the deworming medicine, and Lin Xiaoying didn't inquire further. The two of them settled down ready to sleep. The primary function of the deworming medicine was to repel mosquitoes. The nearby insects would instinctively steer clear of the scent. Its efficacy couldn't be gauged immediately after application. After a night's sleep, Yingjie was able to clearly assess the medicine's effectiveness. To be honest, he had his doubts at the start. However, after using it for a night, he was pleasantly surprised by its efficacy. There were no disturbances from mosquitoes throughout the night. Its only drawback was that the effect lasted for about half a month. Early the next morning after signing in Yingjie, he wasn't sure what he would receive this time. Upon reflection, he realized he didn't have any urgent needs. If there was a body enhancement elixir, that would be ideal, but if not, his current state wasn't too shabby. After all, he already possessed it was 3 times the strength and agility, not just brute force. Yingjie got up and washed himself. As for what rewards he would receive, there was no point in overthinking it today, so for the past few days they hadn't had lunch because it was too hot during the midday hours. Cooking was uncomfortable and they had little appetite for eating. Thus, skipping lunch meant they needed to eat more at breakfast to stave off. However, today, they planned to sundry some peaches which didn't require. After breakfast, the two began cleaning the peaches they had picked the day before. They washed away the dust and fuzz from the surface, placing the peaches in a basket to drain. Then, using Lin Xiaoying's multifunctional knife, they cut the peaches into small chunks and boiled them in a ceramic pot for 5 to 6 minutes. Yingjie then arranged bamboo and branches neatly in the sun to make a simple rack, placing the boiled peach pieces on it to dry in the sun. He was not entirely certain if this method would yield dried peach slices, but it was a tactic he learned from wilderness survival knowledge. After processing the large basket of peaches they had picked from the orchard, it was nearly noon. They fed the rabbits again before seeking shelter in the shade to rest. The rabbit that Yingjie had determined to be depressed yesterday seemed to have perked up today. All 6 rabbits in the cage were eagerly munching on hay. Lin Xiaoying asked, "What should we do? None of these rabbits are depressed anymore. Which one will we eat tonight?" Yingjie scrutinized them carefully and pointed to a rabbit in the corner that was nibbling on roots. "Let's eat that one. We fed them so much hay, yet it's still eating roots, clearly looking down on us." Lin Xiaoying was speechless. She glanced at the poor rabbit, which seemed to have heard their conversation. It quickly spat out the root and hopped behind the other rabbits. Lin Xiaoying suddenly felt that when the time came to kill the rabbit, Yingjie would surely find another excuse, as he would likely forget what that particular rabbit looked like. The two of them sought refuge from the heat in the forest. When the temperature dropped in the afternoon, they walked along a stream searching for small fish or shrimp. If they could find some dried shrimp, it would add another ingredient to their breakfast soup. They strolled along the stream, heading north for over half an hour. They indeed found some shrimp, but the quantity was not substantial. They gathered along the way but didn't collect much. When they previously fetched water from the stream, they hadn't even noticed how sparse the shrimp were. As they continued walking, Yingjie suddenly sensed something was off. "Wait, something feels wrong here." He motioned for Lin Xiaoying to stop beside him. He had an unsettling feeling. The surroundings seemed to have turned dangerous. Observing the area closely, he noticed something unusual. The jungle around them had grown eerily quiet, the sounds of birds had diminished significantly, and the entire area felt suddenly silent. Yingjie quickly searched his mind for what could be happening. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoying gasped, pointing behind them. There's a bear." Yingjie turned around and immediately cursed, "Damn it." A black bear had appeared behind them, curiously peering at them. "Run." Yingjie grabbed Lin Xiaoying and hoisted her onto his back, charging forward. The black bear roared behind them and gave chase. "It's coming after us. What should we do?" Lin Xiaoying's voice trembled, panic clear in her tone. "Don't worry," Yingjie replied, firmly sprinting ahead with Lin Xiaoying on his back. "Yue." Lin Xiaoying intended to suggest they run together, but when she looked back, she was astonished to find that the black bear had fallen behind them and the distance between them was increasing. Her heart raced with fear, but the curiosity within her eclipsed her terror. "How are you running so fast?" At this moment, Yingjie simply lacked the energy to respond to the question at hand. Behind him was what he surmised to be a black bear. In his panic, he hadn't seen it clearly, but he noticed a crescent-shaped patch of white fur on its chest. That was a distinctive feature of the black bear. Known as the black blind bear, these creatures typically roam the mountains and forests. A male black bear can grow up to 2 meters tall and weigh as much as 200 kilograms. The bear pursuing them was likely a male towering nearly 2 meters with a robust physique that appeared terrifyingly formidable. A single swipe from such a creature could easily exert hundreds of kilograms of force, and Yingjie felt that it could shatter his bones with ease. Moreover, black bears are known for their remarkable speed, capable of running at approximately 50 kilometers per hour, more than double the speed of an average person. They excel at climbing trees and are adept swimmers. Their only notable drawback is poor eyesight, but their hearing and sense of smell are extraordinarily acute. It is said they can detect scents from a mile away. In the wilderness, an ordinary person would have almost no chance of escaping such a dangerous animal, especially when it was actively pursuing them. However, Yingjie was far from an ordinary person at that moment. He was carrying Lin Xiaoying and running forward without pause. His strength and agility exceeded those of a typical human by threefold, which also meant he could achieve a speed 3 times greater than that of an average person. While he had always showcased his strength, he had never truly revealed his speed. The reason Yingjie had felt secure in the wild these past few days was primarily due to his rapid running capability. In a sudden burst, he could outpace most wild animals, and in terms of endurance, he surpassed them by a considerable margin. However, with Lin Xiaoying on his back, his speed had significantly decreased, and the bear continued to pursue them relentlessly. After more than 2 minutes of running, Yingjie began to pant, his speed diminishing. Although his bursts of speed were swift, he could not maintain that intensity indefinitely. How much farther? To the bear, he gasped, asking Lin Xiaoying. She quickly glanced back and exclaimed in surprise, "It has stopped." Yingjie slowed down, turning around to look. About 100 meters away, the black bear seemed to realize it could no longer catch up and had halted in its tracks. Exhale, Yingjie breathed out in relief. Although the bear remained behind them, he understood they had temporarily evaded danger. In this situation, it seemed the black bear was exhausted and would not pursue them for a while. Nonetheless, Yingjie did not let his guard down. He continued to instruct Lin Xiaoying to keep an eye on their rear. Their pace, while considerably slower, remained steady as they pressed on. After another 10 minutes, Yingjie felt they might have put several thousand meters between themselves and the bear, enough that it should no longer be able to scent their presence. In reality, wild animals typically do not pursue their prey to exhaustion. For creatures that survive in the wild, depletion of energy signifies imminent danger, which is why they often assess the situation before deciding to pursue. However, escaping the black bear did not equate to absolute safety. Yingjie crossed a small stream heading westward. There was a river about 2 kilometers from the stream, and he soon arrived at its banks while carrying Lin Xiaoying. Along the way, Lin Xiaoying repeatedly urged him to put her down, but he refused. Weighing around 100 pounds, she was not particularly heavy, and Yingjie found the burden manageable. Given his current physical condition, he could bear such a run. If he set her down, their speed would slow, and it would be uncomfortable for Lin Xiaoying to run on her own. So he carried her all the way to the riverbank. "Can you swim?" he asked her. They had previously crossed the river, which was about a meter deep, not particularly daunting. However, such a long stretch of water could have varying depths, so they needed to be prepared to swim. Lin Xiaoying nodded, then shook her head, replying, "I can swim, but am not very good at it." She explained that she hadn't grown up near water, and although she had taken swimming lessons, she was far from proficient, let alone an expert. If they jumped into the water with the bear, she feared she wouldn't be able to outswim it. Yingjie chuckled upon hearing this. "No need to be an expert, we just need to avoid drowning. We're not racing against the bear," he elaborated. "We simply need to walk along the river for a bit to mask our scent. Only by concealing our trail can we truly escape its pursuit." With the bear's keen sense of smell, Yingjie suspected it might still be tracking them by scent, so they had to find a way to disrupt that trail. Otherwise, if the bear followed them to the cabin, it would pose a significant threat. While he was confident he could outrun the bear in the wild, it did not mean he was unafraid. He only had the assurance of escape in the event of an encounter. They tightened their shoelaces and jumped into the river. This time, Yingjie did not carry Lin Xiaoying. Instead, he held her hand, guiding her as they moved quickly through the water. The river had varying depths, some spots reaching Yingjie's chest, while others barely covered their knees. Swimming was not particularly suitable in such a river, and they were not aiming to traverse it, but merely to walk briefly to disrupt their scent. After struggling through approximately 1,000 meters, Yingjie quickly pulled Lin Xiaoying out of the water. Once they reached the opposite bank, they wrung out their clothes, and Yingjie hoisted Lin Xiaoying onto his back again, running forward for another 10 minutes. Subsequently, they submerged again, walking in the water for several hundred meters before finally emerging onto dry land. They were now quite close to the area where they had previously crossed to collect bamboo. Recognizing the spot, Yingjie veered away from there, heading toward the direction of his cabin. They had initially traveled far north to the shelter, but after encountering the bear, they had fled even farther in the same direction. Later, they turned toward the river, effectively making a detour, walked a stretch in the water, and then headed south, arriving at a point parallel to their cabin. No longer running, the two walked toward the cabin, panting as they went. "We should be far enough from the black bear now. If it pursues us, it will likely head north," Yingjie reassured Lin Xiaoying with his hypothesis. She smiled, and after a moment of silence remarked, "That was quite exhilarating." Upon reflection, this adventure had indeed been quite exhilarating. Primarily, this was due to Li Yingjie's impressive speed in escaping danger, which transformed their encounter into a thrilling escapade. Otherwise, they might have already met their demise with rescue efforts unlikely to arrive in time. Li Yingjie chuckled and said, "Let's quickly gather the dried fruit and take refuge in the small cabin." By this time, the sky had begun to darken, and they hurriedly collected the peach-dried fruit before retreating into the cabin and securely closing the door. The cabin was sturdily built, and Li Yingjie felt confident that even if the black bear pursued them here, it would take some time to breach the structure. If it did manage to break in, he was certain he could escape. However, the rabbit cages were still outside, and Li Yingjie believed that if a bear truly came after them, it would likely prioritize snatching up the rabbits for a meal. Wild beasts tend to seek out easier prey. Li Yingjie shared his thoughts with Lin Xiaoying to help calm her nerves. Yet from the start, Lin Xiaoying had not seemed overly anxious. Like Li Yingjie, she maintained her composure in the face of danger, never succumbing to panic or loud cries. However, she would remain troubled by the situation until it was resolved. Once they were inside the cabin, both felt a sense of relief, but dared not venture outside. Their clothes were still damp from crossing the river, and Li Yingjie built a fire inside the cabin while they silently dried their garments. With his back to Lin Xiaoying, he peered through the small gaps in the cabin, vigilant for any signs of the black bear's approach. He deemed the probability of the bear following them to be low, yet if they lingered here, it was only a matter of time before the bear would discover their hiding place. This posed a latent threat that needed addressing. After Lin Xiaoying had dried her clothes, she informed Li Yingjie that he could turn around. They switched positions, and Li Yingjie began drying his own garments. Outside, the night deepened, and they had not dined on the roasted rabbit. The rabbits in the cage had temporarily evaded danger. Li Yingjie boiled a few turtle eggs and nibbled on some dried fruit. Initially skeptical about the peach-dried fruit, he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Aside from a slightly tough texture, it was quite delightful. After finishing their meal, they lay on their respective bamboo beds, eyes closed in contemplation. The presence of a bear posed a serious issue. This was vastly different from encountering a wild dog, which stood merely half a meter tall. In contrast, the black bear they had seen towered nearly 2 meters when standing. It was a perilous creature, one capable of easily overpowering them. "Will you give up the competition?" Lin Xiaoying suddenly inquired. Li Yingjie was taken aback. "Give up the competition? Why would I do that?" He reasoned that abandoning the contest would mean relinquishing the chance for a top 3 finish and the corresponding generous rewards. Lin Xiaoying replied, "With a bear around, it's very dangerous. I believe life is far more important than any reward." Li Yingjie fell silent. Indeed, life took precedence over all else. He had already survived 10 days in this wilderness. His initial objective had been accomplished. Even should he choose to forfeit now, a reward of over 1 million awaited him, enough to buy a home in a third-tier city and secure a relatively stable life. But was he truly willing to give up? After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll think it over and decide by tomorrow. If you wish to withdraw, you can call for help now. Oh, they should arrive tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoying suddenly rolled over, fixing her gaze intensely upon him. "Is there a solution by tomorrow?" she asked. Li Yingjie nodded. Tomorrow marked the 14th day, and the system would issue its second-week rewards. He would ascertain the new rewards before deciding whether to leave. What if he acquired a skill to evade the black bear? However, he could not articulate this to Lin Xiaoying. He only indicated he needed to consider it further. Lin Xiaoying stared at him for nearly 2 minutes before saying, "Then I'll await your decision tomorrow." Pausing, she continued, "You rescued me from the torrential rain. Without you, I might have been swept away, and my very existence would have been uncertain. So if you do not give up, I will also stay with you on the island to survive." Li Yingjie was taken aback. It dawned on him that in her eyes he was her savior, and she was willing to brave the risks alongside him. Lin Xiaoying added, "Now your decision may very well determine our future. I apologize for adding to your burden, but I hope you can consider more deeply when making your choice." Her earnest words prompted Li Yingjie to reflect deeply. Indeed, had he been alone, he would have likely remained regardless of the system's rewards. After all, Li Yingjie had crossed over once, and strictly speaking, he had already experienced death. Sometimes he felt little attachment to his current life, as his past existence was entirely erased from memory. Yet now, hearing Lin Xiaoying's heartfelt remarks, he fell into contemplation. He recalled a saying, "A man may endure hardship without complaint, content to eat instant noodles or spend the holidays at home watching television instead of going out." However, if a girl is willing to accompany him in his prime, sharing in his struggles, how could he disregard that? Though his current thoughts were not strictly about hardship, the core sentiment remained. A girl entrusting her future and safety to him. How could he remain indifferent? As silence enveloped them, Lin Xiaoying suddenly broke into laughter. I heard that in ancient times if a man saved a woman and was handsome, she would say, "Thank you, noble hero. I'm willing to dedicate myself to you." If he were not handsome, she might say, "Thank you, noble hero. I shall repay you in my next life as a cow or horse. I suppose I am now offering myself to you." Yingjie was momentarily dumbfounded, finally managing to retort, "How about you come back in your next life as a cow or horse to repay me instead?" Lin Xiaoying, are you implying I'm unattractive? That I'm not worthy of your dedication? Fuming, she sprang to her feet, seized a twig from the ground, and charged towards Yingjie. "I challenge you to a duel." Yingjie was unyielding. His physical prowess had reached 3 times that of an average person, making him feel invincible in front of Lin Xiaoying, whom he considered a mere novice. Yet in an unexpected turn of events, he found himself kneeling before her, sincerely apologizing and vowing never to utter such words again. After some time spent in contrition, Lin Xiaoying reluctantly forgave him, warning him sternly before dropping the topic of pledging herself to him. Yingjie himself couldn't fathom why he had blurted out such a statement in the first place. Had he not done so, the atmosphere might have allowed their relationship to blossom further in this secluded wilderness where a lone man and woman could have shared much more. But now with a single sentence he had ruined everything. Lying on the bed, he lamented his own imprudence, cursing his tongue for its betrayal. If only he had flirted a little, offered some comforting words, perhaps things could have turned out differently. Sighing, he reassured himself that there would be more opportunities in the future. He rose to add more firewood to the flames. It was best that the fire did not extinguish tonight. Despite being in the cabin, having a roaring fire was a double assurance of safety. After lying back down for a while, he noticed Lin Xiaoying's breathing becoming steady. She had fallen asleep. However, Yingjie could not find rest. He checked the system periodically. Once midnight passed, it would mark the 14th day, and he would be eligible for the rewards of the second week sign-in. After several attempts, he finally received a response from the system after this sign-in. "Ding, sign-in successful. You have successfully signed in for 14 days. Would you like to claim your sign-in reward?" "Claim." The system emitted a mechanical synthesized voice once more. "Ding, reward claimed successfully. Would you like to open it?" "Open." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of danger perception." This time the system did not deliver a critical hit, but the reward still brought him great joy. Danger perception. He immediately examined the description of this skill and felt even more exhilarated. This ability was akin to a passive skill, enhancing Yingjie's sixth sense. The sixth sense, often considered mystical, lacked scientific evidence for its existence. Yet this danger perception enabled him to sense impending threats. If danger approached, he might feel a surge of anxiety or palpitation, even waking from sleep in a dream. It seemed like an enhancement of his intuition. Though this skill might not appear particularly outstanding, Yingjie understood that it was perfectly suited to the current situation. His explosive speed could already surpass that of a bear, but his damage and defense were still lacking. If he were to accidentally encounter a black bear, a surprise attack could prove fatal, leaving him with no chance to escape. Now with this danger perception ability, he could detect danger beforehand and flee in time. The threat from the bear still loomed, yet Yingjie felt far less anxious. Much like the danger posed by wild dogs after constructing the cabin, he was no longer particularly worried about them, as they could not penetrate the wooden walls and pose any harm to them. Now with the ability to perceive danger, bears could not threaten them either, allowing him to feel a sense of security for the time being. Moreover, he believed that as long as Lin Xiaoying stayed by his side, they could easily escape if a bear appeared. After analyzing the situation, he drifted off to sleep, free from worries about bears sneaking up on them. With his newly acquired danger perception, he would sense if a bear approached from a distance. He slept soundly until dawn. As he yawned and rose, he noticed Lin Xiaoying was already awake, intently watching him. "Hello, beautiful. It's a wonderful day. Shall we start with a light kiss? Or perhaps a hug will suffice," he joked. Lin Xiaoying rolled her eyes. "Have you thought it over? Are you ready to give up?" she inquired. Yingjie shook his head with a smile. "No need to give up. Don't worry, I'll dig some traps over the next few days, and I'll make you a bearskin mattress." He spoke with conviction. Lin Xiaoying pressed on, "Have you really considered it? The bears are likely nearby. If we encounter one again, we might not have time to escape before being attacked." Yingjie nodded confidently. "No problem at all. As long as you stay by my side, I promise the bears won't harm you." He was joking. With the danger perception ability, there was no way he would be ambushed by a bear. Lin Xiaoying fell silent. After pondering, he continued, "If you're truly worried, you don't have to stay here with me. You can choose to back out. I don't feel you owe me anything, and our backgrounds are different, so it's natural we'd have different perspectives on this issue." Lin Xiaoying suddenly froze at his words. Indeed, was she not morally coercing him? Even if one of them were to give up, it didn't mean they both had to. Upon reflection, she realized that deep down she wished to persevere. That was why she had been hesitating. Moreover, was the presence of bears truly a danger? They had lived here for over 10 days without incident. Furthermore, the boy before her had managed to carry her away from a bear's pursuit. His confidence suggested he did not see bears as a significant threat. After 10 minutes of silence, she finally looked up and sincerely apologized to Yingjie. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." Yingjie gently shook his head, cutting her off. "No need to apologize, and don't worry. I promise we won't face any danger. After all, we're aiming for the top 3. He smiled and confidently opened the cabin door, stretching his body outside. The cabin was too small. He couldn't even fully stretch his arms inside. He stepped outside to start a fire for cooking, busying himself while speaking to Lin Xiaoying. "Today, let's chop more trees and reinforce this cabin, making it sturdy enough that even 10 bears couldn't break through. Then we'll be completely safe. If the cabin were robust enough, it would guarantee their safety at night. During the day, with Yingjie's danger perception alerting them, they would be entirely secure." Standing inside the cabin, Lin Xiaoying watched his carefree demeanor, feeling more at ease. This confidence must stem from his strength. He truly had no fear of danger. She contemplated his words from yesterday and felt she needed to reflect on why she had made such a decision subconsciously. This was her choice after all. After preparing a meal, they ate together, and Yingjie took his shovel to chop wood nearby. By noon, they even roasted a rabbit, completely unbothered by the potential bear that might be drawn by the scent. By afternoon, they had chopped dozens of logs, and Yingjie carried them back to the cabin. He dug into the ground and added another layer to the existing wooden walls, effectively doubling the cabin's defenses. After finishing, it was already late at night, and Yingjie felt utterly exhausted. Lin Xiaoying had boiled a pot of water in the cabin, soaking the dried peaches to soften them, all prepared for Yingjie. Once he buried the wood outside, he let out a long breath and crawled into the cabin. After eating a bit, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly worn out. In the wilderness, a place fraught with potential dangers, one should never truly relax. However, Yingjie felt that with his formidable strength and the gifts bestowed by the system, he should be able to navigate survival with greater ease. Yet the sudden appearance of a bear reminded him that one can never be completely at ease. It was imperative to be well prepared so that in times of peril he would not succumb to panic. But upon reflection, how could one achieve total preparedness in such a treacherous environment? Danger lurked everywhere, necessitating a keen adaptability. The new skill granted by the system undoubtedly enhanced his ability to respond, as it served to forecast potential threats. With this thought in mind, Yingjie gradually felt more at peace and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Yingjie abruptly proposed they venture out to cut bamboo. Lin Xiaoying was taken aback. "But we still have some bamboo here, and the bamboo forest is so far away. What if we encounter a bear on the way?" Before she could finish, Yingjie interrupted her. With a confident smile, he replied, "Actually, encountering a bear on the road isn't terrifying because it can't outrun me, can it?" His words brimmed with unwavering self-assurance. Lin Xiaoying paused for a moment. He was indeed correct. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "How can you run so fast?" After a moment's thought, she added, "And not only can you run quickly, but how are you so strong?" Yingjie was silent for 2 seconds before responding. "You've already seen too much." Lin Xiaoying replied, "Do I know too much?" "Haha." Yingjie chuckled, shaking his head. "You've been watching too many dramas. What if you know too much? Am I to silence you?" Pausing, he suddenly spoke in a somber tone, "But since you already know, I won't hide it from you. I am actually a descendant of the famed General Li Guang of the Han Dynasty. My family has passed down a set of internal skills known as Feihu Gongjing, which I have made some progress in mastering." Lin Xiaoying was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to believe him. While it sounded implausible, his strength and speed were hard to explain otherwise. Carrying another person and still being able to run so fast was simply abnormal. Come on. Don't just stand there. Let's hurry and cut the bamboo before the heat sets in." Yingjie urged, not allowing her to contemplate too long. After all, claiming to be a descendant of General Li Guang was a fabrication of his own making, and the more she asked, the more likely he would slip up. With that, he gathered his things and headed towards the bamboo grove in the west. Today's task of cutting bamboo was to reconstruct a new roof. Since the walls had been reinforced, it was only fitting that the roof be similarly enhanced. Moreover, the roof he had previously constructed would not hold up for long if a torrential downpour occurred, as it was made of ordinary soil rather than concrete. The next rain could necessitate a complete rebuild of the roof, and if it poured heavily, the house would likely leak. Therefore, constructing a new roof was indeed essential. As they walked, Lin Xiaoying expressed her fascination with his lineage and asked several questions. Are you really a descendant of Li Guang? Does that make you a descendant of Li Xian as well? Li Xian. Li Yingjie's mind briefly conjured a character from a game, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he might be too deeply immersed in it. Lin Xiaoying continued, puzzled. General Li Xian of the Qin dynasty. It's said that Li Guang is his descendant, isn't that right? Yes. Li Yingjie nodded eagerly. Indeed, he is one of our ancestors, but we haven't inherited anything from him. Lin Xiaoying was becoming increasingly skeptical of his claims. Their pace quickened, and after 2 hours they reached the edge of the bamboo grove. The bear's territory was vast, and Li Yingjie could not be certain of its whereabouts, so he kept Lin Xiaoying close by. Should he sense danger, it was crucial to escape promptly. Armed with a spade, Li Yingjie began to chop down the thinner bamboo, while Lin Xiaoying gathered the cut pieces together. After felling dozens of stalks and deeming their collection sufficient, he used vines to bind them and prepared to head back. They had moved quickly on the way there, and now estimating it to be around 10 in the morning, Li Yingjie decided against resting in the bamboo grove. They would return directly. The weight of the bamboo, less than 200 pounds, posed no challenge for him. By noon, when the sun was directly overhead, they returned to the vicinity of their small cabin. You eat some dried fruit and rest here while I process the bamboo, Li Yingjie instructed, pulling out some dried peaches. At that moment, he couldn't help but reflect on the convenience of a refrigerator. On this sweltering island, any food not consumed in the morning would spoil by noon. Except for the dried goods, nearly nothing could be preserved. If only they had a refrigerator, they could roast a rabbit for lunch and store leftovers for dinner. But Li Yingjie shook his head. Dreaming about such things was futile. Even if a refrigerator existed, there was no electricity to power it. He picked up the spade and began working on the bamboo. Rather than dwell on what could not be, it was more prudent to reinforce the cabin and find a way to deal with the bear. If they couldn't hunt it, that was acceptable. Once the cabin was fortified, their safety at night would be assured. He smashed the bamboo, cutting it into strips, and following previous methods, wove them into a bamboo mat. Using the same technique, he constructed beams of 3 horizontal and 3 vertical pieces, covered the mat with bamboo strips, and topped it with a layer of leaves and soil. Although the upper layer of soil might wash away in a heavy rain, the lower layer was unlikely to be dislodged. This effectively addressed the issue of leaks during rain. By the time he completed the roof, evening had arrived. Lin Xiaoying was beside the fire roasting a rabbit. Their food options were limited. Currently, they could only eat rabbit, dried fruit, and turtle eggs. To enjoy mushrooms, they would need to forage for them. Not only were their food choices scarce, but their only seasoning was salt, making everything lackluster. Li Yingjie resolved to search for more food the next day and see if he could find anything to spice up their meals. After dinner, as they lay in the cabin, Lin Xiaoying pondered for a moment before asking again, "Can your Feihu internal skill be passed on to others?" Li Yingjie quickly shook his head. "This is our family's secret technique, passed down from father to son, and it must be taught to the most talented individual in each generation. If you wish to learn, you would need to undergo." 2 days had passed since they encountered the bear, yet Lin Xiaoying felt that their lives seemed largely unchanged. It was as if the bear had never appeared. When they ventured outside, they didn't even take any special precautions. Li Yingjie in particular was unconcerned, only reminding himself not to stray too far from her, and generally neglecting to scan their surroundings. He seemed unafraid of the bear lurking nearby, uncertain of what confidence he drew from. Lost in thought, Lin Xiaoying turned to see Li Yingjie already asleep. She tentatively called out to him twice, but he remained in a deep slumber, completely oblivious. "Practicing internal energy, I wonder if it's for real," she murmured softly, her mind racing with many thoughts. If she had known there were bears in this area when she arrived, would she still have come? The greatest danger she had faced was not the bear, but rather the torrential rain that had nearly swept her away in the raging river. The wilderness was fraught with peril, yet she had still come. She had claimed it was for making money, but it could also be seen as a challenge. At the very least, she felt she had transformed, having gained clarity on certain matters after brushing against death. With such thoughts swirling, Lin Xiaoying too fell asleep. After a day of running around, she was quite fatigued. The night was filled with the sounds of insects, but the repellent that Li Yingjie had carefully prepared kept the pests at bay, ensuring that no mosquitoes dared approach. The crescent moon hung low, casting a dim light. Without the glow of a fire, the little wooden cabin was enveloped in a thick darkness. Not long after Li Yingjie had fallen asleep, he was suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare in which a sharp knife pierced his heart. He sat up abruptly, clutching his chest, glancing around, but the darkness offered no clarity. Yet he felt every hair on his body stand on end. It seemed that some ominous presence had approached. This must be the sensation of danger awareness. Lin Xiaoying, stay alert. There might be danger. He fumbled over to her bed and shook her awake, pulling her into his embrace. Lin Xiaoying rubbed her eyes. The surrounding darkness was impenetrable, and she could not see anything. However, she sensed someone was holding her, and she gasped, "Ah, what are you doing?" "Should keep your voice down. There might be a bear outside," Yingjie whispered. He felt reasonably assured that their little cabin could withstand a bear's attack, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. If the cabin were to be breached, they would need to escape quickly. Upon hearing the mention of the bear, Lin Xiaoying fell silent, instinctively curling closer to Yingjie. "Can it knock down the cabin?" she asked, fear evident in her voice. "The chances are slim. The cabin is quite sturdy." Yingjie reassured her confidently, though he left unspoken the worries that gnawed at him. Just then they heard footsteps outside. After reinforcing the walls, the gaps had nearly vanished, and it was impossible to discern what was happening outside. Yingjie mused that they should have made a few small peepholes for observation. But at the moment the outside was shrouded in darkness, and even if they could see, they wouldn't be able to identify what was out there. They could only tell that a large creature approached. Having fortified the cabin, the rabbits that had been outside were now inside with them. Thus, when the bear arrived, their only target would be the two of them inside. Sure enough, moments later, they heard two massive paws striking the cabin. The bear did not immediately smash the cabin, but instead circled around, seemingly searching for an entrance. The cabin's only door was more than a meter high and had been securely sealed, reinforced with sturdy vines on both the inside and outside. After a thorough inspection, the bear finally concluded there were no accessible entry points above. It sniffed the air, and for a moment the outside fell silent. "Did it leave?" Lin Xiaoying whispered, but suddenly a loud crash resounded. Bang! The bear's paw struck the wall beside them. Yingjie quickly scooped Lin Xiaoying up and retreated several steps to the opposite side of the wall. Bang! Bang! Two more thunderous sounds erupted, akin to a massive hammer smashing outside. Lin Xiaoying, terrified, dared not even breathe, huddled against Yingjie, her wide eyes unblinking in the darkness. Yet a small comfort came from the fact that the cabin had not shattered under the bear's assault. Despite the heavy blows, there were no signs of damage to the walls. After a moment of eerie silence, they heard the bear's footsteps inching closer to their backs. Then, bang! Yingjie, with a peculiar expression, retreated a few steps while holding Lin Xiaoying and found another wall to hide against. After the bear pounded on the outside for a couple of times, it shifted again, moving to the wall behind them. Yingjie quickly repositioned himself before the bear could strike again, shifting to another wall. Outside, the bear sniffed the air again, then followed their scent to the wall they were hiding against. Once more, Yingjie shifted his position. The bear pursued them again. Lin Xiaoying was astonished. It seemed that Yingjie was playing a game with the bear. This back and forth continued several times until the bear grew impatient, slamming its paw against the wall with ferocity. Bang! 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 The resounding crashes sent chills down their spines, both worried that the bear would suddenly break through the wall and seize them. However, Yingjie understood that even if the bear created a breach, it would still need to break through the surrounding wood to enter. That would provide him ample time to unlock the cabin's door and escape with Lin Xiaoying. To their relief, after the bear's numerous attempts to break in, the cabin remained intact. Although they could not clearly see the situation, the sounds indicated that there were no signs of wood splintering. Yingjie held Lin Xiaoying close as they sat on the edge of his bed, the bear still crashing against the wall on the other side. After a dozen strikes, it finally paused, and the footsteps began to fade away. Lin Xiaoying, still tense, whispered, "Has it left?" Yingjie shook his head. "I don't know, it might have left, but it didn't formally announce its departure. I suppose we could call it a sudden exit." Lin Xiaoying raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is it really the time for a bad joke? Yet moments later, a soft laugh escaped her lips. "Do you think it will run back a few steps and do a flying kick to topple our cabin?" Yingjie suddenly asked. Lin Xiaoying imagined the scene, a bear running a few paces back, then executing a flying kick while shouting, "Ada!" to topple the cabin. That scenario felt oddly familiar. With a frown, Lin Xiaoying replied, "Have you seen something like this on Bears on the Loose?" As Lin Xiaoying spoke these seemingly trivial words, she suddenly felt a sense of calm washing over her. The inexplicable fear that had gripped her began to dissipate significantly. Perhaps this boy beside her was trying to divert her attention to help her break free from her terror. How considerate of him. Outside, after the bear's footsteps faded into the distance, it seemed to have truly left. Yingjie whispered, "Wild animals are quite intelligent. When they realize that hunting is too challenging, they usually give up immediately." With that, they carefully sat on Lin Xiaoying's bamboo bed. After listening intently for a while to the sounds outside, and confirming there were no more footsteps, Lin Xiaoying gradually relaxed. The surroundings remained dark, yet this darkness no longer felt suffocating as it had before. In truth, Yingjie had sensed the bear's departure the moment its footsteps receded, The absence of danger indicated that the threat had lifted. However, to maintain his embrace around Lin Xiaoying, he refrained from voicing this realization. Now seated on Lin Xiaoying's bed, although relieved at heart, they both dared not make loud sounds, fearing that the bear might return. Yingjie softly suggested, "Let's sleep. If we stay quiet, that bear shouldn't come back." Saying this, he pulled Lin Xiaoying down onto the bed with him. Lin Xiaoying exclaimed in confusion, "Huh? Shouldn't you be sleeping on your own bed? Why are you squeezing in here with me?" Even if they were in close quarters, why was he still holding her? Yingjie hurriedly explained, "Look, the bear might come back any minute. If I lie next to you, it'll be easier for us to escape quickly if we need to." Lin Xiaoying inquired, "So you're doing this for my sake?" Yingjie replied earnestly, "If I can't protect you, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Lin Xiaoying was suddenly at a loss for words. His unexpected sentiment felt like an unanticipated downpour, leaving her speechless. Yingjie continued, "Let's sleep. I'll wait a bit longer to see if that bear really left." Suddenly Lin Xiaoying broke free from his embrace, sitting up with a serious expression. "Yingjie, do you like me? Do you want to hold me while you sleep?" Yingjie stammered, "I'm just afraid the bear might come back. If it breaks into the cabin, it'll be easier for me to carry you and escape. That bear is huge and dangerous." "Is that so?" Lin Xiaoying pressed, unwavering in her inquiry. Yingjie fell silent. He could easily come up with excuses, could concoct meaningless words to mask his true intentions, feeling mature and adaptable, yet now he felt utterly embarrassed. Finally, he sighed in defeat, "Yes. Then just say it, Lin Xiaoying, I like you. I want to hold you while I sleep. Do you agree?" Yingjie stood there stunned. "Huh?" He tentatively repeated, "Lin Xiaoying, I like you. I want to hold you while I sleep. Do you agree?" To his surprise, Lin Xiaoying laughed and replied, "I agree." With that, she threw her arms around one of his. Yingjie thought, "Is the world going mad?" They embraced and lay down to sleep. The next morning, when Lin Xiaoying awoke, she found herself resting on Yingjie's arm, one hand curled against her chest, while the other was wrapped around his back. Startled, she quickly tried to piece together what had happened the night before. Upon closer inspection, she saw that they were both fully clothed. They had merely slept in an embrace. Lin Xiaoying let out a sigh of relief, grateful that it was just a hug. However, recalling the words she had spoken to encourage him to confess and her own initiative in holding him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wasn't it simply her fear that had driven her to seek comfort when the bear had attacked their cabin in the dead of night? She internally justified her actions and quickly got out of bed, making sure not to wake Yingjie as she slipped out from his arms and onto the floor. Peering through the gaps in the small cabin, she cautiously scanned for any sign of the bear lurking nearby. The noise she made while moving stirred Yingjie awake. "The bear is gone, don't worry," he reassured her as he noticed her movements. Standing up and stretching, he went to unlock the door and stepped outside. Lin Xiaoying halted as she heard him speak, her face slightly flushed. She turned her head away, embarrassed to look at him, fearing he might bring up the events of the previous night. Yet she noticed that Yingjie, being considerate, did not mention it at all, acting as if nothing had happened as he stretched and moved about before heading to wash up. Lin Xiaoying followed him out of the cabin, grabbing her things, and went to the stream to freshen up. However, she deliberately lagged a few steps behind him, avoiding walking side by side. Upon reaching the stream and washing up, Yingjie shouted a few times at the water, appearing somewhat eccentric, but also releasing pent-up stress. Lin Xiaoying joined in shouting a few times herself, feeling a sense of liberation in her heart. She thought to herself how fortunate it was that they were in the wilderness, away from prying eyes. Otherwise, shouting like this might lead others to think she was foolish. Suddenly, she saw Yingjie turn around and approach her, his expression serious as he said, "Lin Xiaoying, I like you. I want to kiss you. Do you agree?" Lin Xiaoying was taken aback. "Huh?